I have played thousands of Minecraft worlds. I'll start one up, I'll make a base, beat the game, and then I forget about the world. Only to do the same thing a couple of weeks later, and again, and again, and again. That was until I started my hardcore world, because I was done with that cycle. I had one goal: never quit and see what could happen. And now 4 years later, I've survived over 15,000 Minecraft days, surpassing what I ever could have imagined. Throughout that journey, I've built some massive mega bases, farms, and even went skydiving. Yeah, that one's gonna require some explaining. But the point is, none of this ever could have happened without first deciding to break out of the cycle. So I've put the last 5,000 days worth of projects into one movie, showing some of my best and worst moments so that hopefully I can inspire you to do the same. This is my world. So I was looking through my storage when I noticed I have 93 pieces of dirt. How is that all I have? We're gonna change that today. There is one way and one way only to fix this. I'm going to build a quarry, one of the most complex redstone machines humanity has ever seen. This machine will automatically collect over 40 million blocks from this entire badlands biome. You're probably wondering how this is gonna work. First of all, we need to find a long region of land to build the machine. Next, we need to make trenches around the area to essentially box it off from the surrounding biomes. From there, build a 50,000 block redstone machine, which is the quarry. But keep in mind, it has to be built perfectly. If I miss even a single block, the entire thing breaks. If everything goes well, then over the span of 168 hours, the machine should automatically collect every single block from this biome. It's gonna take a lot for everything to work, but if we break it down into smaller, more manageable steps, I think we can do it. Okay, so I was looking for a place to build the machine, and I think I might have found a spot 40,000 blocks from spawn. Although before we go and check the spot, let's gather some things. First of all, a bunch of redstone items for a flying machine. Then some beacons and some emeralds for the beacons. Sure, let's also bring some gold, just a few sponges, diamond hoe, and finally, my favorite block, some TNT. Just a quick reminder that at the end of the year, I will be exploding 1 TNT on my hardcore world for every subscriber the channel has. If you enjoy watching my videos, please click that button and claim your 1 TNT. Alright, that should be everything. Now to actually travel to the area, we gotta go about 5,000 blocks in that direction. And then let's make a portal here. Please don't be underground. Yes. Yep, this biome is going to work perfectly. If you're wondering why I'm trying to build the quarry in a badlands biome, that's because of the terracotta blocks. If all goes to plan, then this 300 by 1,000 block long area should get me over 2 million blocks of terracotta. Cool, so this area we just marked is 300 long, and now we gotta start with making the main trench for the machine. This entire region of land needs to go all the way to bedrock, and I think the best way to do this is gonna be to build a TNT bombing machine. Let me just follow the tutorial for this and build it up. That's one side done. Well, honestly, that wasn't too bad to build. I will say though, I don't think we can run it right away. I'm a little worried about the trees being in the way, so I'm gonna quickly mine them down. Perfect. I believe we should be ready to run the machine. So, in 3, 2, 1, here we go. I somehow built the machine wrong. But after tearing it down and spending an hour rebuilding it, now we can retry it. Look at it just completely demolish that land. Okay, does the return station work? And yes, it does. Then let's just place the redstone block back, and that should stop the machine. All right, this should be a good time to take a break because I want to let you know that off camera, I have to keep flying all the way back to the storage whenever I forget something. That's like 5,000 blocks to the storage and 5,000 blocks to get back. And each time that takes like 10 minutes. So before we do anything else, I want to build an ice highway to speed up the travel time. And for that, guess what we need? I'll give you one guess. Ice. So past the raid farm, we have this massive frozen ocean, and we're gonna need like 3 shulkers of blue ice. I am going to be here for a while. Ah! Oh, Okay, that's embarrassing. Although that should now be enough ice. I guess the next item we need for the highway is some black concrete. And I'm pretty sure that in the end, yes, there is this massive chest monster I've never removed. And cool, we got a decent amount of black concrete powder here. Let's quickly convert it. Next, we're gonna need some black stained glass panes. Try saying that 5 times fast. And finally, some black carpets, which we can easily get from the wool farm. Dude, this thing is just too overpowered, and I love it. That should be everything we're gonna need. And now I can just come in here and begin placing the ice. Wait a moment, what if I had speed potions while placing the blocks? Let me quickly run back to the storage and grab some. Yeah, this certainly seems pretty quick. I believe that's as far as we need to go on one side. Now I have to go this direction for another 3,200 blocks. So that's all the ice placed in. Now we're gonna use the black concrete to create walls for this highway so I don't fall while boating. Although, hold up. Okay, what if I line the boat up perfectly? Okay, then get in and go backwards. Oh my gosh, wow, that is incredibly satisfying. And it has been only 10 minutes and I'm done already. If you thought that was satisfying, guess what? Now I need to mob-proof those blocks with carpets. Except this time, instead of going backwards in the boat, I can go forwards, which is so much quicker. The sound engine is completely broken. And now it's time for the glass panes on the sides. Finally, we gotta place 6,000 rails on the ice to prevent the mobs from spawning. And there we are. The ice road should be totally finished. I know this probably seems a little overkill, but honestly, I want this quarry project to be of the most pristine quality, and transportation to get there is the first step. Well, now I think we should get back to work on the trench. That's gonna mean all of this water needs to be removed by hand, which is why I have all of this gravel, because we're gonna begin by making 5 wide trenches here. Oh, no, salmon. No, here, go back. There you go. Great, those are all of the gravel trenches. Now with the sponges from earlier, we gotta come in here and just start spamming them everywhere. Now come and pick them up. Dry them in the nether, and repeat, 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 repeat. So I might have stayed up to 3 a.m. doing it, but that's all the water cleared. The last thing we gotta do before running the machine is to mine the area under the machines down to Y0 so they don't break later on. So that means we need a beacon. Alrighty, I got the haste effect, and now it's just time to mine the blocks. That's one side done. I just got to set up a beacon on the other side. What? Whoa! Oh, no, 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 no. What are the odds of randomly mining into an ancient city? How the heck are phantoms attacking me down here? For whatever reason, while mining, I saw that my pick was getting low, and instead of switching to another one, I literally just chucked it out. At least we're done though, and now it's time to run the machine. And there it goes. Oh wow, that gravel breaking is so satisfying to watch. This is future Wunba here. I don't want to bore you, so let me explain what happened. Basically, I built the machine too low, which caused there to be a ton of extra floating blocks. Instead of destroying the machine and building it higher, I spent a while trying to make a smaller machine, which somehow then broke the main machine. So I had to tear everything down, rebuild it higher, and then I realized I forgot one slime block on the return station. I tore it all down again, and then rebuilt it for the 4th time. Finally, it worked, and you better bet I was excited. After that, the machine ran for a few hours until I forgot to remove the blocks on the edge. So the slime picked them up and broke the machine. At this point, I was so frustrated that after rebuilding it for a 5th time, I completely forgot to remove the same blocks the slime stuck to. And not even kidding, the machine broke again. Let's just say that this wasn't my proudest hour. But fortunately, after double and triple checking everything, it broke again. Nah, I'm just kidding. It worked perfectly. As it lowered down, I made sure to collect all the diamond ores that got exposed. And by the time the trench had finished, I collected about 200 ores. The crazy thing is when we mine all 40 million blocks, I'm supposed to get about 30,000 diamonds, which will technically beat the world record for the most diamonds ever collected in a hardcore world. My goodness, that's the entire ravine finished. You better bet it feels good to remove this machine. So we've now completed one of the 4 trenches we need to make. The next one actually needs to go under the entire chunk of land. That way the quarry can move underneath without breaking. And for this, we're gonna use a different type of machine called a tunnel bore. For this machine, we need about 3,000 items. The first of which is some slime, then observers, pistons, sticky pistons, and dead tube coral fans. I have no dead tube coral fans. Okay, that should be everything for the machine, and now we just gotta build it. So I got the first 2 layers done, but the tricky thing is I can't just put these minecarts here, as that they'll explode the TNT. The workaround for this is to first place pistons and rails 1 block out of place. Then we can put the minecart onto each one of the rails. Finally, we gotta come in here and power each of the pistons so they push the minecart and prime the TNT. And boom, that should be the tunnel bore finished. Here we go, in 3, 2, 1. Once more? Yes, 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 it works! Oh my, 19 diamonds already just from exploding 4 layers. And if I have to run this bore over 1,000 blocks, then we're gonna get a ton of diamonds. That reminds me, all of the water, lava, and gravel that falls in the way of this machine just needs to be removed. Although the nice thing is because this machine was built at the perfect height, I should be able to avoid these massive lava pools and stuff. Here we go then. Oh gosh, that shrieker is giving me anxiety. I've been tunnel boring for about 5 hours, and I think we're about halfway finished. The crazy thing is I've already collected over a full shulker of diamond ores. 1, 2, 3, 24. I cannot believe how many diamonds I just got from that. On another note, it seems like we have run into another ancient city. Okay, fine, just for laughs and giggles, let's go loot it. All right, I'll take it. 2 apples. Anyways, I only need to go another 100 blocks with the boar, but now I gotta be super careful not to have any wardens spawn. Oh no! Well, I think that's my cue to stop right here. I'm gonna just tally up all the diamonds. All right, about 4,000 ores and an extra 49 blocks. That is not bad at all for 2 days of work. Just like that, we had gotten the second trench finished. Now there are just 2 more trenches remaining, except these ones are going to be different. What if I told you there was a redstone machine that automatically removes blocks exactly 3 wide and keeps the walls totally smooth at the same time? Would you believe me? Well, that's exactly what a 3 wide trencher does. These machines are extremely complex, and it's crucial that I build everything perfect or else something like this will happen. No! 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 I followed the blueprint of the machines, double and triple checked everything to make sure I wouldn't have anything else break. And okay, I think this is the last block. The anxiety that redstone causes me to have can't possibly be healthy. But anyways, by opening that, the machine does seem to have started. Now, this isn't your typical TNT duping one. This one uses slime blocks to grab all the blocks in front of it. From there, those blocks are pushed into the path of TNT, and this essentially clears a row of blocks in front of the machine for it to repeat the process. After several hundred cycles, the machine would have then built a trench with perfectly smooth walls. And here's the cherry on top. It can go through liquids, meaning literally all I have to do is let it run for a couple of days straight. And that's exactly what I did. I let the machine work for 60 hours. The days passed and the machines moved forward. I will say they did break a few times, but after quickly rebuilding and letting them continue, the trenches were eventually finished. Wow, these trenches look so sick. This kind of reminds me of that scene from Star Wars. The final thing we gotta do to finish these up is to place some gravel on the sides and stop the water from flowing in. I can't imagine this will take too long, so... What would happen if I tried to ride a boat down there? Okay, this is probably a very bad idea, but here we go. Well, this is sort of underwhelming. After 3 hours of placing gravel into the patches in the walls, I had successfully blocked off all the water and completed the final 2 trenches, meaning it was now time to build the quarry. I am looking at this list of items and just geez is all I have to say. 49,429 blocks. Well, maybe it won't be too bad because first of all, we can just bring some stone from the storage to the super smelter and then quickly cook it up. I got all 17,000 smooth stone blocks we needed, which only took me like 15 minutes. Next, we gotta get 9,000 slime blocks. Oh boy, wouldn't it be awesome if I just had like 1,000,000 slime balls sitting in a storage somewhere? Oh wait, what's this? 1,000,000 slime balls sitting in a storage somewhere. Now for some concrete, TNT, walls, corals, note blocks, and... looks like the quarry requires 555 soul sand. Now I could just mine it, but if we instead get some gold, and then that is loud. Give me that soul sand. Then some honey it looks like. And yep, I didn't really expect there to be any. So we're going to need to wait here for a couple of hours to get enough. And there we go, that should be all. How about we get the endstone next? And for this, we're actually going to use some TNT. If you didn't know, by placing 2 pieces of TNT 3 blocks deep, you can actually gather lots of endstone without getting bored. The last items we need are 3,273 observers. Each observer requires 1 quartz, 2 redstone, and 6 cobble. Cool, these should be good. Now we gotta craft 4 shulkers of pistons. How about we just load all of these shulkers up with cobble? That should be good. Then 12 shulkers of wooden planks, 4 shulkers of iron, and 4 of redstone. And now we gotta craft all of the pistons up. There we are. These pistons check off all 49,000 items needed for the quarry. Oh man, it's time to build the quarry. It's sort of a tradition in the Minecraft tech community to name your quarry after a real life place. So from here on out, I will refer to the quarry as Texas. First of all, we gotta start with placing the layer of stone slabs on the lowest level. This next layer is extremely complex. I'm not gonna pretend I have any clue how this works. I really want to thank Desu, and Javi for designing this quarry, as well as JKM for literally answering all of my questions, sending me tutorials for the redstone machines, and giving his time and energy to help me make this project. I'll be providing links to all of their socials in the description of this video. Please go check them out and show some support. I spent several days building the machine, following the blueprints, and being attacked by phantoms until finally the quarry was completely finished. This is the final block right here. Yes, sir. So I know we've done the trenches and made the machine, but we can't quite run it yet. One thing I need to check in this region is that there aren't any blocks that go over y equals 134. Seems like these blocks are a little high. Beacon time. Great, that can be checked off. The final thing we need to do to prepare this land is to remove every single immovable block from the 40 million block region. That means every piece of obsidian, every spawner, every chest, skulk sensor, catalyst, and shrieker needs to be removed. And now you gotta realize that finding every one of these blocks and removing them would be simply impossible with 100% certainty if I didn't have some sort of external help. JKM once again offered a solution. He coded a script that can find every one of these blocks and tell me the coordinates to them. After giving the program a seed, he sent me a file which contained all of the chords. Thank you again, JKM. What the heck is happening? Okay, so look at that. That Skulk Shrieker has a waypoint, which allows me to quickly find it and then break it. So I'll have to go to every one of these waypoints and mine all of the blocks. Time for all of this obby. Next to all of the spawners. And there we go, every immovable block removed from the land. Oh wait, what about these reinforced deep slate blocks? Well, we could just mine these. But that took 3 minutes and there are like 80 of these. I think I have a better idea, but it's gonna require some redstone. Lever, and then we need to set up a redstone grate around it. Now let's go on top and set up a row of pistons. And then we need to place some redstone blocks above the pistons and extend all of them. Finally, remove all of the redstone blocks. Now by going down, I can quickly just... Yup, so my game has now entered lag mode. Basically, because we overloaded the game by spamming that lever, we can now break these pistons and replace them so they look, well, kinda weird. And then just wait. And boom, an entire row of deep slate broken just like that. Now, I just gotta repeat this for the rest of these blocks. There we go. For real, now all of the immovable blocks are removed. Okay, that's it. We're done with prepping the land. There's just one last thing we need to do before running the quarry, and that's to make the storage for it. Now, this is easier said than done because there are going to be over 40 million items coming into the storage, and I want them to all be sorted and loaded into shulker boxes. I'm going to spend the rest of the night trying to design something on a creative world, and then we'll get back to you when I'm done. All right, everyone, it's the next day, and I finished designing what I like to call the Giga storage. So to build this on the hardcore world, we first need to collect about 7,000 chests, then about 3 shulkers full of hoppers, plus some more redstone goodies, and then 4 stacks of every item that's going to be sorted. From the research I did, my quarry, Texas, is going to collect about 25 different types of items. So we're going to be collecting for a while. And finally, 4 stacks of diamonds. There we go, that should be everything. Now to build the storage. Right over here should be fine. I'm gonna just start with placing all the lower chests. And there we are. Now to build the shulker box loaders. So apparently all of these combined can sort over 2 million items per hour. I think we're definitely gonna be set. And to actually make these sort, we have to put all the items from earlier into each of the hoppers. Oh yeah, all of those chests there are for shulker boxes, but that'll be for later. Now, this is the input of the storage, so all the items will be going into here. Now I need to think about how to actually connect this to the quarry. I think we could try to set up a water stream down here or something. Let me just first clear this floor out a little bit. Now, what if I place some gravel here to make some walls of some sort? Okay, cool. Then we place a bunch of iron trapdoors, signs, and water. This is a super basic water stream, but I think it should work perfectly. And that should be it. I think it's ready. Wait. I gotta load this up with shulkers. If the Texas quarry is gonna collect 40 million items, and each shulker holds 1,728 items, then we need 24,000 shulker boxes. Well, that's not a problem in the slightest because I might have AFK'd my shulker farm overnight for a couple of days. So we'll take all these materials to the storage, then just craft all the shulkers up, and yeah, we should be more than set. Finally, this should be the last batch of shulkers. I'm done. It's ready. Okay, so I've double and triple checked everything. It all looks good. I think we're ready to run it. It's taken me 45 hours and a month of my time to get to this point. In 3, 2, 1. Yo! Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's pulling the blocks out. Goodness, why the heck is this so satisfying to watch? Okay, what's gonna happen when it gets to the top? Water seems to be falling down. The TNT is launching. This will have to go all the way to the top. And then here comes the final flying machines. Here come the items. That is a lot of items from a single slice, and they're still coming in. Well then, I have to let my computer run for 168 hours for the quarry to finish mining this entire area. Wow, it's been a week for me, but only a couple of seconds for you. But oh boy, look at this area. A 300 by 1000 block region of land completely mined out. I actually want to check how many items we got. First of all, cobblestone. Well, it appears I have approximately 14 million cobblestone, 12 million deep slate, millions of andesite, granite, and diorite, terracotta, diamonds, and oh yes, dirt. Oh yes. I have a massive problem. You see, I've spent the last year upgrading the end dimension from a boring old end island to this ultra intergalactic energy harvesting spaceship. And I even had a cool idea to make the inside of this ship a museum of everything. So I first trapped all 86 mobs in the game and then sorta just stopped. Cut 200 days later and well, this place is still... So today we're going to fix this by recreating 68 different biomes, which include an entire custom ocean, the deep dark, oh my gosh, and finally the new 1.20 cherry blossom biome. So let's get started, and first, the inside of this atrocious place has got to be decorated. Let's start with placing some concrete to outline these hallways. Oh yeah, that's a good start. Now I want to get some sea lanterns on the floor to make it feel more futuristic. And yeah, we're all out of sea lanterns. Now let's use these on the floor. Then I want to put some glass on top. And okay, yeah, there's the first hallway done. What you think? I don't know why I asked that. It's not like I'm gonna get an answer. So then if we just copy this to the other 4 sides. I also went ahead and made this little water column here so we can just drop down and exit the ship or ride it upwards to get back in. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. What I'm not happy with though is this area. Let's go ahead and change that. Obviously I got the plan for all 68 biomes, but I have no clue where to build them. So first things first, we need to mark out the location for all of them. Oh gosh, this is gonna be tricky. 5, 3, 4, this goes 3, 3, 3, and that's it. And that wasn't too bad. If that were true. What's next? 4, 5, 3, wait, no, dang it, I lost count. Is this the third one? Oh, no, wait, that's the second. Oh no, that means they're all wrong. Well, what counts is that I got it done eventually, right? Right? So now that we got the concrete outlines there, I want to come in and start placing where all the biomes are going to go. Super fast sign placing montage! Except these custom biomes you're not going to get to see until later. So that's everything planned, and now I guess we got to start. Over here it looks like it's the desert. Okay, perfect. So to a desert we go. Let's get started. Got to gather all the desert blocks. Hi, skeleton. Hi, skeleton. Oh my gosh. Why are there so many skeletons down here? Then I also want to get the blocks from this temple because they'll be useful later. Okay, don't hit the... Dang it. That was a big explosion. But what's funny is at the end of the year, I'm going to explode 1 TNT for every subscriber the channel has. So please subscribe. Cool, that should be everything we need. Now let's start building. I'd like all of this stone to be covered by the desert. So when you walk down here, you only see sand. Let's start placing it down. Then let's terraform the ground a little to make it feel less tubular. Also, what if we add a desert well? Well, yeah, that looks good. Sometimes desert biomes have floating sand. Gotta place some string and then sand. Perfect. And there we go. That is the first biome done. Now we have the void. Yes, I know. I am in the end dimension building the void. How pointless. But once we get this concrete in, it's gonna work. Because I want to get some of my nether stars and item frames, and then we're kind of gonna just dot these throughout the concrete. When I put my invisible item frames texture pack on, we got some stars. Oh yeah, that's a real flex. The third one we gotta do is the mushroom fields. First we need some mycelium. Then we need mushroom blocks and dirt. The mushroom fields are pretty plain. They usually just have a floor of like all mycelium, but hopefully when we add the walls, actually I don't like that. What if we instead make this place like a massive mushroom and like maybe for the walls we do mushroom blocks instead? Shoot, that actually looks really good. Wait. What about adding some brown mushrooms on the walls? Okay, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Then maybe on the ground we could do like 2 tall, like maybe 3 by 3 of these. I wanted to add some smaller like red mushrooms. Then how about for the roof we do some more of those red mushrooms? Finally, we can put some red glazed terracotta in the ceiling to give a little detail. These first 3 biomes are nothing compared to what I want to do next. I want to make every ocean biome in the game, and from the research I did, there are 10. Now, I will say I actually streamed one of these biomes to get a good feel for it, and let's just say I'm gonna scrap the design of having each ocean separated, and instead we're gonna have them all connected into one massive water tunnel. But to build this water tunnel the best way possible, we're gonna need to go on a little day trip. The place we're going is about 2.5 hours away, so it's gonna be a little bit of a drive. We are here. Are you ready for the grand reveal? The San Antonio Aquarium. Oh, there it is. So this is what we're going to be making in the Minecraft world. Looking at this, we obviously got the glass. Then there's like the outside water and fish. But then we have more subtle things like this coral as well as this cool underwater structure. Now, why did I have to come all the way out here for one shot? So let's just start with placing the glass in for the tunnel. And then finally, we're going to block off this whole wall with glass. Before we flood the place with water, I gotta terraform all of this place. Oh, goodness. Ah, that's right. I can't just use gravel or sand for the walls because it's just gonna fall. But I think sandstone and andesite could work fine as replacements. I bet the quarry from the last episode. Do you think we have enough andesite? Do you think we have enough andesite? That took 4 hours, bruh. But it's all gonna be worth it because now we gotta flood this whole room with water. Now, what's the best way to do this? Honestly, ice is an option. The only problem is I think when you break it, yeah, it doesn't turn into water. But that's not a big deal because I guess what we could do is just melt the ice using something like campfires. Okay, yeah, so let's then go to the ice farm and get a ton of this stuff. And then we're gonna place this on the bottom of every single block in here. I think the barrel dude, the fisher, that's right. He sells campfires, so we're gonna buy a bunch of these. Then let's just start by placing them all under the ice. At this point, it's actually starting to get hard to breathe down here, so let's get a conduit to fix that. Ah, that's better. And there, this whole room has been flooded. It's kind of crazy that I'm still in the end dimension. Now that we got all the water, let's make these actually feel like separate biomes. And first we got the cold ocean biome. I'm gonna have to place some kelp and seagrass, maybe also a drowned monument of sorts. Next we have the frozen ocean, gotta get some ice. Yes, I love when the storage just has every item I need without me having to craft anything. Then let's place this ice like... That's like an ice spike thingy. Yeah, it works. And on the floor, we're actually not going to be doing any seagrass or kelp because the frozen oceans don't seem to have any. Next, we're going to be doing the lukewarm ocean. Deep ocean. How is the deep frozen ocean any different than the frozen ocean? So I went ahead and also finished up the deep warm ocean, normal ocean, deep cold ocean, and the deep lukewarm ocean biomes. So that should be all the basic parts finished. But now I want to make this place feel more full by adding some of the underwater structures you'd normally find. And in these chests, we'll put a buried treasure, some diamonds, and a single enchanted golden apple. Great, and one last thing we need are fish. So we got 2 empty shulkers here. I'd say let's just fill all these buckets up with different tropical fish. And voila. You fishes are about to go on a journey to the nether and the end. Here you all go. Dang, these look really good. I can't wait to see the end result once every biome in this entire ring is done. So next we're gonna do all of the end biomes, and that's going to require a lot of black concrete. Hopefully this is enough. Anyways, because these biomes are pretty simple, let's just place this concrete and make a full ring. That's the first one done. Now we have to do this 4 more times. Alright, that's good. So now that we have the void placed in, I want to start with the end biome in the end biome. That's worse than when I built the void. We're going to need a lot of endstone. That's not going to be anywhere near enough. Which means I'm going to have to set up a beacon out here and then just mine a bunch of endstone. This is like 45 minutes of my life in 2 boxes, but that should definitely be enough to get started with building the islands. So this biome is supposed to be like a mini version of the main end island. Hopefully this looks okay. All right, before any of you flame me for how plain it is, let's get some obsidian and craft these end crystals so it looks like the actual end island. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to add more nether stars. Cool, that's the end. In the end completed. I'm gonna just stop saying that, it's not funny anymore. We still have 4 more end islands, but these are almost exactly the same, so... There's the end midlands. And highlands. Wait, how is this any different? These 2 biomes look exactly the same. And there we go, the end barrens and the small end islands are done. At least for the small end islands, it's somewhat different because I wanted to make this floating rock here. Kind of cool. What I find funny is that we've completed 18 biomes now, but we still haven't done a single nether one. Let's change things up and get the materials for all 5. Here we go. That's a piglin brute. Whatever I do, I cannot fall down there. Yo, oh no, no, no. I'm okay. Now we need to get some of these warped. I can't seem to say that. I also want to get some ores for the walls. What about some ancient debris? Nah, that'd take too long. There's no shot. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I got 31 pieces of ancient debris. TNT, here's fine. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Whoa. Anyways, I think that should be everything we need. Now we can start on the nether wastes biome with a simple outline. Kind of just terraform these walls to look a little better. Some ores. Yes, ancient debris for display. I added a lava waterfall from the roof as well, and then some glowstone around it. I kind of like the idea of the biomes almost like eating into this pathway. It just feels more immersive. Oh wait, the basalt deltas has one of those end portals there. Okay, I have a really cool idea for that, but first we need to make a bunch of basalt spikes. Also some magma and maybe some blackstone to add some detail here. Yeah, that floor is looking really nice. Now I also kind of want to add a nether fortress there in the wall to give it some more depth. What you think about that? Pretty fancy? Also wait, oh yes they do! So campfires emit smoke, and what if I just put some of these under the lava to make it look more bubbly or something? I almost forgot about that gateway there. Let me just try something. So I changed the nether fortress out for a blaze spawner, and this gateway is the spawner. Why does this thing look so cool? This biome has probably got to be my favorite one, at least until we do the cherry blossom one. For the soul sand valley, we need an outline of soul sand, then some bones, ores, glowstone, and finally wither skeleton skulls. For the crimson forest, we need an outline of blocks, then ores, trees, and lots of lava waterfalls. Finally, the warped forest. Yes, cool. That seems pretty good for this one. Now we need to address why Endermen are spawning here. Stop writing that comment saying I'm in the end dimension, Endermen spawned here. I have a mob switch right here, right? Yeah, so basically back when I made this whole ship, I trapped 70 zombie villagers in here, which essentially tricks Minecraft into thinking it's peaceful mode, and it won't spawn any Endermen, as you can see. Okay, it's broken. How did you two spawn? Oh, I see. Oh, that's bad. So these two zombie villagers somehow picked up items in their hands, and because of that, Minecraft can now spawn 2 Endermen, which isn't the worst deal, but if you know me, I'm like borderline OCD, and it's gotta be perfect. So to fix this, we have 2 options. 1, I can bring 2 more zombie villagers here, which will be incredibly hard because it's in the middle of this entire end chip. The other option is to get those zombies to drop the items. And there's only one way I can think of to do that. We need to cure all of the zombies. So we're obviously gonna need some golden apples and then a bunch of weakness potions. Is this gonna be enough? Also, a bunch of hopper minecarts. We need these because as soon as the zombies turn into villagers, they drop their items. But if there's still other zombies in the pit, then they're gonna pick up those items instantly. The cool thing about minecarts is, look. Yes, these items get picked up through blocks. So I'm gonna have to set up a bunch of these under the zombies. It would be horrible if I accidentally broke a block and they all fell down here. Now this grid should be good. Okay, now for the moment of truth. Time to cure all of these guys. Yeah, if I fell in there, that would be literal death. Let's not. Let's get all of these and I guess just chuck them all onto the zombies. Next, the golden apples. Now I just wait. Oh, there's the first one. Oh yeah, now the wave of them are getting cured. And that's the last one. This next part probably qualifies me as a sociopath, but let's reconvert all of them back into zombies. There's the first one. Oh boy, it's spreading. So many. Oh my gosh. And poor fellow. Well, the question we all have, did it work? Yes, it did. We got the 2 stone blocks from them. Oh yeah, no more Endermen. That is pretty nice. Sweet, now I can work in peace. I guess we can start on the mesa here. So, yeah. Why am I still here? I need to be collecting blocks. I'm gonna have to harvest like all of these blocks to make the mesa. It would not be a Wunba video without phantoms. Now let's just start with the floor. Then I kind of want to come in here and make the layered terracotta colors that you'd see in a mesa. Oh, what if we had a little mine shaft here? Then maybe bring some planks out. Then let's bring these fences upwards. And this sort of just needs to mold around the mine shaft. Let's also make this mine shaft feel more realistic. We need TNT. I just had a really bad idea. What if we trapped a charged creeper in there? Okay, but first we need an ender pearl. There it goes. Pause. Okay, lower that. And then let's get back to the ship. All right, and now that we're out of the end, I can just raise that. We had to do that because when the charged creeper goes through the end portal, and I also do, it's gonna explode. But when we go through now, the ender pearl should teleport me away from the creeper. Please, rain, thunder. If it always comes back, what happens if I throw it and fly away? Oh, I just avoided. Oh, there it is, there it is. Oh my gosh, yo, I got away. Yes. Oh, okay. I can't remember the last time I had this much fun in Minecraft. Oh yeah, it's raining. And thunder, finally! I had to wait like an hour for that thunderstorm. Oh yeah, I also name tagged all the creepers Mr. Bean. All right, Mr. Bean, follow me carefully. And great, he's in the end. All right, this seems risky. Please. Yes, the ender pearl worked. Oh yes, that is a relief. Mr. Creeper, are you there? Yes, you are. Okay. Just follow me, bud. Okay, he's in the ship. Come on. Now, if this creeper explodes the TNT, I am so dead. Come on. Yes. Block all this off. And yeah, dude, we got a charged creeper. All right, next let's build the eroded badlands. We still got a basic floor, but then this nice sky and also the eroded spikes with the terracottas. Next, we have the wooded badlands biome. I like that this little mountain sort of merges up there. And there we are. That biome makes the count up to 26. And while we're still doing these warm biomes, how about we get the 3 savannas out of the way? First of all, the savanna plateau. And the walls, trees, grass, and yeah, it's basic, but it works. The normal savanna and the windswept savanna. The pain I went through making that mountain. It's terrible. No, that doesn't. Why can't this just look good? Well, it's done. That's what matters. And we can move on to the lush cave. So about the lush cave, we're not gonna build it yet. Because one of my Discord friends suggested that I should try to get a blue axolotl to make the video more interesting. And I'd like to put it in the lush cave. From the research I did, apparently the only way to get a blue axolotl is to breed 2 random colors of axolotls. And then there's a 1 in 1200 chance that the baby is blue. How hard can this be? So let's get some glass and stone. And I guess I just gotta find some axolotls. Oh yes, that wasn't too bad. We're gonna take all this stuff over to the coral reef. And yeah, this place should be perfect because axolotls need tropical fish to breed and tropical fish spawn here. All right, let me just set up the axolotl enclosure. Here guys, you can go into the water. Let's go get some fish for them. I have a 5-minute timer on my iPad, and every time that goes off, that alerts me when I need to breed the axolotls. And then when it's ticking, we can collect all the tropical fish. So if it's only 1 in 1200, then doesn't that mean that someone could technically get it on their first try? Maybe we'll get lucky. Well, no luck for day 1. I bred about 400 axolotls according to the stats. Guys, it's the next day, and I'm gonna just fill all of these shulkers up with fish and then start breeding them. Yeah, I didn't get it today, and I'm also officially unlucky because I didn't get it before 1200. Day 3, time for 2000 fish. Oh my gosh, I wish I could say I was joking, but I've bred over 2000 axolotls and still not gotten it. Day 4, day 5, day 6. All right, this is it. I spent all day yesterday collecting all of these shulkers of tropical fish. If this still isn't enough, then I'm just gonna give up, because this is absurd. I've bred over 3,800 axolotls and still not gotten it. Wait, why are so many people saying there's blue? And it only took 4,835 axolotls. For anyone wondering, the odds of my luck being that bad are about 1%. My goodness though, let's breed this axolotl. All right, 50-50 chance. Finally, now we just wait for 5 minutes and breed them again. I'm gonna call this one Rubens, this one Bob, and this one Jake Soley. I'm gonna take all these blue ones back to the other axolotl place. And yeah, actually, now blue ones go in the water. And now let's just get some of these tropical fish and start breeding them up some more. I have about 1,500 axolotls in this pit now. Real question, do you think this is enough or should we try to get more someday? My game is really, really laggy. I need to get out of here. Wait, what? How did all of these biomes get made? I did not do this. Just kidding. When I was breeding the axolotls, I got bored quite often, so whenever I took a break, I came over here and built a few biomes. We can now check off the birch, dark, flower, taiga, big taiga, bigger taiga, snowy taiga, windswept, and normal forest biomes. Oh wait, I almost forgot the old growth birch forest. Mojang, one question. Why? Why does this biome exist? I also finished the jungle, bamboo jungle, and the sparse jungle, the ice spikes, the mushroom field shore, stony shore, snowy plains, snowy beach, frozen river, and the unfrozen river. That's just a normal river. Then the windswept gravelly hills, the grove, meadow, the swamp, plains, sunflower plains, and finally, all 4 mountain biomes. I almost passed out saying all of that, but I believe that brings the total up to 61 biomes finished. We just have a few of the fun ones left, then the deep dark, which I really don't want to do, and finally our 3 custom biomes to finish up the entire project. So first up, I want to fill in this area with the mangrove biome, which I do not have any of the blocks for. Let's get some of these shulkers and go to the mangrove to get some items. All right, yeah, that should be good. Now I want to start by placing this mud in to surround the entire room. Now we got to remove this pathway temporarily so we can grow a tree. Let's grow 2. Maybe we can have like a little pool down here, some lily pads, And up there, because it's so plain, how about we add some leaves or something? Yeah, cover up everything ugly with leaves and it'll be good. All right, yeah, that's great for the mangrove. Next, we have the deep dark. I'm kind of afraid of the warden. Let's just say I haven't had the best of times with him in the past. Last episode, when we made the quarry, a few times it actually ran through ancient cities. Let's just quietly mine these. Oh no. There it is. No, that's the second time. How about we purposely spawn the warden up here so we can reset the 3 shrieks? That is always the most terrifying thing. Okay, we should be safe up here. Oh boy, the warden's hiding back there. All right, here, let's go over to this. We'll swap that out. All right. Nice. All right, we got a good spot here. Oh wait, here there's... Oh my gosh. Yo, where is he? Where is he? He's up there. He's up there. He's up there. Oh my gosh. Run. Oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Where is he? Where is he? Oh my gosh. Go. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. Yo. Elytra. Oh my gosh. Yes, come on. I'm shaking here. Fireworks. Oh my gosh. I was so close to dying there. Here, let's get extra totems. Do you really think I'd be that careless on my real world? That is what my imagination thought would happen, and what really happened was something more like this. Whoa, okay. Leave. There we go. Alright, let me just get the rest of the materials we needed. Anyways, now we can build this. I want to start by placing the skulk around the whole area. Then we can kind of spam these things around. Also, I want to make a little ancient city thingy here. And great, that is the deep dark biome finished. Only 5 more biomes, then we're done. Right here, we're going to do the dripstone caves. For this one, we're going to make it feel just like a cave with lots of stone, ores, spikes, and then a waterfall that goes right through the pathway. For the lush cave, I want to put the axolotls we got from earlier in here. Yeah, that's nice. Right over here, we can put our 2 blue axolotls. Ooh, I got an idea. This one, Jake Sully, can go in the Avatar Islands. You get that reference, right? Anyways, I think that should be good for the lush cave. And that also means we've completed every single biome Minecraft has. But we still have 3 more spots to fill in. And these are going to be for the custom biomes. The first custom biome we're going to make is the geode. Geodes usually have a lot of smooth basalt, which we seem to have a lot of. Then some calcite, and of course, the amethyst blocks. Great, that should be it. Right here, we're gonna build the Wunba classic, a pizza bio. Here's the cheese for the pizza. Next, we have to add like gooey cheese, then our pepperoni. I don't need to tell you what this is. Finally, let's just put the crust on our pizza, which finishes the bio. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one final biome. That is the new 1.20 cherry blossom biome. We're gonna start by using this wood to make almost like an archway. If you've ever seen photos of redwood trees that you can walk through or something, that's kind of what I want here. For the leaves, we're going to use a bunch of pink blocks, the first of which is pink wool, which I don't have any of. So I guess we got to go to the wool farm. All right, sheeps, give me your wool. Why did I dye these sheep white when I need pink wool? Anyways, now let's build the leaves. Those leaves look really good. Maybe also on the ground we add like a little water pool. And then I could put a pink axolotl in here so it matches the biome. Finally, we just need to add some flowers. And here it is, the final block. What's the biggest thing you've built in Minecraft? A small house? A medium house? What about an absolutely gargantuan mega structure consisting of over 580,000 blocks? No one? Really? Well, I have a plan to build that in my hardcore world. But first, it requires me collecting all the items for it. These ones are easy and done, while these ones are not. So today I'm going to actually get those items by building 3 of the fastest possible farms. Holy cow. So the first item I want to farm is 32,314 frog lights. Essentially, to get the frog lights, we're going to need a bunch of magma cubes to spawn and then go through portals where we'll have the frogs eat them and then turn them into frog lights. Which is why we need a basalt deltas biome, because it's the only place magma cubes can spawn. Let's go through this portal. Okay, sweet, an ocean. Yeah, this will be perfect. So not only did we need a basalt deltas for the magma cubes, but we're also making a guardian farm, which means I need an ocean monument. Not even 50 blocks from the portal, I coincidentally found one. So because these farms will be over the ocean, I think it'd be cool to decorate them by building an oil rig on top. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's come up with a game plan. First, I want to build the farms, then we'll move on to a creative world where we can design the oil rig, and finally we'll follow a blueprint and build it on the hardcore world. Okay, we should probably clear this monument so we don't get mining fatigue while building. Break that, that, and that. Now that the monument's cleared, we have to plan out the locations for the 3 farms. These 2 have to be pretty far apart because otherwise the portals will link together and everything will break. Alright, so first up, we have the Froglight farm, and it's going to go right here. According to the block list, we're going to have to collect over 10,000 blocks. So I better get started. Now, the design I went for is by Shroom, and supposedly it's going to make about 40,000 Froglights an hour. If you're curious to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description. First of all, we need 4,400 black stained glass. We do have the glass, but not the dye. So I quickly traversed to the Wither Rose farm in the end. I AFK'd there for a few minutes and in no time had enough Wither Roses to turn all the glass into black stained glass. Now we need some black concrete, which I do seem to have, and then some mud, which I don't. So looks like we need to head over to the mangrove swamp. Next, some rails, and let's go ahead and just power those. Then a few redstone materials. And the last thing we need are 17 amethyst clusters, which I believe we can find in geodes. Is this just it? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, so 16 more of these. There we go. That is everything we need for the Froglight farm. So that block list was actually pretty easy. The later Shroomlight and Guardian farms are going to be much, much harder. So I feel like we should actually warm up by building the Froglight farm first and then get the materials for the other 2 afterwards. So to actually start building this, it should be relatively simple. I just need to follow the blueprint tutorial. What in the what now? So see how this says that these are incorrect? I think that's because I actually need to put lava buckets into each of them. And so I spent the next couple of hours building up the farms, struggling with rails. Freaking dingleberry. This isn't working. Placing glass and making water streams. So it's been a little bit and I think we're almost done, but now I need to like flood these entire cubes with water. I think we can do that by just putting water on top and then like coming down here below and sort of filling these parts in. Cool. That was awkward. Anyways, those item filters should now mean the Froglight sorter is working. So lastly, we just got to add some chests. And then I'm going to just fill all these up with shulker boxes. All right, so now that we're done with the overworld part, I think we just got to rip the band-aid off and get all the frogs into the farm. By my calculations, we need 140. So we're gonna need some shulkers and these. Then interesting trivia fact, you know how you can give frogs slime balls to breed? Not many people know this, but if you give them slime blocks instead, they actually just explode. Oh, how many people do you think just paused the video to go and try that? Anyways, we're gonna set up a frog enclosure here and then start breeding them. We got this little place here, and now I'd like to fill all these shulkers up with tadpole buckets. Okay, so it took me a little bit, but I've bred up all the orange frogs and then took the tadpoles over here to the savanna so we could get some of the white ones, and then some more over here to the snowy biome so we could get the green ones. Before we move any of these guys, I do want to build the nether side of this farm, which basically just entails placing a couple thousand obsidian. After I had built the nether portals, it was time to move the frogs into the farm. Someone on stream had the smart idea of getting the orange frogs into the farm by just placing the tadpoles in the water, and because it's a plains biome, they'll become the right color. For the green and the white frogs though, I had to use leads to grab the frogs and then pull them through portals. For the most part, it was easy enough, although there was the occasional outlier. If you don't go through the freaking portal now, I'll dox you. Let's not question my tactics. It did work, and that's what matters. And there we are. Those are all the frogs we need. The final thing we gotta do is light these portals, and then the farm is done. All right, we gotta at least test it. I believe I just have to come up here on this platform, and then in the overworld, a bunch of magma cubes should be drowning in the water and then turning into mini cubes, where they then fall onto the frogs and become their dinner. Nice! That's the first farm working! So in theory, to get all the frog lights I need, I should just have to AFK here overnight, and I will have enough. Alright then, let's go ahead and move on to the next one, the Shroomlight farm. And you know, I'm just genuinely so pumped to make this. So let's start with getting all these lower items. Ooh, interesting. It looks like it requires 2 pieces of 1-bite ore. Huh? Now it's saying I gotta get 6 buckets of powdered snow. And you know, I never actually have this stuff here, so we're gonna take all of these buckets and go fill them up. I just realized I have no clue where a Snowy Peaks biome is. That took me like 45 minutes to find. $362 buckets of lava. Well, there's only one way to do this. Finally, pistons, glass, stone, and then 6,729 polished deep slate. Items have been acquired. What? No, you didn't see those. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, I somehow managed to make a chest monster in my literal storage system. That's like the Oxford Dictionary definition of the meaning of the word oxymoron. As I built the Shroomlight farm, I realized the task was much larger than I had initially expected. Mostly because the phantoms kept attacking me and knocking me off. Alright, we're gonna fill in these. No, what did I do? No, I was having a ton of fun, as you can clearly tell. So right over here, I want to start the main bone meal towers. Basically, this Shroomlight farm goes in the middle, and then to get the Shroomlights, you need warped fungus trees. But to get those, you need warped fungi, and then bone meal to grow it. So on a creative world, I got this basic design by Dave Rooney, and then put 2 of these massive bone meal towers on the sides, which should be enough to keep it running forever. Back on the hardcore world, I built the bone meal towers layer by layer. They weren't necessarily the hardest thing to build, but just time consuming, because I needed to place lava, fill the dispensers with buckets, and then place water on the ground. By the end of the first tower, I had spent 80 hours on the farm. I'm kidding. It only took 5 hours. Okay, before we do the other tower, I need a mental break. So how about we do the middle section and get it out of the way? Thank goodness I have this blueprint, because this redstone is beyond my comprehension. And so I built the farm, and it was all very routine until... How is it floating? Hold on. Wait, can I still press it? I have literally no clue how I got a floating button. Does redstone? No, I broke it. Well, that was pretty weird, but anyways, we got these TNT blast chambers to build next. Wait, why is it starting? Like I said, I was having a ton of fun. And before I knew it, the second bone meal tower was finished. And here we are, the farm is finished. So by flicking this lever, the bone meal towers are gonna turn on and then start producing bone meal. Except for right now, they're gonna be really slow because they're mostly empty. So I'll let them run for maybe like an hour until they're fully filled up. It's been 45 minutes and we're starting to get this extra bone meal just going into the lava. All right, so it's time to run the farm. 3, 2, 1. Wait a moment. This isn't how it's no! I fixed the farm and verified everything. Then, with the flick of a lever, the farm was running perfectly. So, in just a couple minutes of running the farm, we got over a full shulker of shroom lights. And once I run this overnight, we should be able to get all 30,000 easily. Just like that, I had completed 2 of the OP farms. But as crazy as these are, they're nothing compared to the final farm. I found a design by Nembon for a guardian farm that produces over 500,000 items every hour. However, to make this farm, we first need to clear all of this water, which is going to require a lot of sand. And you know, no, actually, I don't want to use this sand because everyone uses normal sand. How about we use this red sand just for the heck of it? And now we need a little platform above the monument for our shulkers and chests and stuff. And then how about a conduit so I can breathe underwater? And a beacon for all the effects. Now that I can breathe, we're going to come in here and just begin marking out an outline. And there we go, the walls are in. Now we're gonna drain this entire place using redstone machines, but first we gotta remove all of the kelp and seagrass so they can run. Then the whole monument actually needs to be cleared, so... And also to answer any questions why there aren't any guardians spawning, it's because I have a mob switch that's preventing them all from spawning. But anyways, now we got this entire region. But it still has water, and for the farm to run, it's all gotta go. So I was thinking the best way to do this would be to use redstone machines that move through the water and drain it as they go. And fortunately, from the research I did, this machine can do that pretty easily, and the block list is even pretty simple. So we'll begin by making some sand and leaf outlines here. Finally, those machines need to go up top. Break these, place those. Nice, the machines should be all ready. Ah, I always hate this. Perfect, they've started up. Are they gonna switch to... Yes, awesome, it works. Then we'll just have to sit here for a little while these flying machines clear away this entire region. It's been a few minutes, the machine did break once, but for the most part I got all the water cleared, and now we just have to come in here with some sponges to drain the rest. Then dry them in the nether, and repeat. You there, humanoids watching this video. I wanted to tell you that I'm training for a marathon, and to help motivate myself, I will run 10 feet for every subscriber this video gets. If you want me to go touch grass, then please click that button and help me run a marathon. I spent a few minutes clearing away all the stone, flattening the ground, and filling in the gaps so as to make the area perfect. Well, here we are. One massive pit in the ground where our ocean monument once was. Okay, let's build this thing. The farm does require 36,000 items to build, but I actually don't expect it to be that bad. Because look at this. The first thing we need are 2 shulkers of verdant frog lights. Well, isn't that convenient? Because we got that farm we built. It's almost as if that was intentional. It absolutely was not intentional. Then 4 shulkers of obsidian, 4 shulkers of smooth stone, and 5 shulkers of soul sand, which we're gonna have to go out and like collect. Whoa, okay, that could have been a lot worse. Finally, we just need 15,000 glass, which can be easily obtained by taking sand to the super smelter and then cooking it all up. And there we are. Once more, all the items for the farm have been collected. And yeah, this technically is the last thing I want to build, but I still want to decorate it. Anyways, I quickly made this nether side for the guardian farm. Essentially, the guardians are going to fall from up there and then splat onto the ground where their carcasses are going to get pushed by these pistons into the hoppers, and then I'll collect the drops. That was a disgusting way of saying that. So that's one side of the farm done easily, but over here... Okay, how about we start by just cleaning up this area a bit? First things first, I wanted to clean up the floor and make the walls just all red sand so it's neater. And then I also put all the shulkers of items over here. So first, let's get these blocks and just mark out a frame for this thing. As you can see, this farm is pretty huge. I simply followed the tutorial and the hours flew by. Now, from building the first few layers, I expected this project to be easy until I got to the water sections. Well, it turns out each of these rectangular prisms needs to be full of water sources so that the bubbles will lift the guardians upwards. So maybe I can just put some grass like right here. And then the water can make a full... Why isn't this working? Oh, shoot. So I actually need an extra layer of blocks too, so that the water can make a full source. I'll quickly do this to the rest of this section. Yeah, okay, so to get the water to flow, let's break these. And perfect. As you can see though, I'm not floating in here. That's because the water just isn't made of full sources yet. So next thing we'll do is we'll take some kelp and bone meal and then sort of just grow all of these up. Wait, seriously? I have to keep the blocks in before growing the kelp because some smart aleck at Mojang thought it would be nice to make kelp grow past water into air. I'm just kidding. It's all fun and games, Mojang. Minecraft is awesome the way it is. The farm percentage increased. I quickly got the second and the third layers in, then just repeated the same process with the kelp. Finally, some of the kelp hadn't fully grown, so I took some bone meal and went into every one of the containers and grew all of the kelp to ensure that every water source was full. It's been a few hours, everyone, and the last thing we need to do is remove all the kelp, grass, and then light the portals. Now, as we remove this grass, I think I can just come in here and also light the portals. Yes! I know the video didn't look like it, but this farm easily took me at least 15 hours to build, so I am so excited to see if it works. So typically you can run this farm on single player, but for the video I created a copy of my world and then spawned a player in the overworld so we can see the nether side of it running. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Wow. That's actually crazy. And just like that, the third and final farm was created. I had already spent over 40 hours on the project, but this is only the beginning because I still want to add decorations to the farms. All right, so the plan for the decoration is to make a massive oil rig that's going to sit on top of the guardian farm, completely hiding that hideous red sand cube there. Typically, this type of thing isn't the easiest to design on hardcore mode, so we're actually going to hop onto a creative world and get planning. So I want to inspire myself by doing as much research as I can on oil rigs, and also that way the one that we make is going to be much more realistic and it's just going to look a lot cooler. I found a really cool oil rig called the Brent Delta located in the United Kingdom. I think this would be a cool inspiration to try and replicate. First off, we have the pillars that are holding the entire rig up. Now, an interesting thing I learned about oil rigs is that they actually don't connect to the ocean floor. These are like massive tubes that allow thousands of tons of metal to just float on the water. I know, it's crazy, right? I of course had the next question of how do the oil rigs balance? Because if there's like one pillar, what's just keeping it from plopping over or something? And what I found about these oil rigs is that they sometimes attach massive cables to the ocean floor on all the sides to fix that problem. So for our build, we're going to try to make some of these massive pillars and then just begin with having them float on the water. The other cool fact about oil rigs is that they're usually built on land and then shipped to sea, just like we're doing in the creative world and then shipping it to the hardcore world once it's designed. I feel like we now know enough to at least get started. If you remember Shovel from the Avatar Islands video, he's a master builder who's going to offer me some assistance with essentially creating steps for me to work through, because I'm going to be honest, I have no clue where to begin with making this.
So this rig is pretty chaotic. There's a bunch of different stuff like crates, scaffolding, platforms, and cranes.
So where would you say is like the best place to start?
You might want to make all these assets individually first and then paste them together afterwards.
Oh yeah, I'll try that. So I first built a few crate designs with different shapes, sizes, and colors. These are going to make up the main structure of the oil rig. As you can see in the photo, it has a lot of levels to it, so hopefully these can replicate that accurately. Next, I used some commands to build some scaffolding. We have the gray ones and the yellow ones. I always say how much fun this type of building is because you can just be so much more creative when you aren't limited to hardcore mode. Would you ever be interested in watching me make maybe creative builds for videos? Well, anyways, we have those assets. Next, I'd like to make a crane. Shovel actually offered me a basic asset he already had. So I took it and then made a base for it. After that, I added this massive wheel on top, which provides support and allows the crane to rotate. After texturing a few other parts of it, I had the first crane asset completed. Dude, that claw is so rad. Finally, I wanted to make the base pillars for the rig. For these, I created some diamond, gold, and emerald walls. I then textured and added some depth plus height and extra blocks to give more detail. And here we are, that should be everything. I'm gonna call Shovel and ask what to do next. Hey, Shovel, I got the assets over here.
Oh, nice.
So how would you say I should start shaping this?
All right. Here, let's bring this base over. Then you should probably get the walls and stuff in, but use different blocks so you can change them out later.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. So Shovel and I spent the next few hours really just practicing the shape. An interesting thing he said was that builds like these need to be organized chaos. What that means is even though all these crates look random and messy, they still have to have some level of organization to them, such as similar shapes and heights of all the blocks. This is the type of thinking that I believe will take a basic build to the next level. So I can thank Shovel for that. I then pasted the crane onto an open spot, and for some reason this was what really just motivated me to continue because the project felt so much more alive seeing it there.
Cool. Now let's take the assets and start painting them onto the walls.
So here we are, guys. I spent about 6 hours today getting to this point. I took a little break, touched some grass, and really thought long and hard about what details I was going to add next. Platforms. You see right now, all this feels like one big build, but as we add in these platforms, the build starts to feel better separated and more like the Brent Delta rig. Even better, once the platforms were in, I added some scaffolding assets underneath them to give support. These are almost color coded, so red goes with red, yellow with yellow, etc, etc. With the build coming along, Shovel and I also added a quick helicopter pad onto the empty spot of the rig to give more detail. From there, I added stairs throughout the entire place to give access from level to level. And then iron bars and stone wall railways, because we don't really want this to happen. Man overboard! I then pasted some forge and tower assets throughout the entire rig. These made the place look much more mechanical and industrial, which is exactly the look I was going for. Then we added this cute little helicopter on the pad, and finally, I went throughout the entire place placing diamond and gold pipes, so that way with one command they could all be changed into better blocks. And there we are, that's the entire rig completed. This actually looks so good. Here, let me select this whole region and see how many blocks it is. Let's just say I needed a day for some R&R to mentally prepare myself for building this. Why do I do this to myself? Anyways, let's collect all these items. I almost forgot that this build requires 4 dragon eggs just for the flex. And you might be wondering how I actually have multiple dragon eggs. That's because a while back I made a dragon egg duper. Sorry, something was in my throat there. I meant to say farm. Looks like most of these are pretty easy to collect, so I'll quickly speed through them. Gotta get some brain coral blocks from the coral reef. Now for some mud bricks, red nether bricks, light gray wool, which I believe we can just get some wool from the farm. Yes, we'll have to shear all these sheep. Okay, so those appear to be the easy items collected. Next up, we have over 2,000 brown mushroom blocks. I don't know if there's a way to farm these, but I actually have a fun manual method. So, you remember the map room? Yeah, it's extremely laggy here, but I want to use it to find a mushroom island. That'll work. Let's head over there. Let's quickly gather all these brown mushrooms up. After I got all the brown mushroom blocks, I went to the end ship and got some light gray concrete powder that I then converted into concrete. From there, I also got yellow concrete, the 8,800 deep slate bricks, 9,300 normal deep slate, and finally, I spent the rest of the afternoon AFK at the mangrove tree farm to get a ton of mangrove logs. Great, we're gonna take these and actually convert them into mangrove wood. Now, all of these got to become the stripped log variant. And if you know anything about stripping logs, it's that you got to place them, then you got to use an axe to strip it, and then mine it again. For over 9,000 logs, that is going to take a really long time. Which is why I made an automatic log stripper here designed by Eagle Eyes. And all we have to do is AFK here for about an hour. And boom, all the logs are finished. There's just one item we need to be fully done, 10,600 yellow wool. Okay, so there are two options I know of getting this. The first, we could shear some sheep, or the second, we can craft the wool using 4 string. Now I know at first glance that seems crazy even thinking about that, because I'd need over 40,000 string to make all the wool. But I think this might actually be our best option, because a couple of days ago, I joined the Outcast SMP, where Wenzo showed me this really small string farm that's crazy fast. My thought is if we can build like 10 of these, I can get all the string I'll ever need. So I'm flattening this area in the industrial district. That way we can have all the space to build the little string farms. Now the design is really simple, but for some reason I have to build it while facing south or else it won't work. Place some blocks, then we need trapdoors and just this block and lever, then shear the string and flick the lever and boom, the farm is working. And this thing is even pretty quick. All right, so let me go ahead and make the rest of these. And done. I got 9 of these things built and then also added some water streams underneath to connect everything to the storage system here. And now we just got to test it. So to begin all of these farms, we need to go through and flick all of these levers. Then come over here and watch. Whoa, that is filling up so fast. I sat there for about a half an hour collecting thousands upon thousands of string until I definitely had enough. After that, I crafted all the white wool and then just needed to dye it yellow. Now, I have this bone meal here, and you know when you bone meal sunflower, you get yellow dye? Well, it turns out I can use my auto clicker to get it much quicker. Well, it turns out I can use an auto clicker for the auto clicker, and it clicks over 100 times per second. It's like a golden waterfall of flowers. After feasting my eyes on the sunflower waterfall, I crafted all the yellow wool, which meant I had finally collected all 150,000 blocks, meaning there was just one final thing to do. It was time to build the oil rig. First things first, I set up a platform in the middle with all the materials. After that, I placed beacons down to give myself the effects while building, and then made sure to light up every part of the build as I went so that mobs wouldn't spawn on the oil rig and the guardian farm would still work. With everything out of the way, there's now nothing stopping me from finishing. This was the climax of my journey. It had taken weeks of my time, and now finally all of my effort was about to be worth it. Yes! And there it is. Thank you so much for watching all the way through. This was definitely one of my most insane projects yet. And if you'd like to download it or my hardcore world, I have both of them available on my Patreon. A link is in the description. Now, stay tuned for next time, because I have all the required items to work on the largest mega structure I have ever built. The Minecraft end dimension is pretty empty, with the island, void, and nothing for millions upon millions of blocks. That is going to change, because for over a year now, I've been building up to this moment where today we're finally going to create the supermassive black hole from my favorite movie, Interstellar. Black holes are in space, and right now I'm in space, and over there is space. You see what I'm thinking? To begin this project, we need to first build all the way out there to where the black hole is going to be. This is about 300 blocks out, which hopefully should be enough. And then we need to pillar all the way to the center of the black hole. That should be good. Next, we need to build a humongous platform up here, because later in the video, we're gonna be collecting hundreds of thousands of blocks, ranging from all sorts of easy items to the more disgusting and difficult ones. Yeah, 41 by 21 blocks wide should be more than enough space. And then just for safety, let's get a quick wall around it. Perfect, that is the platform completed, and now it's time to start building. Where the heck am I even supposed to start? You know, I think it's time to get into the game plan. There are going to be 5 steps to building this, and the first one is going to require me to study black holes, which is why I just booked a plane flight to Los Angeles, California. Okay, this might seem overkill, but I promise you it's going to make sense in a moment. Here we are at the Griffith Observatory. This is the most famous observatory in the entire world, meaning it is one of the best places I can learn about black holes. And in 2 days, I'm collaborating with a YouTuber named Shovel to build the black hole. So I gotta make the most of my time here and learn as much as I can. So let's get right into it.
There are 3 types of confirmed black holes. Stellar mass black holes, then the intermediate black hole, and finally, there is the supermassive black hole, the same type as in Interstellar. These are anywhere from 50,000 solar masses to tens of billions of times as large as our sun.
And that's just the thing. We need to be able to fit it in Minecraft. Because if I wanted to do it to the actual scale, it would be millions of times larger than the entire Minecraft world. And realistically, I would like to fit the entire thing right here next to the spaceship. So I think the best bet is going to be to scale it way down, and 512 blocks wide should be perfect. This is still plenty large enough to make it scientifically accurate and look like Interstellar. Look like Interstellar. So in case you didn't know, Interstellar has a phenomenal reputation. This scene of the black hole, which is called Gargantua, was so mathematically accurate to how a real black hole would look that they literally won an award for it. And that's exactly where I'm stuck. I don't really know how I want this to look because it's so complex and accurate. I think what I need is to hop on a call with my trusty friend Shovel. Yo, what's up, Shovel?
Hey, Wunba.
At this point, you might be wondering who Shovel actually is. Allow me to show you. So yeah, he's pretty much the best of the best when it comes to building, and somehow he said yes to helping me design the black hole. Thanks, man. Anyways, back to it.
Hey, Wumba, how's it going?
You know, I'm alright, aside from like the slight jet lag. Although I do believe I have everything here for us. I did want to ask, like, do you think building something like this is actually going to be possible?
Definitely is, but it's gonna be a little tricky. Let's start slow and plan everything out.
Right off the bat, we got the center of our black hole. In scientific terms, this is called the singularity. We're currently using the singularity as the center point to build our sphere from. At first, we tried a 50 block radius sphere, but that was too small. Then we tried a 90 block radius, and that was too large. So then in a Goldilocks moment, we tried 65 and it was just right. Okay, Shovel, I'm gonna replace the diamonds with the black blocks we chose.
Sure, go ahead.
That's right. After changing the diamonds for a mixture of 70% black concrete, 15% coal blocks, and 15% black wool, we have the event horizon completed. This is the part of a black hole where all light disappears. If you were to cross this point, then you'd have to go faster than the speed of light to escape it again. Shovel, I don't think making the ring around this is gonna be possible.
Well, it probably...
No, it's necessary.
Was that an Interstellar quote?
No? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay, now that I've quoted my favorite movie, let's get to planning the distance the black hole rings will go out. We decided on 512 blocks earlier. This still seems pretty good. So next we need to get the shape of the accretion disk right. And for those of you wondering, the accretion disk is a hot disk of gas and dust orbiting a black hole. The way we're replicating the accretion disk is by setting up 5 pillars that mimic the final shape of what we want. From there, we select the points and use a command that essentially draws a line in between. Then we can do the same thing and create a curved wall of blocks. With the top band in, we next need to do the bottom. A real black hole would have the top and bottom bands nearly identical, but there's an effect called the Doppler beaming that we see, and depending on the angle you're observing from, the black hole's lower half bends inwards, giving a bow-like appearance. Okay, so you're thinking we create a circle first?
Yep, and then we can just move it over.
Nice. Oh yeah, that looks good.
Could you just start shaping that side in a little bit?
Sure. Shovel, I really can't thank you enough. This looks fabulous.
Of course, man. When am I getting paid? Are you doing like a PayPal thing, then?
And now that we have the shape, it's time to texture the black hole. However, there's an immediate problem, and that's that I want this to glow like Gargantua from Interstellar. A few months ago, a fellow content creator, Chris the Cow, had this same problem when he made a similar black hole. He ended up using light blocks which illuminate everything around them. Unfortunately, light blocks are unobtainable in survival mode. That's right, you gotta keep in mind I'm still making this in my hardcore world. Oh, and yes, I did reach out to Chris about making this project, and he sent me this video back.
I'm Chris DeCow, and I approve this message.
Instead of using the unobtainable light blocks, Shovel suggested that I go with a mixture of these. Hopefully when grouped together, these lights can simulate the same glowing effect. I should also say it's important that from here on out, we build the black hole in the end, as that's where it's going to be in my hardcore world. And as we add in the bands, you can see the lighting is looking spectacular. The area closest to the event horizon is the brightest, and the farther out we go, the more sparse the lighting becomes. It's also important that we break up the patterns by coming into the less detailed spots and adding some touch-ups. Oh, wait, what if we added a light ring from the movie?
Ooh, yeah.
That light ring is actually a real thing, and it's called the photon sphere. It's created by light being bent around the black hole several times until it either gets sucked inside or escapes into the universe. But that's besides the point, because now the black hole is finished. Thank you, Shovel, for your help, seriously.
Of course, dude. This thing looks so cool. You should make it into a poster or something.
That's exactly what we did. There are some sick posters that just dropped, and they're only going to be available for 2 weeks, so there's a link in the description if you're interested. Anyways, now for the grand reveal of how many blocks this is. Oh my. After seeing that the build was more than 580,000 blocks, I had to take a long break from the project to calm down. Seeing that number was horrible. I'd be signing my life away for the next few months, and that was something I just wasn't ready for. But then, a thought began to grow in my mind. A thought that I had once before. A thought that was exactly what I needed now. I remembered why I started making videos in the first place.
Hello, this is Stampy.
I grew up watching the first generation of Minecrafters. Back then, they were learning, inventing, and finding the limits of the game, and that inspired me to do the same. So I put in the hours, the grind. I always had a final vision in mind, but it was never really about finishing the projects. It was about the experience of getting there. I learned to love the process, finding my limits, and intentionally exceeding them. And that's what stuck with me, that this project was no different. So even though countless others have done it before me, times have changed, and now it's my turn to push the limits. And just like that, step 1 was completed, and now I am ready to get collecting. So it's at this point that I should probably explain some stuff. Basically, the black hole consists of 13 different types of blocks. Most of them I knew I'd be able to get in this video easily, but then there were a couple like the 25,000 frog lights, 30,000 shroom lights, and the 71,000 sea lanterns that I knew we would not have enough time for in this video. So about 2 months ago, I built 3 really overpowered farms to get those items. Anyways, back to it. The first thing on the list is approximately 2,544 glowstone blocks. Actually, at the raid farm, we already have all this glowstone dust, so let's take that, and we're gonna make a bunch of glowstone just like this. Nah, I'm just kidding. We can use item scroller to do it quickly. I got a little carried away and made, well, 14,000 blocks? You know what they say, it's a good thing to hoard. Those should be the first items checked off. Only 12 to go, and now we need the frog lights. So again, this is one of the farms I made, so all I have to do is AFK to get all the items. I AFK'd overnight, which provided enough verdant frog lights, but for some reason the storage broke midway through and stopped collecting the ochre ones. It's not a huge deal, but just means I'll need to AFK here later. Anyways, that's the second item collected. Now we need 16,518 smooth basalt, and yeah. I'm actually not even surprised that we have all these, because a few videos ago I built a massive quarry, and while it ran, it cleared a whole bunch of geodes, which contain a bunch of this stuff. We're already on to the next block, the 10 shulkers of magma. We got nothing. Well, I guess that means we gotta go old school with it. Imagine having to go and collect blocks. So we got a couple shulkers already, but I actually paused and got some fire res potions, which make this process so much better because I'm not constantly taking damage anymore. Anyways, we got all of the magma we need now. After that, I super quickly gathered all 15 shulkers of deep slate tiles from the quarry storage, then 17 shulker boxes of black wool from the wool farm. I almost didn't even include these ones because all I had to do was basically just put them on the platform. But what's interesting is even though we have 6 of the 13 items collected, because those were the simple ones, I'm actually only 16% done with collecting. And yeah, unfortunately, that now means we have the trickier ones. This is the perfect example, 25,816 blocks of coal. Good grief. And then breaking those down, that means I need 232,344 coal. Yo, are you kidding me? Bro. So the quarry did collect a bit here, but this still isn't going to be anything near enough. And now you've made it to the section of the video where I just about lose my sanity by making 3 more extremely OP farms to collect the rest of the items for this project. I decided to begin this section by building an astounding wither skeleton farm designed by Fortune 8 Diamond. It's time to go beyond what a wither skeleton farm can do. With a massive storage upgrade, the 50.4 second hopper clocks are an entirely new category of safety innovations. The aluminium... I can't keep a straight face. Pre-order your wither skeleton farm today by simply subscribing below. Yeah, so this is the farm we're gonna build. That way we can get all the coal blocks and then actually build the black hole. So let's get started. We have our main list of items, but now that one item is getting its own sub list of things we need to collect. What better way to get these than in a 15-second montage? Stone brick walls, spruce trap doors, flower pots. Flower pots? What the heck do I need those for? And now there's just one more item, nether brick blocks. I tried a couple of methods to get these bricks. The first one was crafting a bunch of gold. I then traded with piglins because they have an 8.71% chance to drop nether bricks. However, after wasting like 5 shulkers of gold ingots, I didn't have nearly enough bricks, so I decided to try the next method, mining at the nether fortress. That was so boring, so I went to the next, more explosively interesting method. Basically, my idea was that if I used TNT, I could explode netherrack, then collect it, and then cook it into bricks. Whoa, okay, literally from 5 pieces of TNT, I got like 15 stacks of netherrack. The exploding method was very effective, and before I knew it, I was at the super smelter. To cook all this up, we first gotta drop it in there, and then wait. I mean, it is a quick system, but I'm worried for when we need to cook the 220,000 glass later. This is definitely going to need an upgrade. And those should be all the wither skeleton farm materials, meaning now we can get building. The first thing for this farm is to make a huge platform up there. Stack up, and whoa, oh my, that's a lot of wither oh my, no. Now, I believe we should need some moss carpets on the ground, and these are gonna stop the wither skeletons from spawning. Wait, no, I meant to say ghasts from spawning. What? Wait, did a blaze light that? I think it did. Who knew they could do that? So I really like how simple this farm is. The fact that anyone can build it in like 3 to 4 hours is truly remarkable. Next, we need to make the overworld part of this farm. Then just build the storage. Okay, by pressing that button, the farm should now be ready, but there are a few things we need before testing it, and the first of which is a perfectly enchanted smite diamond sword. Fortunately, I have a bunch of villagers here forced to be my servants, and I can just buy all the enchantments from them. Then we need a max level beacon, so when I'm AFKing the farm, we don't die of starvation. And finally, we need about 70 striders in this pit. It seems weird, I know. But somehow the striders prevent skeletons from spawning on the platform below, and this means the iron golems won't be shot to death. How exactly am I supposed to get 70 striders here? I suppose we'll first have to go to the lower part of the nether. I'm thinking we'll need some sort of staircase from down here. And then this should probably stack all the way up there. So we got our staircase, and now it's time to get the striders. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we can just use a lead. Yes! Let's just address the fact that I jumped into the lava to get this strider. You could almost say, my dedication is fire. Come on up, bud. There you go. Okay, time to go up the stairs. I'm actually so terrified he's just gonna jump off the ledge. Yes, oh my gosh, I can rest easy. Now I have to yank him all the way across the nether. And there you go, 1 down, 69 to go.
Nice.
I very quickly got the second strider onto the ceiling and was just about to repeat the process when someone on our Discord call told me this.
Wait, Wumba, you know you can just breed the striders, right?
No way, you're kidding me.
Yeah, I think it's like the warped fungi that breeds them.
You can imagine how excited I was when Mogswamp told me that. He literally saved me hours. And before I knew it, the farm was finished and ready to be tested. So the way we run this is we come up here and then flick that lever. Now let me grab this sword and then it's time to start swinging. This farm works by having the wither skeletons spawn on the platform down below. Then they go through the portals and are pushed into another portal which exits them up top at our killing chamber. At this point, I'm also attacking the armor stand with sweeping edge and looting 3. The skeletons die and their drops are collected. So now that you know how it works, it's time to AFK here for the rest of the night and check back in the morning. Well, it actually turns out that our church had a hike planned for the following day. In case anyone was wondering, we went to this epic place called Enchanted Rock and had a great time just hanging out. Meanwhile, my computer was still AFK. All jokes aside, I was AFK for about 36 hours, and we clearly have way more than enough coal here. Okay, I got a little carried away there, and I just realized that I could have chucked all that coal into the lava. With the crisis averted, I placed all the coal shulkers, some crafting tables, and then began crafting all the coal we needed. Oh man, yes. It feels pretty good checking these off. From there, I AFK'd overnight at the Shroom light farm and then was able to check off the 8th item. After that, I traveled to the gravity block farm, replaced the sand with black concrete, switched the farm on, and began to AFK for the 53,000 required black stained concrete blocks. Black stained, no. After acquiring nearly 70 shulkers of the blocks, I took those to the concrete converter in the industrial district, put them in the storage, and then waited for a few hours until everything was turned into concrete, checking off the 9th item. And for the final easy item, I AFK'd once again at the Froglight farm and was able to collect all the remaining ochre froglights, meaning there are just 3 more items and then we're done. But looking at the numbers for the sea lanterns and glass blocks, that overwhelming feeling I had before was coming back. However, I knew if I persevered now, these feelings I had would be moments I'd look back on and be proud of. So despite needing over 350,000 more items, I was not going to let that stop me from building this black hole. Well. It's a sad time, but a necessary time. We're about to remove the super smelter I've used for over 2 years now. Basically, if we're going to need all that glass, this smelter just isn't going to cut it. So let's remove this thing with a montage. Okay, I should probably run. That was freaking awesome. It's gone now, and now I literally have to finish this or I won't be able to cook anything. So what we gotta do next is start mining out an outline for the new super smelter. I found a smelter designed by Cubic Meter that can cook an entire shulker box of items in literally 10 seconds. This is no joke, the fastest super smelter design that there is. But there's a caveat. It's big, like really big. And that means I'm going to need to mine out this entire area of about 500,000 blocks. It is funny, like every 6 months or so, I get this really weird urge to just hand dig a hole in Minecraft. It's been about that long since we did it last for the map room, so part of me is actually really excited to do it here. I think the strat for now will be to clear the top 2 rows so we can see just how big this room actually is. Well, there it is. This is a big room, but I actually really enjoyed mining that, so let's continue. Pickaxe after pickaxe was used. I persevered. Creepers tried to stop me. My mom said it was dinner time. Nothing could stop my dedication. Except for when the next episode of Survivor Season 44 came out, I did have to stop for that. But regardless, I mined for hours and felt invincible when I finally reached the end of the stone section. Okay, so I have to clear about 25 blocks lower. But the issue is deep slate is really slow to mine. Instead of mining this, we should move on to Plan B.
First, we enter the room and clear 4 trenches by hand around the entire area.
Won't that take a long time?
Yes, but you'll see why it's important, because next we will use a tactic invented by Wunba way back in his parkour spiral video where he placed water around the walls so that it floods the trenches.
Won't that take a long time?
Then we build TNT bombing machines.
Won't that take a long time?
Well, that's not the biggest problem, because we need to be careful of these machines as they are extremely powerful and perilous. One mistake could mean the mission fails.
Won't that take a long
Holy, what the heck? I just logged back into my Minecraft world, and I think someone completed the hole for me. Just kidding, that was me. Obviously. But what I do want to do now is actually clean up the place a bit from all that TNT. So let's just start by placing a cobblestone flooring. Nice, there it is, the entire room fully cleared out. But before we build the super smelter, I want to make this place look good. So we're gonna leave the world and start designing something on the bakery creative world. Something I'm learning about building is that it's good to not over detail something. As the super smelter is going to be the main focus of the room, I want to keep the surrounding walls rather simple. Or maybe that's just an excuse, but regardless, I made a wall design of using sea lanterns, prismarine, and warped planks. All of these together give a really nice palette that still matches the rest of the ocean monument base. And once I was finished, I grabbed the materials list, and now here we are ready to get the items. The best part about this is that they're extremely easy to collect because most of these are crafted using guardian drops, and I've sort of been AFKing here the last couple of days, and now we just gotta craft everything up. First up, we have 6 shulkers of prismarine blocks. Whew, 17 shulkers of sea lanterns. And finally, we need 2 shulkers of warped planks, which we can easily get from the wood chest at the Shroom light farm. And believe it or not, those are all the items we need to decorate the room. So let's just place these down and get to it. The best way to do this quickly will be just layer by layer. And first up, we have the sea lanterns that go on the floor. All right, that was easy enough. I guess now we have the walls. We're quickly speeding past all of this as it was pretty repetitive, but I will say once we got to the roof region, it was a little more challenging due to me first needing to grab some dirt and then place it to create scaffolding. Although once the pathway was in, finishing the ceiling and removing the dirt afterwards was easy enough. Well, here we are. This room was once my old super smelter, and now it's ready for the new and upgraded one. Now what's funny is at this point I had to start collecting the 40,000 plus items for the super smelter, but in real life I decided to start streaming this, and turns out the chat wanted me to start with the hard items. Seriously guys? You don't want me being lazy? Actually, you know what? I respect that. Remember that these items are just part of the sub list so we can build the black hole. Hopefully this isn't getting too confusing. Anyways, the stream and I first collected 5 shulker boxes of rails, which is like 10,000 rails in total. Then we needed some white concrete, which I didn't have any, so I grabbed some powder and then converted it at the concrete converter. Then, oh boy, we got to the rough item. 4 shulker boxes of sticky pistons. Now we literally need a sub-items list for the sub-items list for the main items. Somebody send help. Why in the world would I need glow lichen for a super smelter? I'm genuinely curious if someone watching would know why I need this. What purpose could it possibly have? This should be everything we need for the super smelter. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. I'm in the past. What? Are you me? Yes, I'm you from 1 month from now. Prove it. What's your Wi-Fi password? In 3, 2, 1, XF lowercase j hashtag question mark 3.141592653589793238462643383 underscore 32 stinky foot exclamation point. Ugh, you're one of those people with the impossible passwords? Wait. That means I'm one of those people. Anyways, how did you do it? How did you figure out time travel? I would tell you, but I don't have a lot of time. You need to listen. I must warn you about the super smelter. There's a problem with the fueling coming your way. But how did you manage to do it? Like, time travel. Shut up. You need to listen. This is an emergency. Is it painful? How long does it take? Stop. I need to explain. Oh no. No, I have to go now. It's too late.
And so, past Wunba here was left with lots of questions, but also the looming threat of the fueling of the super smelter that his future self was trying to warn him of.
Okay, for real though, we do need a plan for fueling this smelter, because there are going to be 1,728 furnaces, meaning each one of those needs a piece of coal, and if we're running it for potentially hours, that is going to require hundreds of thousands, if not millions of pieces of coal to fuel it. Before anyone says I can just use lava buckets or blaze rods or something, coal and charcoal are the only types of fuel that work in this system because of their timings of cooking exactly 8 things before running out. So to solve this, every single night I AFK'd at the Wither skeleton farm until I gathered about 500,000 coal, which we will later use. Anyways, back to the building. Okay, so starting out here at the bottom of the room, and now we just gotta follow the blueprint and make sure everything is perfect. Oh, this makes sense. The glow lichen is here to stop the water from flowing. Dang, that's actually really smart. Whew. This is some complex stuff. I think I need to push some hopper minecarts into these blocks. First, we'll have to place some rails like this. Then I can grab some hopper minecarts and put them on the rails, then gently push them down. Nice. Let me repeat that for the others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wir haben es fast geschafft und du hast mir noch nicht abonniert. Yes, that was German, and please don't translate what I said. Next, we gotta place some glass above, and then some slime and a piston so we can push it downwards and lock the minecart in. Perfect. Going to just continue following the blueprint, and I'll let you know when anything interesting happens. Oh yeah, baby, time for the furnaces. Oh, so next I need to place a whole bunch of minecart chests here. Whoa, no, get away. How did you even spawn if the entire room is made of light? After a couple real-life days of building, I placed the final block, checked the blueprint for mistakes, loaded coal into all the chests, crafted a few hopper minecarts, a few thousand hopper minecarts. Yeah, basically this smelter requires a devilish amount of hopper minecarts. It's so many that it's diabolical. It's devious. It's dubious. I don't know if I used any of those words properly, but yeah, it requires a lot of hopper minecarts. So I crafted them up, loaded them into the system, and now it's ready to be tested. But there is one small issue. I don't actually have the sand to cook yet. So we're gonna have to stay here for a few hours until we have about 220 shulkers of sand. I'm not even gonna lie, my heart is racing. I am so excited to run the smelter. Okay, here are all the sand shulkers. I moved them over. Let's take just a few of these and put them in. There it goes. Oh my gosh, that is incredibly satisfying. All the furnaces seem to have lit up. That was awesome. And now everything should be loading into the shulker loaders. No! Oh god, it broke.
That's bad. Turn it off, turn it off. Abort mission.
It looks like I forgot to load shulkers into the system. But now everything should be okay. I'm now about to load 3 entire double chests of shulkers of sand in. There it is. Everything is working perfectly now. I just have to wait. Oh, here come the first shulkers. And before I knew it, I was looking at over 300,000 blocks of glass. Perfect. So there are 3 more items we need, but now we have most of the materials to craft them. The next step is to actually craft them. At first glance, this doesn't look like it's going to be a problem. Just grab the items and craft. But when we're talking 350,000 blocks, doing it that way would easily take several hours. So I may have divulged a little bit, and I built a crafting station. In case you don't know how this thing works, allow me to show you. First, we need to load all these chests up with shulkers of prismarine shards and prismarine crystals. Now we come down here and then flick the lever, open the crafting table, and now hold down my crafting hotkey. As I'm doing this, shulkers of items are getting destroyed and the items drop out. Now the cool thing about this machine is it breaks up the stacks and it sends me the perfect amount so that my inventory fills up and I instantly craft, then drop the items. As you can see, in about 30 seconds, we just crafted 3 entire shulkers of sea lanterns. So allow me to quickly finish this up. There we are, all the sea lanterns collected, officially checking off the 11th item. We just have all the white and black glass left, and I first want to get all the white glass because it'll just be easier. We're gonna need to load it up into the chests again, and then I quickly need to get some white dye, so... Okie doke, click that. The collection system of literally 48 hoppers was too slow, so after a few minutes the water stream looked pretty ridiculous. Wow. This was easily solved by just manually loading the shulkers up, and once that was done, I put all the white stained glass shulkers in the end, and the 12th item was officially collected. Here we are, the last item, 136 shulker boxes of black stained glass. Now the way we craft this is by putting 17 shulkers of glass into each of these chests. Then the last one needs to be full of 17 shulkers of black dye, which I don't have. This meant that I had to spend the next couple of days AFK at the Wither Rose farm. The years flew by. I sat and waited. As the centuries of waiting passed, I decided to go climbing with Mog Swamp. I applied for a PhD in brain surgery. I got married. I had a family. I started a game of Monopoly, but couldn't quite finish it. And then, and only then, did I have enough Wither Roses to craft all the black stained dye. It's been like 2 days since the last clip because that farm is just so slow. But once we finish crafting up all this dye, we can load it into the mass crafter and get crafting. Holy cow, look at that. Why is this intimidating? Oh my, there it is, the last shulker. Here is all the black stained glass, and now we just need to move these to the platform. And wow. Just like that, all 586,186 items required to build the black hole had been obtained. Now we can move on to the next step of actually preparing the area for the black hole before building. You see, it's not as simple as actually just building. No, because Endermen are spawning and these pesky buggers are quite annoying. Plus just outright dangerous. So we need a way to get rid of them, and unfortunately, I can't just turn it to peaceful mode. Or can I? So in case you've ever seen my end base here and wondered how Endermen aren't spawning, that's because I actually built a mob switch here about a year ago using zombie villagers. You see, villagers have a very unique property where if you trade with them and then brutally murder them so that they become zombie villagers, they will actually never despawn even if you unload the area. This is really important because if we have 70 of these zombie villagers in a pit, Minecraft will no longer spawn mobs as it thinks we hit the mob cap of 70 already. Basically, this means we have peaceful mode and no Endermen will ever spawn. Now the issue with all of this is that it means I somehow need to get 70 villagers here into this pit. Okay, I have an idea, but this is going to require a bunch of dirt and rails. Now we're going to come over here to the iron farm and actually just start bridging out this way. That should be enough. Now somewhere over here, yes, there it is. Let's just extend this upwards and connect these two spots. So we're going to be making a railway from my iron farm to the first ever stronghold I visited in the world. Then I also need to do the same thing in the end. cover this in rails, then add redstone to power everything, and finally some water here. So the reason I'm doing all of this is that over here at the iron farm, we have a villager breeder, and the nice thing is that it's only about 500 blocks away from the end portal. My thought is if we can set up a little trading station here, we can push this button, get a villager who will stop there. He stops here, and then we'll get a job as a Fletcher. I can then trade with him and send him off to the stronghold holding cell. Then we repeat, 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 and repeat. Okay, I should probably check on the villagers to make sure they're okay. No! Hello, darkness, my old friend. But after repeating the process several more times, I was now ready to move one to the end. Okay, come up here, and then we need to break that. Goody. Okay, now get on the rail. Yes, go, go. Nice, there he goes. Here he comes, and break that. And yes, that is one down, 69 to go. We now have 26 villagers here, but unfortunately, the villagers have stopped making babies fast enough. That sentence sounded way better in my head. So we'll just have to AFK under this dirt here and wait for some more to spawn in. Been about 3 hours and there are barely any villagers here. I'm honestly just thinking of making like 3 more of these villager breeders and then running all of them overnight. Thank goodness these things are so simple. All it requires is some dirt, glass, stone, trapdoors, my buddy Jack, stairs, beds, composters, slabs, and finally carrots. Which it's kind of funny, this hardcore world has over 80 plus automatic farms, giving me nearly every item in the game. But for whatever reason, I don't have a carrot farm, so I gotta make this janky machine inside of my storage system. Oh boy. After collecting the villager breeder materials, I quickly built it up and then used the rail system from before to move some villagers in. These guys got their jobs, I cleaned up the area, and added a roof that I could AFK under. However, this was a mistake that nearly cost me my entire hardcore world. When I placed the dirt above my head, this was to prevent phantoms from spawning. I also knew that the iron farm was lit up and my overworld mob switch was on, meaning no mobs could spawn and kill me. Because of these reasons, I thought I was safe to AFK under the dirt roof. However, it seems the villagers didn't like their jobs too much, because at some point in the night, a single baby villager escaped through the trapdoors and landed on the side of the glass, completely missing the containment chamber. This might not seem bad at first, but over the span of several hours, the baby grew up and eventually wandered onto the same platform I was on. As time passed, by chance, the villager started to push me out from underneath the dirt and closer to the edge of the platform. At this point, I woke up randomly in the night and began to think about this very possibility. And literally as I checked the computer, the villager was about to push me off the edge. Had I slept for even 15 minutes longer, it is very likely that I would have died on the world. I don't know if it was fate, pure luck, or some external force that woke me up right then and there, but I am very lucky to be alive. Well, it's the morning after that close call. I'm honestly just blown away that a freaking villager almost killed me. Anyways, now I'm gonna get the rest of these guys into the end. There we are. We have 74 villagers here. I ended up just getting an extra 4 in case something happens to them. But now we need to get a zombie in here and then spread the virus. So, you there, Mr. Zombie? How about we call you Dinnerbone? Yeah, I like that. Okay, buddy, follow me. Oh my gosh, chill! Don't break your neck there. Nice, now come towards me and... No! Oh, never mind. I thought he was gonna fall. Perfect, my turn. And now he's off towards the pit. Now, I did remove the water because I didn't want him dropping in right away. So first, let's actually just cover most of this. And then you get in here. Then drop down. All right, here we go. Block these off and let it begin. Y'all deserve this. You nearly killed me. Well, it does feel pretty good knowing the end dimension is basically peaceful mode. I'm gonna just go ahead and clean everything up. And now we're getting super close to being ready to build. The final thing I want to get are beacons, because if we're going to be placing hundreds of thousands of blocks, that is going to take a very long time. But speed beacons allow you to run 20% faster, which should in the long run save several hours on this project. So let's get some beacons. And then a bunch of emerald blocks. I seriously hope both of these will be enough. Then we're gonna go to the end and begin placing beacons everywhere. There's our first one. Even though it's kind of excessive, I decided to get all the beacon effects just for laughs and giggles.
And so, Wunba placed the beacons, granting all the powerful effects. He also made sure to always have an extra elytra in his inventory to ensure he would not tragically fall into the void. And then, after a few hours, it happened that Wunba ran out of beacons, calling for an impromptu wither fight.
Yes, as Morgan Freeman just told you, I'm about to fight some withers, and no. We aren't going to be cheesing these like everyone else and their grandma does. I'm fighting these for real. 15 withers at once on the nether roof. And if I die doing this, that will have to be the biggest L anyone has ever had. So let's not let that happen.
The withers were summoned, and it was not looking good for Wunba. It appears Wunba is utilizing name tags to know which wither to attack. I don't believe it. He's slain the first one. There goes the second. Absolutely remarkable. Wunba has emerged victorious. Good job, Wunba. This moment will be remembered in the history books.
I used the newly collected nether stars to craft some beacons, and then placed the final ones in, completing the entire 700 by 500 grid of full beacon effects. This also meant that I had successfully finished the 4th step to replicating the interstellar black hole, and now the only thing left is to build. Well, we have arrived at the final step, and now we gotta start on the lowest level and work our way up. There is the first block, only 500,000 to go. Well, here we are at the 0.2% of the way completed. GG's. And there we are at the 1% mark. That took about 25 minutes, so if I multiply that by 100, it should take about 42 hours to complete the entire thing. Then I better get started. The build itself was rather simple. I mean, there are only 13 different types of blocks involved, which is why I wouldn't call it a hard build physically, but the repetition was the difficult part. Keeping my mind entertained as I flew up and down hundreds of times to grab more materials was mentally exhausting. Around the 20% mark, or 120,000 blocks placed, I had an idea that if I was walking on magma and constantly taking damage, it might be worthwhile to get myself some Frostwalker boots, as they provide protection from magma. One thing I did to entertain myself was to focus on the rows of shulkers in the storage. As they ticked down and slowly disappeared, I grew more fascinated on what it would feel like to hit the end of a row. Nothing changed. But what about the next row? Anyways, these sorts of games were the types of things I thought about as I progressed through the build. As I finished the accretion disk, I wanted a small change, so I decided to work on the entire event horizon next. As the final block drew closer, I knew that my time on this project was coming to an end. This project had taken me hundreds of hours. It nearly cost me everything. I had planned every step from the beginning, built the fastest possible farms, got help from my closest friends, traveled 1,500 miles for research. At one point, my hard drive with all the footage on it corrupted and was lost. But it didn't matter what happened or how much effort it took. I remembered the people who inspired me to get started with making content, and I made it my goal that I would do the same for people to come. I want to make it clear that the same dedication can be applied to anything in life. If you put your mind to it, you will be able to reach your goals. And I'm really glad I stuck with this project even when it got tough, as personally, I think it makes a much better story to share with you. There it is. Oh my gosh. It is the interstellar black hole. 586,000 blocks for this project. One final thing, if you made it this far, I wanted to let you know that to celebrate this massive project getting completed, I released a poster on my merch page that's only going to be available for 2 weeks. Also, if you want to download the black hole build or my hardcore world, both are available on my Patreon page. A link is in the description. Thanks for watching. Have you ever heard of the Farlands? It's a place where Minecraft's code completely breaks. They were removed over 10 years ago and never seen again. At least, that's what we thought. Because 4,286 days later, Minecraft 1.20 released, and suddenly hundreds of posts said that they were back. I want to find out if this is true, which means we need to travel 30 million blocks to get there, which is going to require over 150 elytras. That's why I am looking for as many end cities as possible. Oh my gosh, it has been a long time since I've looted one of these. All right, anything good? And then the elytra. That is one down, 161 to go. Oh, nice. I found another city. And that's the second elytra. Let's go. Well, this is going to be pretty repetitive, so how about I give you a crazy montage to pass the time? I ended up looting hundreds more cities. This took so long that I managed to watch the entire first Lord of the Rings movie, the extended edition. It's like 4 hours long. I actually have a motto where if you do something enough times, you will naturally find the most optimal way to complete the task. And here's the proof. Look at how fast I get this elytra. From the time I touch down, I get the dragon head, mine in, come over here, get the elytra, loot the chests, and we're done. All right, everyone, we need 2 more elytras. 1, and yes, let's go. So now that I have all the elytras, because we're over 30,000 blocks out, we are going to need a gateway to get back. Wow, I've never seen one spawn on a city like that. That is so weird, but I'll take it. So I'm back and I have all the loot here, so now let's spend a little bit sorting it out. And while we do this, I would like to break the journey down into some steps, with preparation being the first one. Okay, so we got 6 full shulkers of elytras, but by themselves, they're not good enough, so we gotta enchant them. And oh my gosh, that's gonna cost a lot of levels. Not sure if 12,700 levels is going to be enough. Let me just get some anvils, and then we're going to go to the villager trading hall in the dome base. Now I literally just have to buy as many Unbreaking 3 and Mending books as I can. And now we need to just put all of these onto the elytras. Okay, 6 levels each time. Ouch. I ran out of books, so I'm gonna buy some more and then repeat this process until all the elytras are enchanted. And while I'm doing this, I'm gonna tell you about the next thing we need, which are fireworks, like 100,000 fireworks. Now, normally it would be very difficult to get these, except for the fact that we have this insane sugarcane farm, as well as this raid farm where we literally have millions of gunpowder stored up. And then I can go ahead and use our mass crafter to make all the fireworks, and by putting everything right here, we officially have step 1 completed. Now you might think that next we can just leave and start flying to the Farlands, but that's actually not the case. You see, I'm not the first person to try to travel millions of blocks out in a Minecraft world.
And I think this is gonna take about 20 hours.
There's 40 hours of flight time.
30 to 40 hours.
Hundreds of hours.
One common factor that all these people shared was the time that it took to get there. It literally takes days. Not Minecraft days, but real life days. And my thought is once I find the Farlands, I'm not going to want to have to fly all the way back as well. So that's why we are going to use ender pearls. And by using this classic etho clock here, I can throw an ender pearl in. Then let's put 64 sticks in. And now I need to get really far away quickly. Okay, any second now. Any moment. Yes! Oh my gosh, it worked. Okay, so basically now we can put a bunch more items into these clocks and it's gonna take way longer to teleport me back. Then I believe by placing a comparator here, this will make the clock go way slower. Awesome, so if my math is correct, this should activate every 48 hours or so, which according to Lockdown Life, he said will be way more than enough time to get to the edge of the world. Let me just load our final ender pearl in. Good grief, I really hope this works, because if not, I'm basically gonna be stuck at the edge of the world. That's not that important. At least we finished the timer, and now the last thing we need to get is a box of basically just all the materials and things that I might need when I'm out there, which will definitely include some obsidian, flint steel, sure, sticky pistons in case we do any redstone, maybe pistons, levers, iron is always good to have, extra wood. Then I must also display my dominance of the world by creating a special banner for my totalitarian regime. Serious question for everyone watching. Does anyone know how to actually make a custom banner? Like, I can't say I've ever done this. What? Huh? Oh, wait, so I guess we need to make a banner pattern like this. Okay, that's good. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, we use the loom. Yes, so our totalitarian regime must have a skull. Then we can just like randomly start applying stuff. Okay, are you ready to see this banner? Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Wait. No, there we go. There's the first one. Actually, bro, that looks pretty funny. I like it. You know what? I know what we're gonna do. The Wunba Republic. There we go. Our totalitarian regime has our first bit of propaganda. There we go. That's everything we need. I'm gonna pack it all up, head over to the ender pearl timer, and oh man, once I switch this lever, our timer starts. Now on my computer, I'm gonna start a stopwatch. That way I can keep track of roughly how much time has passed. So in 3, 2, 1. Timer's ticking. Oh my gosh, we gotta go. I'm just kidding. I love being dramatic, but we have like 50 hours, so there's no need to stress out. So I think I want to go in the direction of the Emerald Beacon. And now I should probably mention that I'm going to the corner of the farlands instead of the normal edge of the world. Why? Well, I think it'll look cooler. So I've never actually done this before, but I'd imagine I need to fill my inventory up with a bunch of elytras. Yeah, I mean, 8 should definitely be enough. And how about 23 stacks of fireworks? Oh, and these are the level 3 ones, so they're gonna be extra powerful. Okay, F3 is open. And then I'm gonna make sure to use a firework every 4 seconds. Perfect. So then we can just use these until we get really high up in the world. All right, we are now over 10,000 blocks up. That is probably good enough. And now we need to point downwards. I did some research, and apparently if we point exactly 5.9 degrees downwards, that is the most efficient way to fly with an elytra. So now that that's set, it's time to just wait. I'm currently about 25,000 blocks out, and it looks like the first elytra is about to break. Swap? Hold on, wait. That means I'm gonna have to be here the entire time in case an elytra breaks. That is gonna be horrible. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see if there's any possible way to automatically swap the elytras. So I found a program called Auto Hotkey. Basically, it's a program that allows you to program your own programs, but you gotta be a good programmer because programming programs using a program that you don't know how to use can be difficult. That's why I talked to some programmers who are really good at programming, and they helped me program my own program. Let me show you how it works. So when I press the F5 key, this happens. Look at that work. Isn't that cool? Oh no, that's not supposed to happen. I didn't have enough elytras in my inventory, but what matters is that they just got swapped. And that was also just for demonstration purposes. But when it's actually working, they're gonna swap out every 25 minutes. And that means with just 9 elytras, I can spend about 4 hours away from my PC doing other stuff. So now we're gonna test this with even more elytras. So I think 16 should be good, and then we're also going to have less fireworks. And the reason I want more elytras is because that is going to allow me to travel higher up in my world and then not need to check my computer as often. Look at this, we are 70,000 blocks up in the world. Well, anyways, I'm going to let this run until we get to the farlands, which means I have literally nothing to do because it's all automatic. So we're going to let the computer run, and I'm going to go touch some grass. OMG, take your photos. It's a Minecraft YouTuber touching grass. All of this was fun and games, and it went on like this for quite a while, until about 40 hours in when I realized there was a potentially disastrous problem approaching. Basically, when I saw the lockdown life video, I calibrated the Ender Pearl timer to take about 50 hours, thinking that would be plenty of enough time to get to the edge of the world. However, I'm going to the corner of the world, and for those of you who have graduated to 8th grade, you would have learned about a little something called the Pythagorean theorem, which basically says that going diagonally to the corner is much further. In fact, it's 1.553 million blocks further. So we might have an issue with the Ender Pearl timer. If it activates before I get to the edge of the world, then all my effort would have been for nothing because of one simple mistake of not making the timer long enough. And so with that thought in the back of my mind, I continued to travel for hours upon hours, wondering and hoping that this wasn't all going to be wasted. Well, it has been a long week of traveling, but we have arrived at 3.75 million blocks out in the nether. Oh yeah, now that means we can check off the second step. Now it is time to make our portal and see the farlands. Okay, I promised my buddy Mogswamp that I'd call him when I got here, so... Oh, Mogswamp.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Oh, nothing much. I just made this portal here.
Whoa, that's a big portal.
Yeah, and it was also probably a waste of time.
And resources.
Yeah, but what can I say? I'm excited to be here. Now, the question is, Mog, are you excited?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Load, come on, load. Huh? What? But these are the world border. Where are the farlands?
Yeah, no, that's the world border. Are you sure that the farlands actually spawn?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Wait, you think or you know?
I didn't actually check.
Dude, you didn't check? Hold on, let me look this up.
Yeah, please do.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Oh, what is it?
I think they patched them already.
Oh, come on, you're joking me, right?
I'm not. I'm so sorry.
I spent 60 hours getting out here for nothing.
Dude, 60 hours? That's absurd.
Now I'm expected to just go all the way. Oh no. No.
What?
No.
What is it?
Oh
What is
my
it?
gosh, no. That timer that I set for 40 hours, it would have activated by now.
Oh my god, dude, you're stuck at the world border.
So this was extremely bad. Not only were the farlands non-existent, but also the Ender Pearl that I had thrown by now would have activated, and because I was in the nether when it activated in the overworld, it would have been wasted and not teleported me, meaning that my one shot at getting back was lost, and I was stuck 60 million blocks out in my world. Because it's hardcore, I can't die to get back. I had already used all my fireworks and elytras to get here, and end portals might have worked at getting me home if they spawned this far out, but they don't. That Ender Pearl was truly the only way home, and because of that, my hope was lost, and the memories came flooding in. All the close calls, the builds, the good times. It is done. The bad times. Everything was lost to a simple mistake of me getting stuck at the edge of the world. What a tragic way to lose it all. And the worst part was that all of it was for nothing.
How you doing, man?
You know, sort of the same. I'm still mad that I couldn't even find the farlands.
Well, I was actually thinking about that a bit.
Yeah, and?
Alright, hear me out. What if, because you couldn't find the farlands, you build the farlands?
Oh my gosh. That's actually a really cool idea. I'm gonna do that. I am going to do that. But I'm still stuck at the edge of the world.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's tough, man.
Dang, that would have been so cool as well.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait, is this okay, it's recording. Okay, I kid you not. When I was editing the video, I looked back at the footage where we put the items into the hopper clock. And look at this. 4 items. I thought that I only put 2 in, but 4. Each item is a full day. which means that timer was not set for 40 hours. It was set for 80 hours, which means it hasn't gone off yet. It is an absolute miracle that I can get home. And the best part is that when we get back, I can still build the farlands like MogSwamp suggested. So let's not let this second chance go to waste. Okay, so we have about 20 hours before I get teleported back. Let's have some fun at the world border before then. The first thing I want to try is getting outside the world border using ender pearls. Yes! Wait, no, that hurts. Get back, get back. I didn't realize the world border kills you. Oh, that explains why there aren't any mobs out there. That just gave me a really interesting question. What would happen if there was an ancient city outside the world border? Do you think I could trigger a skulk shrieker and spawn a warden? What would happen to the warden? Okay, I can't get too distracted, but we'll test that later. Although first, I have some other things I want to do. So, you've seen people do this slab thing. It's cool, but you've never seen someone do it at the world corner. What do you think will happen here? Oh, well, I guess that's expected. Dude, wait, what? That's the first ever triple slot block. Dude, I'm gonna put our banner on top. Just so you know, by watching that, you are now legally obliged to join the Wumba Republic and serve your leader by subscribing below. Well, now there's still like 20 hours until I get teleported back. So instead of making you watch everything I do, how about I just give you a super fast montage? Awesome, so I killed some time by finding this pet horse and building this house, and now I want to answer the question about spawning a warden outside the border. And that's why I am currently searching for a shrieker that is outside the border. Okay, I think I found one. Now we just need to mine down and get to it. Oh, I hate this. I am terrified of the warden from what's happened in the past. To ender pearl out there and then jump to trigger the shrieker for the first time. All right, here's the second time and the third time. Anything? Anything? Hey, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. No! Oh, no. Okay, it is time to go. It is time to go. Oh my gosh. Oh, block, block. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh my gosh. No, we are not good. We need to go. Oh my gosh. This is bad. This is really bad. Oh, what is lava doing? Oh my gosh. Run, run. 3 hearts. I'm literally going to die. I am actually going to die. No, no, no. Oh my gosh. Totem. Okay. Oh my gosh. No. Oh my gosh. Block out of here. Block out of here. Ender pearls. Okay. I'm going to try to ender pearl away from the warden. Where is he? Oh, he is right there. Oh, okay. Okay. Ender pearl. I think we're safe. I think we're safe. Now I need to get out of here. And also, that's everything I wanted to do out here, and the timer is about to go off, so I think I'll just AFK in a pit until it does. Don't worry, I will record the whole thing so we don't miss it. Whoa, wait, did it work? Yes! Oh my gosh, finally! I can finally check off the third step. Let's go! And now we can move on to planning the actual farlands build. And oh man, I cannot wait to see the look on MogSwamp's face when we finish it. So, I'm thinking, wouldn't it be really cool to build the entire farlands around my spawn or something? I guess, wait, wouldn't they then be considered the close lands?
Got him!
Like, you just be down here and way off in the distance you see them all around you. That would be so sick. So let's go ahead and first plan where they're gonna go. And for that, we are going to need some dirt from the storage. And okay, this is gonna be corner 1. Then I'll just build all the way up. Yeah, this looks high enough. So now let's start by bridging all the way out and making an outline. So that looks decent, but oh my gosh, that's just enormous. How the heck am I going to build this? probably gonna want to start in a corner, and let's just make this out of stone. Then we can sort of just mark everything, and I have no clue how to do this. Allow me to introduce you to the section of the video where I realized that building the farlands was not gonna be an easy task. But I was desperate and in search of answers, so I went to Discord and messaged one of the best builders I know.
Hey, Wunba, what's up?
Say hello to Davdi. I said say hello! He is one of the best builders I know and has made some just jaw-dropping creations. Hey Davdi, so to cut to the chase, have you ever heard of the farlands?
Yeah?
What if I told you I want to build them in my hardcore world?
Bro, are you crazy?
Maybe? Is that a compliment? Anyways, I talked through all the details with Davdi, at which point he agreed to offer his help. So with Davdi on board, it was time to get started. The first step to build anything large scale is to have a reference photo. When in doubt, you can always go back to it, and in our case, this is going to be our inspiration. Now, the next part of this is going to require some Minecraft land generation explanations. So when Minecraft generates land, it uses something called purlin, which is basically a pattern with like squiggly lines like this. And back in the day, this was how the farlands were created. As you can see, the patterns are similar. So you're saying there's a purlin command in Minecraft?
Yeah, it's actually really simple.
If you say so.
Okay, I can work on the purlin if you make the size.
Yeah, I like that more. When Big Brain Davdi was testing some different purlin patterns to find one that was closest to the old farlands type, I mapped out the size of the build using diamond and gold blocks. And this is the same size as the square we made in the hardcore world.
Ooh, I think I got it.
Whoa, oh my gosh, that looks really good.
Thanks. I'm thinking we can stretch this along the whole side that you just made.
Wait, can I please do the command?
Okay, sure.
Okay, I got the first position, and there's the second. Then you're saying I need to do the command?
Yeah, you go ahead and just hit enter.
Whoa, bro, this looks so sick.
Yeah, it really does. But we're probably gonna need to come in here and there and hand place some blocks.
Over the next half hour or so, Davdi and I talked and corrected all the weird gaps and such, and it really just goes to show how nice everyone on the bakery is. We finally finished the corrections, and then it was time to detail everything.
So on the reference photo, it looks like there's grass and dirt on top.
Oh yeah, I see that.
So if we use commands, we can replicate this fairly easily.
Ooh, yes, bro, that looks so good. Once the grass was in, the farlands still looked slightly empty, so we decided to add some granite and andesite blocks into the wall. And now that the simple detailing is in, it's time to copy this slice around all four sides.
Okay, I'm pasting it in.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good. Davdi, why isn't this lined up right?
Oh no. Did we not build it right?
No. Turns out we simply pasted it one block off, so everything's okay. The final thing to do was to hollow the entire region by selecting each corner and then using the hollow command. We should place a bet to see who can guess how many blocks there are.
Okay, I'm gonna guess 590,000 blocks.
I'm gonna say 436,183.
Okay.
All right, I'm checking now. What? Bro, it was 434,000. I literally do not know how I guessed it so close. I find it hilarious though. Well, man, thank you for helping. I can't wait to see how Mog reacts.
Yeah, dude, that's gonna be so funny. Yeah, see ya.
Thanks to Davdi, we now have the design for the farlands and can check off the fourth step. And now we need to move on to collecting all the items required. Now, 434,000 items is no joke, so let's start by breaking it down. All right, first of all, 5 shulkers of granite is easy enough, and then 15,000 andesite. Nice, look at all of this. And actually, let's also grab some dirt, because I want to come out here to spawn and kind of just make a quick platform for all these blocks. It's nice, those are the first 2 items checked off. Now we need 59,000 dirt. Let that just settle in for a moment. 59,000. That's a lot. But not a problem at all, because we got that quarry from a few episodes ago, and look at all this dirt. Next we need 271,329 stone blocks. And for that, we are definitely gonna need a farm. But guess what? We got one right over here in the dome base. So if I press this, the farm starts, and then we can just sit here and mine for all the stone. Nah, this thing is way too slow. That's why I have this one right here. This is the ultimate stone farm, 72,000 blocks per hour. We start it by coming over here and hitting a pigman. These guys are gonna fall and die, which gives me XP, and then make sure the pickaxe that I'm using doesn't ever break. Oh, and did I mention that this gives 12 stacks of stone every minute? That's 7.4 blocks every second. How do you get 0.4 of a block? What if I told you that we have a faster method? This is the fastest super smelter in all of Minecraft, capable of cooking 622,000 blocks an hour. If we put the cobblestone we got from the quarry into this, we will have all that we need in no time. We're gonna start the smelter in
T-minus 10 seconds. All right, it seems that initiation protocol has been set. Everything is looking good to go. So in T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Somehow the entire super smelter broke. I literally built it 1 episode ago. As much as I wanted to show off to you all with this smelter, it looks like karma got the best of me, and now I'm stuck at the stone farm for the next couple hours. Well, here we are. I let the farm run overnight, and looky here, that has got to be enough stone. So that means we need just 1 more item, and that would be 80,000 grass blocks. And to be quite frank with you guys, I have no clue how we're going to get these. Okay, so I found this interesting grass block farm. I guess the way it works is that because Endermen have the ability to pick up grass blocks, you can then have them do that and then kill them and then collect the blocks. This is the farm here, which looks pretty scary, but breaking it down, we should be able to get all the materials pretty quick. Rail, slabs, trapdoors, lever, redstone, furnace, sticky pin, lamp, dropper, fences, endstone, chests, redstone torch, leaves, piston, comparative repeater. It's really nice having a storage system with every item in the game. And then next we actually have to build it, and for obvious reasons this is an Enderman powered farm. It's gotta be in the end. And nah, let's not go there. Okay, over here looks good. So then I just gotta follow the blueprint of this farm until it's finished. Oh dang, I forgot Endermen are gonna start spawning. Move! Oop! And so I spent tens of hours building the farm, hundreds of thousands of blocks. And by the time I finished, 800 Minecraft days had gone by. Nah, I'm kidding. This farm took like 30 minutes to build. And the last thing we need is to add an endermite here. So let's make a little box and then spawn an endermite. And now get in the minecart. Nice. Let's break all this. And there we go, that should be the farm ready. One question for you guys though is, how should I decorate this farm? I'd like to do something like spaceship vibey. If you have any suggestions, let me know in the comments and I'll name the farm after whoever's idea I pick. Alright, so I just added some dirt to the farm. I basically have to sit here holding down right click, and that means I'm gonna constantly be placing dirt, and then more dirt is gonna be dropped on top of me to restock my hand. Nice, it's working. Alright, I'm gonna go take a shower, and in the meantime, I'm gonna let this AFK, and hopefully we got a bunch of grass when I'm back. Okay guys, it's been 10 hours and I just finished my shower, but let's actually see how much grass we got. I'm betting there's gonna be like 10 shulk, 17 stacks. Are you kidding? So turns out I built the farm incorrectly and it broke. Now, no hate to the creator at all. This would have been a great farm if I had built it properly, but even when done so, it would only be like 750 blocks per hour. And if I need 84,000 grass, then that would mean I would have to AFK here for a grand total of 112 hours. That is not going to happen. That means we must move on to plan B to obtain this grass. That would be the classic method of literally just mining out an entire plains biome. So firstly, we're gonna need a butt ton of shovels. I have all these netherite shovels here from a video that I haven't released yet, but these are gonna need to be enchanted first. So... I am gonna cry. Enchanting these shovels costed me 674 levels. Yeah, so over here we got a huge plains biome. It's time to start. I wish I had more to say, but all I was doing was mining grass. So how about I give you a mega edited montage instead? Yo, pillager, die. Why are you angry with me? Your friend is the one killing you. And there we are. That is the 50th shulker of grass filled up. Honestly, that wasn't too bad. And now I gotta move all these to the platform. Oh, also I forgot to move some of the stone over. So here are those shulkers. And that is the final one, meaning we now have all 434,000 items required to build the farlands, and I can officially check off the 5th step. Yes. Oh, yes. Placing 434,000 items is gonna take a long time, so I think we should first get some beacons. That way we can use the effects to speed things up. Let's get these, and then some emeralds, and head back over. This is the corner where we're going to start the build, so let's place the first beacon down. Oh, wait, I never knew this was a thing. So the mini HUD mod shows the outline of how far a beacon will go. I guess that's going to be pretty useful to know where we need to place these. And I just ran out of emeralds. Oh my gosh. Okay, time to go to the raid farm. I always just like to place down these shulkers because then we can drop all the items out and then I can super quickly craft all of these into blocks. And there we go. 9 more shulkers of emerald blocks will definitely be enough. That's the last one. Nice. Cool. So now I should have constant beacon effects no matter where I am in this area. So that means I'm going to be here for the next long while we just start chopping stuff down to clear space for the build. Alright, at first it was kind of tricky to know which trees I needed to chop, so then I got the idea to actually use the blueprint for this early, and basically any of the trees inside of here need to go. And for anyone curious, this blueprint mod is called Lightmatica, which basically tells me where all the blocks need to go. And now there is nothing else to do than chop some lumber. I'm just gonna say it, I hate these big trees. Like, they're cool, but chopping them down is a nightmare. I can't possibly be the only one who thinks this. After spending nearly 400 Minecraft days on this project alone, I was beginning to get lazy, so I just moved on to the easier sections first. Okay, there's no more putting it off. I gotta just clear this entire dark oak forest. Dude, I just spent 30 minutes here and you can't even tell. After over an hour of clearing the dark oak forest, I was finally done with removing all the trees. Also, not to mention that during that time, I had to repair my axe once, which literally in all the time that I've played on this hardcore world, I don't think I've ever actually had to do that. And there go all the items. Yes, I can finally start. Oh my gosh, I'm surprisingly excited for this. We got all the items, the land is prepared, and now the only thing left to do is build. Firstly, I want to officially mark out the floor of the farlands by coming into all the water spots and just placing some layers of stone. And I think a really cool idea for the build once it's done is that maybe we divide the entire thing up into different sections and have little biomes on top. No. Not like any of the 1,000 other videos out there, but basically if it's a forest over here or if it's a swamp over there, it's just gonna match the biome on top. Maybe you guys could even come up with lore, like an earthquake lifted the land right out of the ground or something, and that's how these got here. Well, time to get some materials, and here we go. This was it. This was the goal I had wished for so many years. I was finally going to see the farlands in person, and it was only a matter of days away from completion. Oh, and I also managed to binge watch the entire 6th season of Better Call Saul. Just on a side note, I still find it so sad how Saul dies at the end. It's so frustrating. Okay, don't hate me, I was joking. Or was I? But as the hours flew by and the build was getting closer, the mental barrier of constructing something with so many blocks began to settle in. Going back and forth, getting materials, placing, mining, more materials, getting food, fireworks, placing, phantoms, so many phantoms. Like, bro, why so many phantoms? It was all mentally piling up, and there were times that I was about to give up or stop for the day. But then thinking back to my old childhood goal was motivation enough to keep me going. You see, something I've never really talked about with this project is what it means to me. All my builds have a deeper meaning, and this one in particular is very special because it dates all the way back to when I first played Minecraft Pocket Edition. Back in the day, the world had an invisible barrier, and I always remember going to the edge of it with friends, building bases there, or even glitching past it. It was quite unique. But that's besides the point. The border of the world was more than just that.
It was a challenge for young me. It inspired the idea to fill up the entire world with projects and builds to make it perfect. However, when the Minecraft world became infinite, this goal became impossible. And that was until MogSwamp suggested that I build the farlands.
Because these farlands are just like that old invisible barrier.
Because they limit the size of the world, I can fill this area up like I had always imagined.
And now for me, that old goal has been reignited, and someday I'm going to finish it. I really think that's what everyone needs. If you have a goal, find that one thing that will keep you on track. I believe it's essential to stick to your ambitions no matter what they are until you make them happen. And so with my goal in mind, the hours flew past. I wasn't going to let anything stop me. About 43 hours after I began building, I was on the final couple grass blocks.
The last block. Yes! And the last thing I want to do is quickly remove the dirt and grass outline.
There we go. Oh my gosh, we're getting so close to being done. I now want to work on spreading the biomes on top. So that's why we're getting all these saplings, because next I want to just place a couple spruce trees here in the mountain biome. Oh my gosh, that made it look infinitely cooler already. And so, I planted many more trees, just working my way around the farlands, changing up the types as I got into different biomes. And when I ran out of saplings, I chopped trees for more, collected them, and continued growing them on top. Very nice. Those trees are looking dope. Okay, the other cool thing we always see in the farland photos are the water and lava falls. Let's grab some buckets for those. And then we're gonna come over here to the desert to grab some water. Why are there so many iron golems in the... What the? This is remarkable. I'm actually awestruck. Ha! What? All right, let me quickly fill all these up. That should be enough. And then for the lava buckets, let's just head over to the nether and through here. Then we're just gonna jump into here. You know what this reminded me of? Who wants to know the winning lottery ticket numbers? Here they are, 3, 4, 1. So yeah, if you use those numbers, you're gonna win the lottery. Let's take all these over to spawn again. And now to actually make the water and lava falls, I think I can just land here or something and then place a source. Yeah, that seems to work. So now we gotta do this around the entire place. I started by placing lava on the inside of the farlands, then I moved to the outside regions. After that, I repeated the same thing with the waterfalls, and while I was at it, I decided to add some water to the swamp region of the build. That way it would blend a little nicer.
When we show MogSwamp the farlands, I want them to look as much as possible like the alpha Minecraft.
And I'm pretty sure beacons weren't a thing back then, so let's make sure to remove all these. And sure, we could mine them away, but I think TNT will be so much cooler. So in 3, 2, 1. Oh gosh, that was amazing. This is remarkable. I have no words for how amazing this is. Wasn't that just the most cool TNT explosion you've ever seen? I know. That's why I made you see it 30 times just to make sure you wouldn't miss it. I then very quickly removed the rest of the beacons, and after that, I thought it would be neat to add a little village on top of the farlands, as if it just spawned there or something. I made the pathways even fall into the lower layers as a real village would. And then once I placed the final block, I could officially say that I built the farlands in hardcore Minecraft. Well, here it is. After over 150 hours of effort, the build is complete and looks amazing. Now we can get MogSwamp's reaction. Just before I call him, I should let you know that I installed some OG mods and texture packs to make the 1.20 Minecraft look just like the old days game. This will be perfect to give him the best experience. Hey, Mog.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, so I called you because I wanted to say thank you for the idea.
Wait, what idea? I don't remember.
I didn't expect you to say that. You know what? Here, let me just show you. Here it is. Get ready.
Dude, this is like OG Minecraft.
Yes, and here are the farlands.
No way! What? Oh my god, I'm literally speechless right now.
I just want to say thank you because you were the one who gave me the idea and the motivation to actually build these. So yeah, thank you.
Wow, I don't know what to say. You know, when I suggested you build these, that was a joke. I didn't mean for you to actually build the farlands. No one's gonna watch this.
Large TNT explosions are extremely satisfying to watch, but the problem is that they're just not large enough. So today, I'm going to fix that by breaking the world record for the most TNT ever exploded in Minecraft. And step one is to first spend 3 hours flattening this chunk of land where we're going to build this bomb. There we go. And this is gonna be huge, which means it might end my hardcore world. But if that happens, we gotta go out with style, which is why I am going to explode the TNT with the most insane chain reaction Minecraft has ever seen. There will be 27 levels of increasingly more complex mechanics, like sand falls and triggers pistons to beacons until it literally will order a pizza in real life. And then we'll involve this delivery man, Jason. We'll get to that soon because right now we need to make the shell of this TNT. And I just spent 3 hours designing this on a creative world, which now requires us to collect a huge list of blocks. Now the first couple ones are gonna be easy, like this white wool, which we can easily collect by crafting string up into blocks. And then the same for gray and black wool. Okay, but now we get to the ones which are a little harder to obtain, like these 3,500 blocks of clay. And yeah, I'm sort of out of clay, which is why we're gonna go to this lush cave where I can quickly breeze through all of this. And as I collect the rest of these, as well as the other blocks, I'm gonna tell you why I'm going for this record. Okay, yeah, I'll make a deal with you guys. I'll explode 1 TNT for every subscriber. I sort of made a promise that I now regret, because the channel now has 1 million subscribers. But I'm going to be doing 1.3 million TNT, which will technically make it more powerful than a real-life nuke. Also, because my upload schedule is terrible. I'll explain all of that later, because I just collected all the items we'll need for the shell. And oh my gosh, collecting all this nether wart block was terrible. It took me 5 hours. But now it's time to start building. And I think if we first get 143 beacons, it'll be a bit faster. So, I sort of just killed 143 withers, but now we have max beacon effects no matter where we are in this region. This is going to be so much better. I guess we can actually get started. So I'm thinking the way we do this is to get one of every one of these shulkers and then just follow the blueprint. Wait, what? Why does this floor look so cool? It's like an illusion or something. And now we just have to finish up the full shell, which is so fun. Yeah. So, we're done. And that was totally worth it. I mean, bro, this just looks so crazy from a distance. Like, just imagine you're randomly walking through a world and you see this. When this explodes, I will have become death and the destroyer of worlds. But that's for later, because right now, by finishing the shell, we also just completed the preparation phase of this record. And what's crazy is right now, we're only 5% done with the build, because next we have to get all of the TNT. And I did some quick math. Each TNT block requires 4 sand and 5 gunpowder. And if you multiply each of those by 1,331,000 for all the TNT we need to fill this up, well, we only need 5,324,000 blocks of sand and 6,655,000 pieces of gunpowder. Now, if you're anything like me, these look like big numbers, but they don't really mean anything until you do some division and realize that we need 4,000 shulker boxes of gunpowder. And I am now starting to realize just how long this project is going to take. But you know, we gotta get started somewhere. So let me first set up a dirt platform and some chests where we're gonna move all of the sand and gunpowder to. And this is a good spot because this is my auto crafter and we'll use it later to make all the TNT. But now I'm going to put my items into this chest because we're going to head over to the raid farm where I already have a ton of gunpowder. I never actually showed how I made this farm and got all the gunpowder. So I'm going to show you a recap of 300 hours in 13 seconds. Here we go. First, I downloaded the world download for the farm, built it in my hardcore world, painstakingly moved 37 villagers to the farm, built a crazy storage, ran the entire farm every single night for a month, and then got 13,000 levels and several million bits of gunpowder. So yeah, now you're caught up. And now we need to move all this gunpowder back to the dirt platform. And for that, I'm gonna get a full ender chest so we can just fly back and put these here. And then we'll do it again and again and again and again and once more. And this time. And this is really slow. Most of the time, I'm just spending flying back and forth between the bases. And I've only moved like 3% of all the shulkers. There's literally gotta be a faster way to do this. Huh, wait. What if we used ender pearls with some redstone to teleport back and forth like every few seconds? That might just work. All right, we're gonna try this. So first we need a whole bunch of redstone items for the teleporter. And then I also want to quickly fill this shulker up completely with ender pearls, which we can quickly get from the enderman farm. Yeah, look at all those guys. I'm gonna just AFK here and get some breakfast in the meantime. And now we're gonna build the redstone. So we're gonna need a water column tube for the ender pearl to float in. Then I wanna set up this etho clock as our timer. Yes, okay, so it closes the trapdoor and then teleports me. And then finally, we'll set up another one of these at the raid farm. Now, it's time to test it. I'm gonna put 2 stacks of items into the timer because I think that's about 1 minute of delay. And then make sure we have an ender pearl in the tube. Great. Now I gotta get to the dirt platform quickly before it teleports. And throw an ender pearl here. Perfect. Now, any second, I should be teleported back. Perfect. Now what I can do is get all these shulkers and yeah, all right. I just have to make sure to throw another pearl. And as long as we do that every time, I should get teleported back and forth very quickly. Also, this whole video is the 1 million subscriber special. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. It is a dream of mine come true. And I wanted to celebrate. So I spent 8 hours hand signing all of these posters and I put special numbers on them. So if you get the poster with the number 750, make sure to check the back because there's a link to a secret Discord server. And I will also give you a house in my hardcore world. If the poster interests you, there's a link in the description. So there's good news and there's bad news. I'll give you the good news first. I moved all the gunpowder we had to the platform. The bad news is that I moved all the gunpowder we had to the platform. And it was not nearly enough. So I'm gonna AFK over the next couple nights to get the rest. But in the meantime, let's begin working on getting all 5.3 million sand we're gonna need. So I have an idea on how we're gonna get this. You see, in the past, we made this gravity block farm, which duplicates about 108,000 blocks per hour. And now that we got all this switched out for sand, let me show you. And I mean, this is pretty crazy, but there's a small issue. Even at this rate, we're still gonna have to AFK here for over 50 hours. My upload schedule is still as bad as it was 5 minutes ago, and I cannot afford to wait any longer, which is why we're gonna make more of these farms. So the way these farms work is they require us finding and mining out an end portal. So I wanna grab some emeralds as well as beacons. And then we're gonna also get some more ender pearls and craft these eyes of ender. So that way we can find some new strongholds. And I'm gonna just go far out in the world and okay, it's that way. Let's go get it. I believe this stronghold should be right below us. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna set up the blueprint for this farm, and this will basically show how big we need to mine out for this room. But first, let's get a beacon placed so we can have haste. Sweet, so this is the entire room cleared out. Now we can go ahead and get started with building the farm. And the first step is to just place these mushrooms in. That way when we grow them, they're gonna break the end portal frames just like that. Wait, what? Where is the... No. No, I didn't light the portal. I just wasted a whole hour. I found a new portal and I actually made sure to light it. Now I can actually follow this blueprint and make the farm. And that's 1 down, 3 to go. That is 2. That's 3 built. All right, I think there should be another stronghold around here. Oh my gosh, wait. Actually though, I've never seen a stronghold in a deep dark. That is kind of sick. I'm gonna be a wimp and just find another one because I'm not gonna lie, the thought of a warden spawning when we're building it. All right, for real, this is the last one. We're finished with all the sand dupers, as well as we're also 13% done with the TNT build. However, we can't just run all these at the moment, because this storage here is kind of not even close to fast enough for all the sand we're about to produce. Quick math check, each one of the farms makes 108,000 sand per hour, and we build 5 of them, meaning we are about to produce 540,000 sand every hour, or an entire shulker box every 11.5 seconds. So you might be wondering how the heck we store that much sand. And the plan is that I have no plan. All right, so I did a YouTube stream and asked the chat how we could store all this sand, and we came up with this monstrosity. It is a ludicrous storage system with 6 shulker box loaders, ice roads, storage blow, hoppers, chests, hoppers, paths, hoppers, 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 and hoppers. You know, all the shebangs. It is good. So now we got to build it on the hardcore world, and I'm going to quickly gather all the items, like
water, slabs, sticky paste, shulker, paste, never, dispenser, redstone blocks, gunner, chests, Peter, honey, ice, give, comparators, oak blocks, you, torches, droppers, glass, dust, popper, observers, hopper,
and black concrete. All right, yeah, this should be everything we're going to need. Now I'm going to just head to the end and then follow the blueprint. That's the main portion built. And now I want to make a lower floor here that connects all the chests together so we can access them. And now I believe we are ready. All right, so I'm turning all these farms on, and right now sand is just building up in the end. I hope it doesn't crash my world when I go through. All right, it's time. How fast are all these farms gonna be? What? Oh my gosh, that is so much sand. How much sand is this? Ooh, that has got to be a joke. All of the farms are running. I'm going to AFK here overnight, and in about 10 hours, we should have all the sand we're going to need. All right, it's the next morning, and it's time to check. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, now we need to move all of this back to our dirt platform so we can actually get crafting. And the way we're gonna do this is by throwing inventories of shulkers into the portal and then move them to the platform where we now have all the items. Now we're like 20% done with the TNT. Now we just have to move all this sand and gunpowder up there to the storage. Yeah, no, there's just no way that's enough storage. I expanded the storage just a little bit. All right, all of the sand and gunpowder is loaded up, and now I just got to build the lower collection part of this storage, and now it's time. The way we do this is quite exquisite. First, we switch on the lever and then open up the inventory. I have a mod which basically crafts the items instantly and then dumps them out. This machine also gives me the perfect amount of items so that when I pick them up, I always craft TNT. Then these items fall out into the water stream where we have shulker loaders picking them up and filling the shulkers. From there, the full shulkers are moved into this chest storage where we'll soon have all 1.3 million TNT. All right, I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is gonna take a while, so I'll see you in a... Well, hello there. It's what, 5 hours later? Yeah, that took a while. I literally managed to watch 3 movies while doing all of that, but we do have all the TNT and shulkers here. And I did some counting. We got exactly 13 full double chests, 13 hoppers, and 17 extra shulkers here. So all of that added up means we have exactly 1,372,032 TNT blocks here. I'd be willing to bet that's more TNT than anyone has ever had in hardcore mode. So now let's move all this over to our TNT shell. We're gonna build, you guessed it, another dirt platform for all our shulkers. And this is all of our TNT transferred over. And we have officially finished phase 2 of this world record. And now it is time to place all of the TNT. And this is also a good point to explain just how much power this TNT will have. If you didn't know, each Minecraft block is 1 meter cube. I did some research and found that a 1 meter cube of TNT in real life would weigh 1,650 kilograms. And if you multiply that by the amount of TNT we are going to place, you get approximately 2,421 kilotons of TNT. Just for reference, the first ever atomic bomb built by Oppenheimer was only equal to 18.6 kilotons of TNT. That means the bomb which we're about to build is going to be 130 times more powerful than the first ever nuclear bomb. What do you think's gonna happen to the PC? I bet it's gonna... Anyways, let's get started. I'm gonna get a few of these shulkers, and I guess we just start in the corner, you know? Why not? I'm going to be using an auto clicker to place these blocks because the thought of clicking 1.3 million times and getting tendinitis and the pain and going to the hospital and the money that's gonna cost... Yeah. I just want to be lazy. Okay, so we're using the 3 tall method right now to place the blocks, but I actually think it's faster to go 2 high and then sprint while placing these. Yes, okay, this is definitely faster. I just managed to use an entire shulker in 130 seconds. Well then, everyone, I'm gonna stream working on this for the rest of the night, but I will see you soon. All right, it's the next morning, and we are about 25% completed. Not bad at all. Although, I think we can do better. You see, last night when I was streaming placing the TNT, the chat had a really good idea. They said I should flood the entire inside of the cube with water. I know this sounds crazy, but when you're underwater, you can sprint swim, which essentially gives you 4 blocks of reach in total, as opposed to the 2 that we had before. And my thought is if we set up some conduits so we can breathe underwater forever, this method could actually be a lot faster. All right, there's only one way to know for sure. We gotta actually do it. So let me grab a bunch of dirt, and then we're gonna get some water. Now, I'm thinking we should just make a huge dirt platform here to start. There we go. And now we can just take this water and sort of place it around the edge of this so we make infinite water sources. Now that is what I call satisfying. So that should be the entire dirt platform covered. And now we gotta just come in here and dig all of this out. Yeah, perfect. All the water is flowing down and filling up this entire room. And that should be it. Wow, look at this. Okay, yeah, ouch. I get it, ouch. Oh, ouch, oh. Okay, we need conduits. And I'm at the storage where I think, yes, we do have conduits. Great. But I guess the question is, can we place quicker? And, oh my gosh, that is ridiculous. How fast can I place an entire shulker? Let's get one. Okay, and line up. And I got the stopwatch ready. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. Yo, 1 minute and 6 seconds to place an entire shulker. That is absurd. This method is too good. I'm actually having fun placing this TNT now. Like before it was boring, but this is just absurd. And so I placed TNT for hours. Because it was so repetitive, I was able to watch some movies and the time was flying past. We quickly hit 100,000 blocks, then 200,000, and then 300,000 blocks before I got a new idea. All right, so what we're doing right now is pretty solid. We had the slow method, then we had the medium method, and now we have the fast method. But what if I told you there was a ludicrous method?
The ludicrous method.
I had so much fun making that dramatic. Anyways, I had an idea that if we could somehow get Dolphin's Grace, I could place blocks so much faster. But that means we need to get a dolphin in here. Although I don't think it should be too bad because we got this ocean right here. So step 1 will be to remove some of the roof so we can bring the dolphin in through the opening. Step 2, I want to go ahead and place some scaffolding using the auto Oh my gosh, that was so fast. What the heck? Yeah. That should be tall enough. And now step 3, we gotta get the dolphin. Come here. Gotcha. I'm gonna call you Scabio. And step 4, let's get climbing. Hopefully he doesn't die. Wait, what? No. So apparently dolphins can't be out of water for more than 2 minutes. I got a new dolphin. Let's do this. This method better be faster. Yes, I got him in. Now I would simply start placing TNT, but the problem is the conduit effect doesn't work for dolphins. So if I took the dolphin on a lead underwater, it would eventually drown. So what we're gonna do is make some water breathing potions for the dolphin. I literally can never remember how to make a water breathing potion. Oh, that's right, it's pufferfish. Here we are, it's splash potions of water breathing. All right, let's try this out. Wait. No, I forgot to name tag the new dolphin. They say 3rd time's the charm. Let's see if this works. Okay, he should be splashed with water breathing. And whoa, wait, this is so fast. I need to just get a shulker. There we go. Okay, time to test it. Oh, guys, we just placed an entire shulker in 26 seconds. That is literally 66 blocks per second. We're actually gonna be done with this in no time. Bad news. I was working on the TNT when all of the sudden my PC froze. I shut it down, and now whenever I turn it on, I get this screen. I cannot express how frustrating this was. I spent a solid 3 days in real life trying to troubleshoot my issue. Why had it froze and stopped working? I had no clue. No amount of tutorials, no websites, nothing fixed my issue. So I took my entire PC to the computer store and gave it to the man who worked there, and then took the next couple days as a break. I got a call from him saying that he had fixed everything. Apparently my storage that had the hardcore world and a lot of other important stuff on it had stopped working. But he was able to save everything, and one new storage card later, plus $311, I was back in business working on the TNT cube. So we hit 400,000 blocks, 500,000 blocks, and the hours ticked up. I hit 600,000, then 700,000, until once again, the computer froze and shut off. It was the same issue, and I cannot express how crushing this was. I once again took it to the store, and this time the man told me that the new storage he had given me just 4 days prior was completely fried and he could not save anything from it. This was the absolute lowest part of this project. I had just dumped $300, hours of my time, and lost so many important files on my PC. Plus, to make matters worse, my hardcore world was on that fried SSD card, which meant it was permanently gone due to data loss. I'm not gonna lie, at this point, I genuinely considered quitting my YouTube channel. I took some time off, and the entire time I was away, I couldn't help but wonder what I was going to do. And then...
Hey Wunba, could you please update your world download?
When I saw that message, I instantly remembered that about 1 month ago, I had uploaded my world to Patreon, meaning it might not be lost, and there was a chance that I could salvage this project. So I did some research and concluded that the reason my storage card fried was because the motherboard was supplying too much power to it. So I bought a new board, waited a week for it to arrive, swapped it out, and now the PC is ready. After booting everything up, I downloaded the world and opened it up, and everything worked. However, it was a bit dated because before the PC fried, I had placed 700,000 blocks of TNT, but this download was only at 200,000. So I'm not even kidding, I spent 15 hours rebuilding what I had already built, but this time we had fixed the issue, and thank goodness the PC did not fry again. After that, all that was in my mind was pure motivation. I was not about to let that PC incident stop me, or my promise to you guys to explode this nuke. So over the next 3 days, I spent so many hours placing TNT, and as I got to the final couple of blocks, this was my reaction. We actually did it. Oh, yes! Let's go! Our TNT progress was at 100%, which meant I was completely finished with phase 3 of the build. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a crazy last couple of weeks, but we have finished the cube. I'm not gonna lie, I'm terrified that when we explode this later, it's gonna melt my computer again. But before we get to that, it's time for the main event. We are about to build the ultimate chain reaction to explode this. As we said earlier, there will be 27 stages of chain reactions. But what I didn't say is that these will range from easy to medium to hard, and then legendary in their complexity ratings, which you'll soon see. So first of all, we need to mark where these contraptions will be going, and it's only fitting to continue the theme of black and yellow concrete all the way down here. And I'm gonna flatten all the land, add some grass for decoration, fill in the weird spots, and now 3 hours later, we have what I like to call the runway. I also just divided all the chunks up and labeled where the contraptions are gonna go. So now we gotta just get started. The first easy one is just a pressure plate. We'll step here and then these repeaters light up and it retracts a piston which will go to the next one. For this one, we're gonna be doing the classic falling sand tower. And for the life of me, I have no clue how this is even possible. But what I do know is that it's gonna be satisfying to watch. The third easy one will just be a chain of pistons and redstone blocks like this. So if we activate one, you can see, yeah, ain't that something? It sort of reminds me of this toy I used to have called the Gordian's Knot. For stage 4, we're gonna set up a bunch of beacons, because I thought it would be cool to activate them one at a time in a rainbow. And I'm gonna put glass on top so they're all colorful. And what we can do now is place some pistons on the side, which are gonna pull all the iron blocks out and turn the beacons off. And the final easy stage involves this redstone torch tower, which will activate these pistons and then drop all of those spikes just like that. And they're gonna land on this tripwire, which will activate our next section. Look at that. All 5 easy contraptions already completed. This is what it looked like at the start of the video versus now. We've gotten a lot done, but it's gonna look even more insane when it's finished. So now let's move on to the medium contraptions. I'm thinking this one would be cool if it was just like a crazy roller coaster. So first I want to get a bunch of wood and rails from the storage here. And now we can just start making a path, and I'm gonna make it super randomized. Yeah, that looks like one of the old school roller coasters I would always make. And I think we can just have the minecart drop out up here onto a detector rail where we can begin our next section. Now you might be thinking that this is a ridiculous amount of effort to put in for such a short payoff, and you'd be right. But the thing is, I'm used to it. This is not my first channel. I actually began back in 2016 with building domino chain reactions. I poured hundreds of hours into stacking dominoes just to get a couple minutes of toppling and pure happiness. But as time went on, I spent less and less time stacking dominoes until one day I quit completely. I didn't plan it, it just happened. That chapter of my life was gone forever. But was it really? Looking at this build, I realized something. This project is really just the same thing. Building all these blocks for weeks on end, pouring in hundreds of hours, all just to see the short but momentous final reaction. I had not lost that old creative part of me. It just changed form. And that makes me want to pay tribute to that old channel by working as hard as I can to turn this into the greatest TNT blast that has ever been seen in Minecraft. And actually now we have the next couple medium sections finished, like this creeper which walks onto a pressure plate, then these anvil stacks, this item water tube, and this dispenser which will shoot a target block. And now we are 27% completed with the chain reaction to the explosion. Next we're gonna make a wave machine, and we gotta start by placing a bunch of pistons on the ground. And then we can add some repeaters in, and here's what it's gonna look like. Oh, so I forgot the pistons have to be on blocks. There we go. That's how it's supposed to work. And then I gotta add some slime, some rails, and some minecarts. Finally, we gotta just mine the rails. All right, let's test it. If we drop an item onto the pressure plate, the arrows start to hit the target blocks, and eventually, yes, the minecart starts to fly. That is so great that it works. The last thing I'm gonna do is build up here and set up some blocks and water. That way, when the minecart gets launched up, it's gonna move forward a little bit every time until it eventually lands on the rail and activates the next part. Now, for our next section, we're gonna make it so we have to wait for a cactus to grow up. I'm not kidding. And for the last medium level, we're gonna set up a bunch of observers, but right now they aren't that interesting, which is why I added doors. And they look pretty cool when I do this. And then we're gonna have some repeaters which will go into this box and power this redstone lamp. And now this is where we will have the chain reaction go to real life. But we gotta talk about the main issue with this. You see, getting a domino chain reaction from real life into Minecraft is easy. You could just have the dominoes hit the spacebar or something. But when you really begin to think about it, how do you get Minecraft to real life? It's not like you can just have dominoes pop out of the screen or anything. Or can you? So I downloaded a program called AutoHotkey, and I coded a script that essentially searches my entire monitor for the exact color hex 6B8192, which is the same color as a lit up redstone lamp. So when our chain reaction in Minecraft triggers that redstone lamp to light up, auto hotkey will see that and then will automatically move my mouse to another screen and will order a pizza from Domino's. So we literally can get Domino's from Minecraft in the form of pizza. Now, hopefully all that made sense. If not, it's okay. I'll explain it more later. But what's important is that we are now in the hard section of this chain reaction with only 13 parts remaining. And the first harder one will actually involve my Minecraft player. I set this thing up where if I hold the W key, I walk forward and hit this slime launcher and another one. And then I land on 2 slimes and hit this pressure plate. It's pretty simple. But now I want to set up some glass walls and redstone from this pressure plate. So every time I step on it, it pulls this piston. And the idea is when the piston moves, the villager's gonna go over here towards the bed and then step on the pressure plate. My thought is this pressure plate here, that's gonna connect with a ton of redstone over to this piston. And on top of it, we're gonna put the most satisfying contraption yet. But first we gotta head back to the storage because I wanna get a bunch of every color of concrete powder. And yeah, looks like we only have 4. There we go. That should be good. And now we're going to take this first one and place it just like this. Nice. Now we got to take some signs around it so we can make another ring like this. And now we're going to do this until we go through all 16 colors all the way to the top. So that surprisingly took like an hour to make, but it was worth it because this thing looks awesome. This next one's gonna be absolutely mental. We're gonna have 9 dispensers shooting out fireworks obscenely fast, and I'm hoping this redstone works. No. What about this? Yes. And then I thought it'd be cool to use a skulk sensor to listen for the fireworks. If you didn't know, you can make different levels of fireworks. Level 1 only goes a few blocks, while level 2 goes further, and then level 3 goes the highest. I'm thinking it'd be cool to have the sensor high enough up so only the level 3 firework activates it. Yeah, that should be good. Then I'm also gonna cover this whole thing with wool to be extra safe. Then I can just load all these up into the dispensers, and now our fireworks show is ready. Perfect. Only 3 hard sections left, and truthfully, this next one isn't going to be that hard to make because we're just going to put some more dispensers in here and then a pressure plate over here. But what is tricky is I want to fill all of these dispensers up with chicken eggs. It's going to be so satisfying to see hundreds of eggs flying through the air until one chicken just perfectly lands on the pressure plate. I am praying that our chicken farm over here has some eggs. Please. Please. Yes. Oh my gosh, lifesaver. Just imagine how long that could have taken if we didn't have that farm. That literally could have been worse than my SAT score. Whew. All right, then let's just put all these into the dispensers. Next, we're gonna make a pyramid of red concrete, and I wanna make a lava cast for this one. If you've ever seen the server 2B2T, these are really popular. Basically, you have a bunch of lava flowing like this, and then we can use a dispenser to shoot out water, which will turn all of it into cobblestone. And then for the final hard section, we're gonna do this musical thing, but I'll show it to you later, because now it is time for the final 7 legendary rated contraptions. The mechanics and concepts we are about to use are going to be superb, starting with what I like to call the boat tower. And I actually want to leave most of this a surprise for when we run the contraption. So for now, all you get to see is that we're stacking hundreds of boats, mining out a massive pit below, and then setting up a tripwire right here, which will connect to this dispenser, which is going to shoot out a minecart. I figured now that we're getting close to the end of this chain reaction, it would be cool to have a simple one where we can view the TNT one final time before we explode it. And the way we're going to do this is by setting up all these wooden planks, some rails, and then power everything. Yeah, making this took longer than I'd like to admit. All right, 5 to go. This one's gonna be pretty sweet. We're gonna set this glass up, and then I wanna have a frog eat a magma cube. Then the frog light activates the next part, which means we need a magma cube. Oh, this is gonna suck more than I do when I'm drinking a smoothie. Why are magma cubes so slow? No. We're not doing this the entire way. I am going to make a rail and try to move him that way. Now, hopefully we can get one of these magma cubes into the boat. All right, good. And now with the power of a minecart, we can do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Yes, there he is. Now he's on his way. And go through the portal. Good. Now, how about you hop right in here? Oh, wait. We also need to replace the floor with hoppers. He just died. Finally, I got another one in here. And thank goodness the frog is so much easier because all we need to do is just force feed this tadpole a bunch of slime. There we go. Nice. The next section, I want to leave this one mostly a surprise. Basically though, I set up some ice and pistons, which are going to push this armor stand, which you'll see when we explode the whole thing. This next section is going to be my absolute favorite. We're going to make a huge music box, which will actually play a song. Hopefully this video doesn't get copyrighted. I spent too much time on this video for it to get copyrighted. I got to be able to pay my rent. How am I going to pay my rent? Okay, so let's get all the materials for this machine, starting with 1 oak button. Whoa. Then some ice, sticky pistons, and I have everything collected. Now I just need to perfectly follow this blueprint and build the music box. There it is. I would play the song, but let's save the surprise for later. The penultimate section we're building uses a neat mechanic where if you have a full conduit, any mobs within 8 blocks of it will be killed. So we have a piston to finish the conduit, then these drowns die, their items are collected, and then we trigger the final countdown to the explosion. Wow. Everybody, here we are. It's been a long journey to get to this point. This was the beginning of the video, and this is it now. And now this final section is just going to be a minecart that moves towards the TNT. And when it hits it, it explodes. Just so you know, by finishing all of these contraptions, we also just completed phase 4 of this project. Now, we need to discuss the plan to survive the explosion, because just for reference, the previous world record for 300,000 TNT was done in survival mode, and Castcrafter, who said it, nearly died while exploding it. We're doing over 4 times as much TNT as he did, and I'm in hardcore, meaning I absolutely cannot die. So let me tell you about the plan to make the ultimate survival chamber. TNT can't go through obsidian, so we're first gonna make a 10 by 10 obsidian box up here to sit in. From here, I'm gonna count out 10 blocks on every side of this, and we're gonna build another layer of obsidian for extra safety. I will not take any chances with the TNT, so we're doing another layer of obsidian. And if you're wondering how I got all this obsidian, that would be because I spent literally another 5 hours getting my obsidian farm in the end to work, and then AFK'd there to get all of this. I also spent several more hours filling in each of these layers with 10 more layers of water. That way, if somehow the TNT made it through just the first layer of obsidian, it would have no chance to make it to me on the inside. I also put a portal on the inside, and then as another safety precaution, I built a totem dispenser. Let's say that somehow a piece of TNT made it past all the layers of obsidian and water, and somehow it damages me. I will have a constant flow of totems dropping onto me. That way, if I pop one, another is instantly replaced in my hand, and I just cannot die. Now, just in case all of this isn't enough, I finally set up beacons on top with regeneration, resistance 2, and all the other effects. These beacons are also covered in obsidian and water so that they cannot be blown up. So when I say I'm not taking any chances, I mean it. I am making this as perfect as I can. And now it's time. It's time to explode the TNT. It has taken hundreds of hours of gameplay, hundreds of dollars, months of my life, and so much planning to get here. And now we're ready. Now I want to make one thing clear. Right now, I will be taking a world download of this world just in case it lags out, because I want to be able to upload it in case that happens so you guys can still play. But I want to make this very clear. If I die, it lags out, or the chain reaction fails, that's final. I cannot play on the world download. I'm only copying it for you guys. Now, with all that being said, I also spent 2 entire days setting up the real life portions of this chain reaction, which we are about to start with. Okay, this is the 1 million subscribers special. Thank you, everyone. As well as the world record for the most TNT ever exploded in hardcore Minecraft at 1.3 million. And it's all going to begin with this red marble in 3, 2, 1, here we go. There we go. The marble is going down the squiggly part. This might be my favorite, but then it's going to get to these magnet cannons, and it releases all of the marbles down the middle portion. Now, I think once these get to the bottom, they are going to go onto this track and activate a whole bunch more craziness, and this part is just so satisfying to watch. But it is going to hit some dominoes. And now we go small to large, release the cup, and then the cup releases the marble, which releases the toilet paper. And the toilet paper drops the spatula, releasing another marble that hits some dominoes, and then it goes small to large. The small to large dominoes pulled a string out, which pulled a domino out and dropped the lever. The lever hit the space bar, causing my Minecraft player to jump, which hit the tripwire, and now we're in Minecraft. Okay, these repeaters are going, they're going. Let's go, it's actually worked. It worked. Okay, it's gonna pull the piston. Yes, okay, the sand and gravel is falling all the way up. Oh my gosh, this is so satisfying. Yo, look at that. It's even creating a checkerboard at the bottom. It's actually working. Oh my gosh. Is it going to land in the minecart? Yes, it did. Okay, it activated the next part. The pistons and slimes are going. And wait. Okay, the beacons are already going. Okay, any second now, yes, the iron is starting to get pushed into the beacons, and these are going to start powering them momentarily. But this is going to take a really long time because all these swords have to go into that chest. So I'm going to just sit here, and I'll see you when it's done. One more. And there it is. Okay, now these dripstones. Yo, oh my gosh, that's so satisfying. Oh, okay, it activated the minecart. Yeah, see, the dripstone hit the tripwire, and now, wait, can I get in? Can I get in? Yes, yo, okay. Yo, look at this. We're going through the rail. This is actually so cool. I think we're getting towards the end. We are, and we're falling. We've landed. Okay, did it release the it did. Let's go. Okay, buddy. I need you to make a deal with me. Step on that pressure plate, please. Oh, wait. Oh, yes, he stepped on it. Oh, let's go. It took so long. No, here come the anvils. Holy cow, that is so satisfying. And, okay, they hit the tripwire. Wait. I need to get up here. Has the item been released? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's on the second floor. It has to go all the way up to the third floor. And there it is. It's on the third. Let's go. It's almost done. Making it through to the middle. And, okay, it's going up one final time. Now, will it drop onto the pressure plate? Yes. Oh, it already activated. Holy cow. Oh my gosh, that is so satisfying. Wow, look at how many arrows there are. That's crazy. Okay, wait, we should actually go over there and see if it's going to activate the minecart. Oh, it did. Okay, pushed it forward a little bit. It's got to move all the way to the edge so it can get onto this rail. Okay, we just have to wait for this next one to come. And is this it? No, it's not. Okay, one more. This is it. It's gonna go onto the rail. And yes, it's on. Okay, cactus is there. No, dude, it grew up instantly. That is actually so lucky. Wait, we need to get into here. Okay, any second, the lamp is going to activate. Any second. Yes, okay, the lamp has lit up and the mouse is right there. Now, any second, it's gonna move over here and place the order. Come on. Please work. I had to blur some of the private stuff here, but come on. Yes, okay. Pizza is on the way. Okay, I have Minecraft set up for the next part. Now we have to wait for the delivery man. And so I waited until finally the delivery man arrived. Little did he know he was about to help break a world record. He read the note, and then I was crossing my fingers he would actually topple the dominoes. Thank you. And this time it enters Minecraft the same way as before, with the only difference being instead of my Minecraft player jumping, it's walking forward. Okay, here we go. First pressure plate, yes. Second pressure plate. My hands are not touching the keyboard. Okay, slide. Yes, 1, 2. Hit the pressure plate. Let's go. Okay, that was the alt account. Now I'm on my main, and as you can see, he's right over here on the pressure plate. Now we just have to wait for it to become nighttime, and then this villager will go towards the bed. Okay, it is almost night. Any second now, that piston is gonna get retracted. Yes, there it is. Okay, villager's going towards the bed. He stepped on the... Oh my gosh. Oh, it activated the next part. Oh my gosh, there are all of the fireworks. That is so satisfying. Oh my gosh, it's actually really loud as well. Wow, I could watch that all day. And there goes the level 3 firework. Hit the thing. Yes, the chicken eggs. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. That is actually amazing. That is so beautiful. Okay, one of them. We just need one chicken to step on the pressure plate. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay, there's the lava cast. Let's go. It actually worked. Wait, am I being attacked by phantoms? It doesn't matter because now the music is going. I am being attacked by phantoms. Yeah, what do you think of it? It's we left this one as a surprise. It's actually pretty nice. But once it gets to the end, it is about to start the boat tower. And this one is probably one of my favorites. Here it goes. Yes, look at that. The piston is slowly pushing boats out. It's like one of those candy machines like the Pez that you'd always have as a kid. It's slowly lowering these boats down. And then way at the top, we have one boat that's sticking out, which you'll see what that does in a moment, but we have to wait for this to come all the way down. Yeah, I just realized that this might take a little while. Why did I put so many boats? Here we go. Yo, there's a phantom stuck in there. Wait, what's gonna happen to the phantom when it goes out? Is it, oh, he's taking damage. Oh, he's just gonna drop down in the pit. That's funny. All right, here comes the boat. As soon as it hits the water, yes, okay, it moved forward, hit the tripwire, and we have a minecart that popped out. Now I'm gonna get inside of it, but I'm not pressing any keys, so this would be like all automatic. The idea is that we are going to get to watch the TNT. You know, this is the final time we'll get to look at all of this. Once this is done, it's gonna explode and I might lose my hardcore world. I really don't know what's gonna happen. I am starting to realize that I think I made this rail a little bit too long. It's taking so long to get around the whole thing. Okay, the final corner. All right, I'm gonna get out. The minecart is still moving, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna get over here and get ready to watch it. It's about to go down and yes, okay, the frog just ate it. Okay, perfect. And it's activating the next part. So this is the netherite ice pusher, as I like to call it. It's super cool. It's basically going through this whole thing. And now, once it goes around this corner and goes down these, it's going to end up on this pressure plate, which activates the music. I'm gonna just let you listen to it. Anyways, okay, now we're on these repeaters, and these repeaters are about to push that block and make a full conduit. There it is. Okay, our drowned he's beginning to take damage. Let's go, let's go. Okay, as soon as he dies, yes, our chicken is off. Okay, okay, this is the final countdown. This is it. We need to get into the cube right now. Dude, 1 million subscribers, all for this point. If we die, it was all for nothing. Oh my gosh. I am so nervous. This is literally 130 times more powerful than the first ever atomic bomb. We made a TNT cube more powerful than a nuke. This could end everything. Whatever happens, happens. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At 10:34 this morning, the bomb was set off, and it took approximately 90 minutes to see the wave of devastation. A crater that was over 50 blocks deep exposed caves, diamonds, and left the old village with no survivors. And now, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. The dropper was made 11 years ago and is the most famous Minecraft map ever. The goal is to fall from world height through all sorts of obstacles and then land in the water at the bottom. Simple. But if you miss, you die. And I've decided that because this is one of my favorite Minecraft maps, I'm going to recreate the dropper, but in my hardcore world. And to start things off, we're going to begin work on the first part, which requires us to mark out an area where all of the dropper levels are going to go. And now my plan to make these levels is going to require so much preparation. But once we do, I'm going to actually play them on a live stream, which means one chance to survive, or I could potentially lose the hardcore world that I've played for more than a quarter of my life in front of thousands of people. Now, from the brief research I've done, I found out that each of these dropper levels are so tall that they'll go from world height all the way down to bedrock, which is why we have to remove the land so they'll fit. So we're going to start by mining it away. And no, we're going to get beacons for this. All right, awesome. So now I have the haste effect and we can just start mining the mountain away. And the plan for removing the mountain is to first flatten all of the land to one level. So I simply downed the hours just hand mining, digging, and chopping until eventually everything was cleared. Almost everything was cleared. Okay, now the entire area is flat. Okay, so the original reason why I hand mined that land was because I wanted to be neat and tidy with clearing everything. And also I thought it would just look satisfying. Yeah. Well, that satisfying clip you just watched took me 7 hours to record. And the blocks I just removed are only about 5% of the entire area. It was clear that mining the blocks was not going to cut it. So we need a faster method. And in the past, when I made similar projects, I've used TNT bombing machines to clear out the area. And originally, I didn't want to use these because they usually leave the walls messy, but we should be able to fix that later. So let's quickly get the redstone items for the machines. And then all I have to do now is follow the blueprint. Also, I'm going to make 2 of these because that'll help make the entire process go quicker. All right, and here we are. To start these machines, we just have to come up here and mine the redstone block. Okay, it's moving. Please don't destroy everything. Yes, it seems to be working. Now, things were looking good. With the redstone machines running, I just have to watch them and remove all the lava and water by hand, which for now wasn't too bad. But this is a 4th wall break from me, the narrator. I'm in the future. Past me still does not know how bad this project is gonna get. Ooh, you know what? I'm also gonna collect the emerald ores because they're kind of cool. And why not if it's basically free? Okay, and there's our first bit of lava. I can just use these buckets to remove all of it. And then also all of this obby has to go. And as the hours ticked on, I was making exuberant progression by getting many diamonds, emeralds, clearing blocks, and my inventory. Well, there go all of our emeralds. But eventually, the machines cleared most of the hole, at which point it was time to remove them. So we just finished removing the machines. As you can see though, the walls are still kind of ugly. So I want to get some beacons down here so that we can come in from above and just start mining all this edge stuff away. The upper stone was going quick and easy. However, the lower deep slate was a bit tougher to remove because it's much slower to mine. So I had to first build some more TNT machines to explode as many blocks as possible. Then once the machines ran as far as they could, I had no choice but to go in there and hand mine the rest of the blocks, which made me want to. However, eventually I finally finished. Okay, wow, it's finally cleared. For you guys watching, that was only a few minutes, but this hole for me took 4 real life days already. Also, I'm just adding this stone floor in because I thought it'd look cool if everything was flat. And there we go. The entire first dropper pit is done. We'll worry about the other ones later because right now I want to get some progression on the first level. And a little bit of history before we get going. The original dropper map had 17 unique levels. Instead of just building the most popular rainbow one, I've decided that later I'm going to be building the notable 9. These are the most iconic levels in the OG dropper map. And I was just about to get building when I paused. And I realized I had no idea where to even start. You see, past me was stupid, small-brained, simple-minded, you might even say. And if you're gonna be trying to build the dropper as accurately as possible, you gotta know what the dropper feels like to play. And what better way to experience the dropper than to play it in real life? We're going skydiving. Oh yeah, here we go. We're at Mogswomp's house. Oh my gosh, I'm not even kidding. I almost just hit his garage. Yo, how do you feel? I'm scared. Dude, the clouds are so cool. We're gonna be above those. We also met up at this taco place with King Samlot, Marcus, and Minecraft Biker. After getting lunch, which I don't think is a great idea before skydiving, we made our way to the place.
Listen, you guys better subscribe. This guy's going skydiving for you.
I'm on the ground. It was really fun.
Right on, man.
Whoa! Yes.
Thanks, Dan. And until next time.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Well, I have now jumped out of a plane, and it finally made me realize how to build these levels. I would even say that it unlocked my true brain. I did not want to die when playing the dropper in real life. And so my takeaway from that is that I should also try to not die when playing the dropper in Minecraft. Okay, you caught me. I just wanted to check skydiving off of my bucket list. But the good thing is now we can actually get started on building the droppers. Now the first level is gonna be everyone's favorite, the rainbow, which consists of 11 colors of wool and is approximately 252 blocks tall. So the first thing we're gonna do is set up some max level beacons down here so we can run and build everything quicker. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Should have all these effects no matter where we are in this pit now. And that means it's time to start building. So that's why we're going to place these shulkers and grab as much of every color of wool as I have at the storage. And I know I also have more in the industrial district because I have this little sheep farm, which has been running for the past 50 years. So we can just take all this and load it up. And with all my wool collected, it felt good that I was finally going to get to build the levels. However, things wouldn't stay like that for long. All right, so we're gonna be using the blueprint mod called Lightmatica for this. It'll basically tell me what blocks I need to use and where to place them. And right now it's saying that I need to get all the colors out of these shulkers and start following the blueprint rings upwards. Okay, wow, that's actually looking pretty sick already. I can't even imagine what this is gonna look like when it gets all the way up there. And so I followed the blueprint for about 30 minutes and everything was going well until I ran out of blocks. Are you serious? That was already a full shulker? I mean, it looks cool already, but we're gonna have a serious issue with all the blocks, especially for the rest of the levels. Okay, I don't have a choice. We gotta do it. We gotta build some farms. I guess it wouldn't be one of my videos without building some over-the-top farms for all the blocks we need. So I think we can safely say that we have finished the beginning chapter and can now enter the farming chapter. Produce farms providing produce to procure the drops. Oh my. Which is gonna consist of making 3 powerful farms. The first is a sheep farm for wool. The second is an automatic wither killing machine. And the last is a piglin bartering system. You're wondering why we need those last two. You see, I've been doing some thinking. All of the dropper levels combined are going to consist of hundreds of thousands of blocks. That will take a long time to build. So we need to be as smart as possible about this, optimizing wherever we can. And if we use speed 2 beacons, those cause you to move 20% faster. That could mean countless hours saved in the long run. However, the issue is we will need hundreds of beacons to cover the rest of the land. And right now, all my beacons are currently tied up in another build. So the wither killing farm should solve this issue by allowing me to make a bunch of beacons. Problem solved. No, our problems are not solved because withers require wither skulls and soul sand. I don't have any soul sand. Which leads us to the first farm we're gonna build, the piglin trading farm. If you don't know, piglins have an 8.71% chance to drop soul sand when bartering with them. We actually have a bunch of piglins trapped here, but I have no way to collect the items other than this. We're gonna start by building a better storage for this. I don't know how large it really needs to be, but I'm gonna just mine an arbitrary size and then make it bigger later if we need more space. Ooh, and the other thing we need is a much nicer entrance because this is the most convoluted thing I've ever seen getting in and out of here. I don't even know what I was thinking when I made this. So I'm thinking we just break a bunch of bedrock here. And I've done this a ton in the past. We basically just set up this redstone grid around that lever, then some pistons and redstone blocks so they're powered. Then we come in and use an auto clicker on the lever and flick it several hundred times extremely quickly. And now my game is lagging, which means I can mine these pistons and yup, see how they're glitched? Now we're gonna place some downwards facing pistons, and as soon as the game stops lagging, then the bedrock gets broken. There it is. And, okay, it didn't work. So it turns out that in 1.20, they patched the bedrock breaking method. Lagging out the game with redstone no longer works. Well, that's what I thought until I did some research and found this machine. The way it works is you flick this lever, the pistons start moving, and then you have this line of redstone that goes to a piston that you then mine and replace instantly, which then somehow makes it headless. And then watch this. Yeah. No. This isn't cheating. Okay, maybe it's a little cheaty. I mean, is it cheaty? It's technically a feature in the game. Anyways, for the next half an hour, I continued using this weird redstone method to clear the bedrock until eventually I had completed a 5x5 pit through the nether ceiling. All right, it's finished. It's not symmetrical. Gosh. I cleared more. And now it's symmetrical. Okay, so we have our entrance. Now we're gonna get building on this storage. I did all this on a Discord call, and my friend JVHan was generous enough to design this storage for me. So can we just go ahead and spam the comments with, "Well done, JVHan." He'll find that funny. Well, anyways, let's get the items for the storage. Oh my gosh, did I just get every item we needed in an edit that took me over an hour to make? Was that edit really worth an hour of my life? Yeah, I would say so, because I want to make this dropper video cool. Once all the items were collected, I made my way back over to the bedrock hole and began work on following the design JVHan had sent me. And all being said and done, this was pretty easy to build. And once I loaded the item filters up with every possible item that piglins can give, I had completed the first farm. All right, I know you guys are wanting to see how this works, so I just moved a bunch of gold over here from the gold farm. And we're gonna start with just 5 shulkers of golden ingots for these pigs. So I chuck it to them, and then 256 piglins now pick up the items, and let's go down below. You can see that when they drop the items, they get pushed down here and across this ice, which then loads it up into shulkers. And the best part about all this is that it's just so over the top. We only needed it for soul sand, which we 100% accomplished, but we have all of these other items, which are just going to be so convenient for the rest of the future on my world. So now that the first farm is completed, let's move on to the second one, which we need for the beacons. The automatic wither killer. The way it works is you stand here, place soul sand, then thousands of withers are summoned, which they then begin to entity cram and will eventually die. After which you collect the nether stars, and this design will kill about 4,500 withers every hour, completely AFK-able. And overall, this is a pretty simple farm, all except for one thing: this bedrock cube. You see, the only way this farm works is by trapping withers inside of bedrock. And this bedrock has to be a perfect 3x3x3 cube, or the withers will escape. Now, you might find it surprising, but bedrock is not a block you're supposed to be able to collect. And unfortunately, I'm not that good with following YouTube trends, so believe it or not, I don't have bedrock in my world, which means we have to find the 3x3x3 cube somewhere. Now, this is easier said than done because finding an exact bedrock formation is extremely rare, but I had an idea to find one of these forbidden cubes. My plan was to first leave my world and make a backup so that I could go onto the backup and enter creative mode. After that, by removing an entire layer of bedrock, I was able to find some 3x3 structures and mark them with a pillar. And once I had a bunch of those, I removed that layer of bedrock and searched under those pillars for another 3x3 square. And eventually I found one. I marked those coordinates and then went back onto the real hardcore world. And now I have the location of where we need to build the farm. This now meant it was time for my favorite activity: bedrock breaking. Because we have to break the bedrock around where the cube is so that we can fit the rest of the farm. And so I had my machines and a promise, a goal, a mission that I would break all of the bedrock in one sitting. So I booted up the stream, I clicked go live, and then I tortured my viewers for the next 7 hours watching me break bedrock. I'm not kidding, it took me 7 hours. The bedrock breaking wasn't too bad though, because I did have the chat to talk to. Well, it wasn't too bad until it was, and boom, just like that, done. Stop, wait, what's up? I messed up. I literally broke the bedrock we were not supposed to break. I had one goal: break the bedrock around the 3x3x3 cube. I had one job and I somehow messed it up. Now, fortunately, this wasn't the end of the world because I tested the farm with those same pieces of bedrock broken and it still worked. So let's just be careful to not break any more of it. So the hours ticked on, and layer by layer, I got closer and closer to finishing removing all of the bedrock. And then it was the final countdown for the last couple of pieces. You know what? Let's just play this stream clip. Guys, it's the final countdown. Let's go. Oh, wait, we gotta finish before it hits the final countdown beat. The last piece right here, guys. It's done. We finished, everybody. Yes. So
That was the copyright-free version of the final countdown. And now that all of the bedrock is removed, that was actually the hardest part. And then building the farm and stocking it with skulls and soul sand was easy because we already had all that collected. Once everything was finished, the final step was to run it and see if it would work. Here we go, guys. In 3, 2, 1. See if this is working. It's spawning them. Oh my gosh. Look at how many it's spawning. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're attacking. They're aggroing those guys. Look at how many there are. Literally, look at them dying. Oh my gosh. GG's everyone who stayed here the whole time. It's safe to say that the farm works and is pretty good. We literally just ran it for like 20 minutes and already have an entire shulker worth of nether stars. This might just be the most valuable shulker I've ever had in this world. All right, let's go take this to the storage. And now we need to get 5 shulkers of glass and 3 shulkers of obsidian, because now we can craft an entire shulker of beacons. Holy, that is actually just insane. No, this is too much. I mean, it looks like I cheated. It's just too much. So we now have the second farm completed, and we should have enough beacons to cover all of the land in beacon effects. Now, we just have the final farm to make, the sheep farm, to get all of the wool required to build the levels. I want to quickly do some math with you guys. We currently have this sheep farm, which produces about 500 blocks per hour. Now, I have a blueprint for all 9 of the dropper levels we're gonna play, and I added up all of the wool, and it equates to a total of 550,000 blocks. I'll go ahead and give you a couple of seconds to guess how many hours this farm will take to get all of that. It's 1100 hours. Yes. Yes. New farm time. We're gonna build this farm, which produces more wool than the entirety of the United States every year. Statistically, I did calculate that. Anyways, this farm is gonna do the job. So let's get the materials for this farm. Oh no, that's a lot. You know what? We're gonna start on the bottom and work our way up. Wool, 1 crafting table, 1 cake, 2 emerald blocks, 3 birch signs, 8 blue ice Hennessy pickles, 16 spruce fences, 3 quartz stairs, 64,316 scaffolding, 2,314,000 sea lanterns, 63 billion observers, 114 duo trigentilian chests. Okay, maybe not that last one, but it's a lot of items. I just collected all of them except for the hardest ones. The first of which is about 1.5 shulkers of honey blocks. And right now, we definitely don't have enough at the storage. So let's check the honey farm from a while back. And oh yeah, that's definitely enough. And that should be all of it. Next, we need 2 shulkers of packed ice. And for that, I'm gonna go to my normal spot, the frozen ocean. There we go. That should be all the ice checked off. Now some iron blocks, which we can craft over here at the iron farm. And then 8 shulkers full of grass blocks, which unfortunately there's no good way to farm grass blocks other than just the classic method of mining it. So it took me about an hour to get all the required grass blocks. And now the final item for the farm is 39,461 white stained glass blocks. And yes, that time the number is for real. So I'm at the storage, and currently we have about 5 shulkers of white glass and 4 more right here, but that's not nearly enough. So we need to go get some more sand to turn into glass. And if you remember from the last video where we made the massive TNT nuke, one of the items we needed a lot of was sand. Good thing we still have a bunch of sand in these chests. So we're gonna take this over to our super smelter and cook it up. After just a few minutes of cooking the sand, we had collected all the required glass. And then I took it back to the storage system and crafted it into white stained glass, checking off the final item. And now that all the farm items are in this chest, we can get building with this sheep farm so that we can get all the items for the dropper projects. All right. We need to find a spot to build this. I think it needs to be pretty far out because the farm requires 1,024 sheep, and I bet that's gonna be pretty laggy, so I don't really want it around any of my other builds. Right here should be good. It's out of the way, but it's still close enough to all my other farms that it's convenient. And now we get building. This was the part that I was not ready for. I was so ignorant, thinking that 1,024 sheep was a good idea. No.
No, it was not a good idea. Okay, so first things first, I think we need to get the sheep into a spot. So that's why I got this stone here, because we're gonna just start building a cage for the sheep like this. And in total, I want to have 16 cages, one for each of the colors. Just on a side note, I feel like Mojang should make it so that rainbow sheep drop any color of wool, not just white. It just doesn't make sense why they don't. Anyways, let's go get some sheep so we can start breeding them. There we go, found some. Okay, so we need to bring these guys back. That's why I got these leads. Come with me. Please stop getting stuck. Thank you. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. No, we have to take them over the entire ocean. Wait, no, this is actually better. Yeah, because they don't get stuck when they're in the water. So I took the sheep the rest of the way back and then got 8 into the cage, which is perfect because that's a power of 2, which means we can breed the sheep up pretty quickly. So now we have 12, and 5 minutes later, I bred them again, and now we have 16. I'm gonna just have to continue breeding these guys, but in the meanwhile, let's expand the cage to make 16 in total. 1 for each color of sheep. And that should be good. I bred the sheep up a few more times, and then once I had enough, I started to move 2 babies to each of the chambers. After that, I went back to the storage and got 2 of every color of dye, and then went and dyed all of them. All right, so we have 2 of every color of sheep now, and the sheep can only breed once every 5 minutes. So we have 2 options. We can either sit here and wait to breed them, or we can get started on the farm itself and breed them while we're building. Yeah, let's do that. To be honest, I have no clue how this storage works, but that's why we have Lightmatica, because I don't have to be intelligent to use it. And so I did this for hours and hours. Oh, also see how there are wrong colors in there? For some reason, it seems like the sheep can somehow breed through walls. How does that work? Well, as I followed the blueprint and bred the sheep, a couple of days into this, we eventually had 64 of each sheep color. We're gonna stop breeding the sheep for now and begin working on the main chunk of this farm. As I built up the first couple of layers, it was here that I started a live stream, and overall, things were rather easy. Anytime there are blocks, all you have to do is follow the blueprint. However, sheep. You see, I would argue that sheep are worse than villagers. You don't believe me? Just watch. I had to get the sheep into the pen. So we started with the first color, red. I set up a minecart track and then pulled 2 sheep out of the pen with a boat and then used a minecart. And then used a minecart, and then used a minecart. And then the sheep went up to the cage. Mission accomplished, right? Wrong, because these sheep are on the trapdoors. They cannot be on the trapdoors. If I could trace all of my life problems back to one point, all my stress, my anxiety, my bad diet, my tax evasion, it would be right here. Okay, I think we have to break the trapdoor so he drops. Okay, good. He fell down. Now we have to place that back. I don't think I can. Okay. Water. Please push the sheep. That's not gonna work. Eventually, after a bit more trial and error, the only thing that did work was to break the blocks in the middle so the sheep could scoot over, and then I placed the trapdoor back. And there we go. 2 sheep are done. Only 1,022 to go. With no choice but to continue adding sheep in, I made the decision to first break all of the glass from all of the chambers. Then to speed things up, instead of using boats to move the sheep, I used only minecarts, which then meant that when breaking the minecarts, it was slightly quicker getting them in. Seriously, any amount of time saved is gonna be huge. There we go. Nice. Great. Nice. Yes. Nice. And that is the last red sheep. Okay, that took like 2 hours to get all the red ones in. However, I am getting a little bit quicker at actually getting them in, so I really hope that the next color isn't as bad. Let's set up a row of rails and then send a bunch of them up at once. Okay, then I think we just break a couple of these at a time and then follow me, guys. Perfect. Okay, yes. I mean, this is certainly quicker, but overall, it's probably gonna still take me several days. Those are all of the orange sheep in, 128 out of 1,024 in total. Next, we have the yellow sheep. I'm setting up the rail, and now I'm gonna just send exactly 32 up at once. That's how many go in a row, and I can do that by just counting how many minecarts are in my inventory, so it's pretty efficient. Okay, no, they're going back. What are they doing? Okay, they're going back down. Okay, I have an idea. Let's set up a couple blocks here so they drop down onto these rails and that way they don't go back. Oh, yeah, I have to power it. What the heck is happening here? Here, I'm gonna break that. Nice. Again. Wait, what? No, where are they going? That is so cursed. It's a cube of sheep. Eventually, I got the sheep out and kept adding the yellow ones into their proper spots, and then was able to check all of them off. I then moved on to the lime green ones and did the same until there was just one left. Holy cow. This is the last one. Oh, yes. That feels good to be done. And now, that is the first layer done. I only have to do all of that 3 more times. As I moved on and built the next couple of layers, again, the blocks were easy to build. And as I arrived on the next round of sheep, I set up rails beforehand and had a much better time scooting them in with minecarts. I went from taking about 5 minutes per sheep at the beginning to about 10 seconds per sheep on the second layer. It goes back to a motto I believe in, that if you do something enough times, you will naturally find the most optimal way to complete that task. This is the perfect example of that. And so as the hours ticked on, I got the next few colors of sheep in and was beginning to find a good rhythm as I finished the second layer. After about 12 hours of total work on the sheep farm, I won't lie, it was beginning to get boring, but I was not going to let that stop me. The motivation of the vision of getting to play the dropper at the end was enough to keep me going.
Oh, that, and also the fact that I was listening to the 20-hour Dune book.
As hour 20 approached, I was on the final layer of the farm. I repeated the process of getting the sheep in, and then with just a couple left, oh my gosh, this is the last sheep. Oh my gosh. We just have to cover it all up. The final few blocks. Yes. Oh, yes. All 1,024 sheep are in the farm. It's done. It feels so good to know that I never have to look at a sheep again. I removed all of the sheep pens, got rid of the beacon, and then the penultimate thing to do was to go over to the wood district so I could get wood, and then shulker shells from the shulker district. That way I could go to the top of the sheep farm and craft just a few shulker boxes. Just kidding. I crafted 30,000 shulker boxes. Yes. You heard me right. It's justified though, because I'll hopefully never have to add more into the system. Anyways, guys, one more thing to do. We got to come over here to the top of the iron farm, and we're going to just place down all of these shulker boxes and start crafting a whole bunch of shears for all the sheep. So I spent about an hour crafting shears up and then moving them over towards the farm. And once they were loaded up, I checked the statistics and saw that I had crafted 30,800 in total. I am willing to bet that the amount of people in the entire world who have ever crafted that many shears can fit on one hand. It's absurd. This farm took me about 30 hours to build, but it was so necessary and so worth it. Oh my goodness, that is so satisfying. And then they just come up over here and they also get sorted into shulker boxes. So that should mean that in a couple of real life days, we should just have enough wool for all 9 of the dropper levels. Oh my goodness though, I forgot that we're actually gonna also have to build them later. That won't be fun.
And it was at this point that I decided to celebrate by taking a day-long break because
we can now check off the farming chapter of the video. And now it's time to move on to the 3rd chapter, which is to make the entire pit for the levels to fit in. I want to do this before we do any more building on the first level, because in the long run, it'll save more time to finish this, then build all 9 of the levels at the same time. So first things first, let's do what we did at the beginning and mark out the entire pit with black and yellow concrete. Nice, there we go. Also, I covered the first level in blocks because I was streaming this and I didn't want the chat to know what the project was. At this point, they just thought I was building a big pit. Yeah. I bet they thought I was crazy. Anyways, we're going right to the TNT method to get rid of all this land. And that means, first things first, we got to get rid of all of the water in here. So I'm going to get some sponges from the storage. And how many have we got? Okay, that's not going to be enough. So, I just spent 2 hours getting these 9 stacks of sponges. So with my new sponges, I traveled out to the region of land where I had to clear all of the water. And I usually have a couple of methods for clearing the water, but the main one is to place gravel rows about 5 blocks apart. That way I can go in and spam the sponges around. Wait, what do you guys think will happen if I put this sponge here in the water? It's only 1 block. Do you think it's gonna get wet or stay dry? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's interesting, but it can't be possible because the sponge picked up the water, right? Because it took the place of where the water was, so the water had to go somewhere. But how is this possible? Because the sponge is not wet. This does not make any sense. Clearing out the area took me a couple of hours, but eventually after many cycles of placing sponges, mining them, and drying them in the nether, I had finished clearing all of the water from the entire chunk of land. All right, chat, we're done. Oh yes, sorry for the chat jump scare. I was streaming again. Okay, now we need to figure out how to remove this land. I do have a plan. So before we were using TNT mining machines, and those are good, but this is 784 by 166 blocks, which means it's huge. And there's gonna be a ton of lava and water to remove this time. So those machines would simply take too long, which is why I'm thinking we should build a machine called a world eater. If you've never seen one before, just trust me, you're in for a show once we build it. But to run a world eater, we have to build trenches around the entire pit. So that's why we have these machines. This is a smooth wall trencher. Oh, and yes, this machine does use multiple dragon eggs. I was able to get these by just going into creative mode, grabbing them, and then putting myself back into survival.
Okay, that was a joke. Please realize that all of this was streamed as proof.
And the way that I got these dragon eggs was from a dragon egg farm that I built. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the machine. Yes, there it goes. Yes. Don't you love that with the power of editing, I can pretend that I built the machine perfectly on the first try? So hopefully this machine over the next 15 hours or so should clear a perfectly smooth trench all the way down to bedrock.
Now, you remember how I said that this project was going to get bad all the way at the beginning? It's about to begin.
All right, so as these machines keep exploding, they're going to keep moving down, and that means over here we basically need to mine out a little pit for this part to move into. So let's start by getting a beacon. And there we go. Now I'm going to just have to mine all of this out while listening to my book. All right, there's the first side done. Got to do this over here as well. And there we go. All right, so as you can see, the machine is now cleared a little bit. Also, I need to make sure to clear any lava and water that the machine exposes as it goes down. So that means I can't really AFK this. The machines ran for a couple of hours until the first one got low enough where the TNT began to explode the walls a little bit.
It is the beginning of the end.
Okay, that's not good. Okay, I gotta plug that water. No, it's coming right back and it's re-exploding the blocks. Are you serious? I couldn't think of a way to prevent this other than just plugging the walls over and over every time it got lower. But eventually it was finally low enough that the TNT stopped exploding the walls and releasing the water. So for now, I could semi-forget about that trench and repeat the same on the other side. Okay, so that's our first bit of lava. And why is there so much obsidian? Seriously, why? Like, who put this here? Oh, I guess for the lava, we have to go back to our bucket strat. All right, that means we're gonna have to go to the iron farm and craft some buckets. And yes, this is the ultimate flex. We have so much iron that I don't even care about these buckets. All right, there we are. All of the lava is gone. No, there's so much lava. Now, remember how I said it would take about 15 hours? Well, as the machines exposed more and more liquids, I had to pause them and then spend so many extra hours clearing all of the lava. Okay, I think I got all of it. I think I did it. No, why? There's so much water. Are you serious? I cannot express to you guys how much pain the lava and water caused me, other than just saying how long all of this took. Seizure warning. Those are days going by. Days. Literally Minecraft days. 20 minutes every single time. However, as the machine on the first side got lower and lower, I did eventually get to the diamond level, which sort of made the pain more tolerable because at least I was getting rich from it. Oh my gosh. It's been like 5 real-life days since I started clearing this trench, but we are on the last couple of blocks. Wow. Look at this. That is nice to see finished. Oh, we can just tear this down finally. I do have to start one more machine over here on the short side. Oh, you know what? Let me also get rid of the beacon over here. Can I make that? Yeah, I think I can make that. Ooh. Okay. I wasn't wrong. After I cleared the beacon, the final 2 trenchers continued working their way down. I made sure to clear the lava, water, and obsidian, which was exposed along the way. And let me make it clear, it was not any better on any of these 2 sides. Normally, I would not want to show any of this in a video because it's boring, but I want you to experience my pain just for a little bit so that I can make you suffer and maybe I'll feel a little bit better about myself. I should have gotten all of the... Finally, with just the last side left, I was about to clear this huge pit of lava when suddenly I found something peculiar. Ooh, what the heck is that? Why is there just a random tunnel here? It literally goes on for so long. What the heck did I build this tunnel for? This would have taken me hours.
The funny thing about playing in a hardcore world for over 4 years is that eventually you start to find things from all the way back at the beginning.
And you almost get to relive those memories. As I got towards the end of the tunnel, I realized that I made this tunnel so that I could originally move shulkers towards the shulker farm. And to be honest, it's moments like this that I'm worried I will never get to experience again if we end up losing the world in this video. Anyways, sorry, that was another weird tangent. After that, I spent a couple more hours clearing the lava from the final side and letting the machine run all the way to the bottom, where finally, after about 25 hours of making the trenches, all 3 sides were finished. And now, we are very close to getting to make the World Eater to destroy all of this land. But just before that, we need to remove all the immovable blocks from this region, which includes obsidian, spawners, and chests, because the World Eater will otherwise get stuck on those and break. So that's where I came up with this plan to locate all of the blocks with 100% certainty. I grabbed a copy of the land and then went onto a creative world where by using World Edit, I removed all the immovables. This land has the immovables and this land does not. As you can see, when we overlap this blueprint of the land that does not have the blocks, it's saying that all of these are incorrect and it shows us exactly where we need to remove them. So I can use this on the hardcore world now. Now, I know what you're already thinking, but Wunba, isn't that cheating? Well, actually, it's not, because at this point, I don't care. Okay, for real, I just want to be done with this project, because it is actually starting to drive me insane.
After over 100 hours already invested, any tiny little inconvenience was really starting to get on my nerves.
The burnout was coming. That should be it for all the immovables in this entire region. Oh yes, that is nice to have done. Well, there's no point in just looking at it, so we might as well just get going on the World Eater. It's gonna require this list of items, and I already have the farms to get all of these, so it should be pretty simple to get them. And now, we should get building. The way a World Eater works is you have a whole bunch of TNT machines that are perfectly spaced apart so that they blow up every block below. But a World Eater also has these liquid sweepers that go back and forth on the bottom, and these will automatically clear all the lava and water, which will save us so much time in the long run. So by following the schematic on the World Eater, building up both sides didn't take too long. I also just want to shout out Fallen Breath, who is the designer of this machine. There's going to be a link to the tutorial in the description, so please go show him some support. Once the machine was done, there was just one last thing to do. All right, guys, are you ready to rumble? Looks like 64% of people have faith that it is going to work, and 36% of people think it's not going to work. This will be the first ever time that somebody has ever had a World Eater work first try. Yes! Oh boy, that's loud. All right, well, while this works, I want to make the area around here look a little nicer because the edges and stuff are pretty ugly. So let's first take a trip towards the quarry from several episodes ago. And we're going to get a bunch of dirt because I just want to start coming in here and just begin terraforming the top of this a bit, making the edges look better. And we'll just go ahead and do this all the way around here. Because this project is so close to spawn, I think it's important to make it look as good as possible. All right, yes. Yeah, that's looking clean. Also, take a look at the World Eater. It's still working. And it's beginning to finally clear some blocks away. We still got a lot of time to kill, and I'm thinking the next thing I want to do is actually work on smoothing all of the walls, just like this side. And to do that, we're going to have to come in here and just fill in the gaps with blocks or something. And I think I got a good idea on how we're going to do that. My plan is to cover the walls of the entire pit with water. That way I can just float in the water up to the gaps and then place the blocks in. So to get the water, let's first get a row of dirt blocks around the entire edge. And then we're going to place ice on top of these and mine it. So let's go get some of that quickly. Okay, perfect. We got the water in. Now I'm gonna mine this dirt, and that's gonna start releasing the water. Yo, this pit looks crazy with the water. Oh my, that actually made it look so much cooler. Okay, now I really want to see what it looks like after we fill the walls in. We're gonna take this stone here from the storage, and I guess we just gotta start filling it in. You know, coming in here and just placing blocks. Yeah, no, this is gonna take a while. And so, as the hours ticked on, I filled in the walls, and the machine got lower and lower. Okay, looks like it's about to clear some water. Will it work? Yes, it's working. Nice. And also, look at this first part I just flattened. It's looking nice. What the heck are you? What did I just watch? Yes, look at that. That is the whole side done. No, are you kidding me? Yes. Somehow, the entire machine broke, so I had to rebuild it. And then after that, continue work on flattening the walls and letting it run.
And eventually, just as I was on the brink of insanity,
I finished placing the blocks and smoothing the walls, which meant I next needed to run in there with buckets and clear the water away, which did lead to a pretty cool pattern being formed. And once the water was gone, so were my thoughts of death. Dude, are you actually serious? Oh, okay. I was about to lose it. I thought it broke again. Thank the Lord, those are just ghost blocks. Okay. So the machine is not broken and everything is looking pretty good too. Last thing, I just want to add some black and yellow concrete in the outline again because it kind of got blown up earlier. This time though, I'm thinking we're going to make a 3x3 pattern because it's just going to look cooler. And then finally, once the concrete was done, the entire pit outline was neatened, and the last remaining thing to do was to just wait for the World Eater to finish working over the next several hours. As the days ticked on, the machine got down to diamond level, and this was gratifying to get to mine a bunch of them. One notable thing that happened was that I was flying around when all of the sudden, I found 4 deep slate emerald ores next to each other. If you don't know, deep slate emerald ore is the rarest item in the game, and finding 4 of them is just unheard of. I genuinely want to know what the odds are that I found 4 of them, because from the research I did, there has only ever been one other person who found a 4-pack, and the people on Reddit thought he was cheating. Here is the seed and coordinates for proof. If you are good at math, please let me know what the odds of this are. I am just so curious how rare it is. After that, I waited and watched the machines for a couple more hours until eventually it made it to the bottom and finished clearing the entirety of the land. Unbelievable. Oh, guys, this was so much pain. All of the liquids, the time, everything. I do want to do one more thing. I want to flatten the ground here because we're going to flood it with water in a moment. So I'm going to quickly just get a bunch of cobblestone and then start filling in the gaps here. Oh, yes. I just finished. That looks pretty hype. All right, we're going to flood it with water in a moment, but first let's get rid of the World Eater. Wait, no. Please, stop. No, it's destroying the floor. No, what do I, oh my gosh. That was too close. Okay. I'm legitimately dizzy from that. Okay. I mean, at least I didn't die. That should not take too long to fill back in. And there we go. The World Eater is gone. Let's put all these items away. And the last thing, let's take this ice back over and we're going to place it around the entire edge. Just like that. Now, time to mine it. And as soon as I mine these final 2 ice blocks, the entire area is going to flood and then we'll be done. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. There it goes. Oh, yes. That is actually so satisfying. It's so beautiful. I just want to cry. We're done. We're done. Oh, yes. Oh. Wow. Well, the entire pit is finished. This is a month of my life you're looking at. Wow, 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 wow.
Now, I'm gonna be completely transparent. It was at this point that I was starting to lose interest in the entire dropper project.
It had already been an entire real life month since I started. And even though this pit is absolutely enormous and we built all the infrastructure required to make the levels, it felt like I had barely done anything in that entire time. And the feeling of burnout was creeping up on me.
I knew that if I didn't take a break right then and there,
that I might completely lose it and potentially do something that I'd regret. It was on March 21st, 2024 that I made the executive decision to take a break from Minecraft and from my world. At first, it was just a break, but the more time I took away, the less I wanted to return. The thought of sinking more time into the project was something I just didn't want. And as the days turned into weeks, and then weeks into months, I stopped caring about finishing the project. I spent a bunch of time doing other things, like a challenge with my friend Sammy, an SMP I was invited to, a small trip, some hobbies, and I honestly just lived my life outside of YouTube. And after a while of this, there was a thought that began to grow. I was enjoying these other things more than I was Minecraft. I thought maybe I should just put it on pause and pursue something else for the foreseeable future. After all, was Minecraft really the one thing that I wanted to base my entire life around? And as time went on, that question grew more and more prevalent in my mind. And I basically answered it by not playing the game at all during this time. But the thing about Minecraft that I love is that you don't ever really quit the game. You only take a long break, because 74 days later, on June 3rd, 2024, for the first time in a while, I thought about the hardcore world. And I thought about that unfinished dropper project. I thought about how I had gotten burnt out and why that had even happened. I had lost interest because I was working on the project way too much without any moderation, which led to not having much balance in my life. And that's why all those other hobbies were so appealing, because they were simply a change. And looking back at this, I realized that my old way of thinking was that it had to be one or the other, Minecraft or these hobbies. There was no in between. However, that's just not the case. That self-reflection made me realize the importance of balance, do a little bit of Minecraft here and there, and then also some hobbies on the side.
And with that new tenet to live by, I felt that I finally got to the root of why I had originally burnt out.
And it was then that I once again began to notice the urge to play the game. And so on day 75 of my break, I, for the first time, logged back into my world and started work on the next chapter of the dropper. Okay, wow. I'm not even gonna lie, I sort of forgot where we were. But holy cow, this is pretty nice to be back.
Being back was kind of jarring at first, but I took a second to look over all my old plans and recordings, and then I realized
we have to collect all of these items. That's huge. That's huge. Oh my. I was thinking I'd want to start from the top and work my way down, but looking at all these wolves, we basically just have to AFK the farms every night to get them. So I think I'll do that in the background when we collect the other blocks. All right, let's start our way on the bottom. These are pretty easy. Look at these. Wait, did you hear that? Is that the sound of a way over the top beat synced item collecting montage coming up? I think it is. Let's do this. Lava. Signs. String. Gravel. Our first 1000 item, pink wool. Sand, rails, redstone torches. All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna take a coffee break. I'm gonna need it for these next few. Some oak planks, grass blocks. Coffee break, sorry. I need more coffee. Nether bricks, which we don't have, but I know that over at the piglin farm, yes, we do have bricks. Awesome, I can just craft these up. Some green wool, purple, cyan, gray, blue, redstone dust, spruce wood, fences, and some iron blocks, which we don't have. So as I AFK here at the farm for iron, let me go ahead and... Okay, one more page of items. These are the absolute worst ones, starting with 9,254 glowstone blocks, which we can actually get from the glowstone dust I got at my raid farm. 13,000 oak slabs. 13,902 spruce leaves, which we don't have many of. Now, way back in the day when I recreated the Avatar movie, we had to mine a whole bunch of spruce leaves, and as you can see, the forest is still pretty ugly, but yeah, this is the only way I know of to actually get all the leaves, so let's just go ahead and get mining. Epic. There we go. 9 shulkers of spruce leaves checked off. We are actually getting there on the item collecting. The wool farm has also been running this entire time. And as you can see, we got the next couple colors checked off as well. Oh, also, for now, I'm just putting all these shulkers of items here in the storage. Next, we need 14,000 water buckets. Okay. What the freak? 529 shulkers of buckets? Yeah, no. We're not doing that. Instead, I'm pretty sure that if we just get a bunch of ice from the farm, that should be good enough. Next, some obby, which we easily got enough of. And then also the 50,000 dirt blocks are pretty easy because of our quarry, we already got all of it. And as I was busy collecting the items,
I realized that I was playing into the exact hardcore YouTuber stereotype where every single build has got to be bigger and better than the last. But you know, who cares? At least I'm having fun. I mean, look at this. I'm literally in the middle of the lake.
With the 2 stone blocks also checked off, the only remaining non-wool item left to collect was 93,000 snow blocks. This was not going to be easy. Okay, so we actually have a snow farm over here in the industrial district, but as you can see, we are getting snow layers, and those are going to take a while to turn into snow blocks. So I think we actually need to work on getting some fortune shovels instead of silk touch, which is why we're going to grab this shulker of netherite shovels. I made all of these before updating to 1.20 because I don't like the netherite upgrade. Now we're gonna pull up on the villager trading hall. Many people say that I don't need 16,000 levels. And you know what I say to them? Yes, I do. Just for moments like these. I just spent 1,000 levels making all of these shovels. Anyways, now let's get going on getting the snow. 93,000 snow blocks is equal to 54 shulkers full of snow. So we should have enough shulkers here and just have to spend some time filling all of them up.
But it was only about 5 minutes into mining the snow that I realized this was gonna take hours.
I had a 4-minute timer on my phone, and every time it'd go off, I'd stop mining and then craft the blocks. And each time, it wasn't even a full shulker of blocks. This was just not going to work. So insecure, afraid, and alone, thought about my life decisions. And then I did what one does, and I called my friend JB Han. Hello, yo. So, we both know that this is the dropper project at this point, so...
Wait, what? You're doing a dropper?
Well... So one of the levels, I think, is a snowy level. It requires 90k snow blocks.
I think you're in dire need of an upgrade. This is 4 modules, so basically if I turn it on, oh my gosh, my frames are running.
He showed me the rest of the farm, and let's just say, it's good. This farm alone will get 300,000 snowballs per hour, and divide that by 4 to craft a snow block. This one farm produces 75,000 snow blocks per hour. I think this should do the trick. I also want to take 1 second to mention that I've been AFKing at the wool farm in between each of the days that I've been collecting the items. Right now, we have about 77,000 wool of each type, so we're about halfway there. I then went AFK for an entire day to get the rest because I had a scuba diving class.
You see what I mean? I'm having balance. I'm trying not to get burnt out again.
Also, does this count as going outside and touching grass? I'll let you go ahead and figure that out. And when I was back, I checked the farm and saw that I had 84 shulkers of black wool, which means every item is checked off except for the snow. All right, let's get this last item. We got to get the items for the farm, and it was pretty simple, so I won't show it too much. All right, let's start building this. I just got to follow the blueprint once again.
Okay, so this layer I'm not too excited for. We have to get hopper minecarts on top of each one of these hoppers and then push blocks into them. It's gonna take a while, but I got an idea on how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna place some rails like this and then put the minecarts on. Now we gotta remove the rails and then push ice into them, just like that. Next layer. Oh, wait a second. How do we remove these rails? Okay, you know what? We're gonna temporarily get rid of these slabs, and now I should just be able to mine. Oh no. Are you serious? The minecarts in the back are pushing them out. Guys, what am I supposed to do here? How am I supposed to do this? I then, no joke, spent an hour trying all sorts of methods to get the minecarts in. First, I tried pistons. Then I tried changing the direction of the rails. I then even tried dropping the minecarts in until the GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, JV Han, had the idea to put all the minecarts in at once, put sticky pistons on top, and then pull the rails out all at once so that the minecarts are just sitting there. I then would push the blue ice in, and it actually worked. What would I actually do without JV Han? And finally, with this method, I had gotten all of the minecarts in, and then building the rest of the farm was pretty simple. It was also fun spawning all 16 snow golems, which I then had to lead to these fences. And once that was finished, I worked on the blueprint all the way up to the TNT machine at the top, and then it was done. All right, we're gonna bring the shulkers over, and we need to fill all of these up with snow, and then we'll be done. Are you ready to see how powerful this farm is? We're gonna start it in 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's going. So this works by using pistons to push the snow golems into the middle, which they then cover the blocks in snow layers. The TNT explodes the snow and then drops the snowballs, which are then instantly picked up by the hoppers and shot out down below. Honestly, I don't even know how someone thinks of designing a farm like this. This is just insane. And look at how fast it fills up the inventory. This is just absolutely ludicrous. It's so stupid how quick this is. Okay, so I just have to sit here and craft the snow blocks up for the next hour or so. So I'll do that, and I will see you when it's all done. And there we are. That's the last one. Let's go ahead and turn this farm off and mine all these up. We're gonna bring these over to the storage and look at how many items we collected for these droppers. Here, you know what? Let's mine everything up. I just put all of the shulkers into these chests and added it up. We have 514 shulker boxes worth of items. Honestly, wow. That is everything collected. Wow. And so, after 5 days of collecting items, we can check off the 4th chapter and move on to the moment we have all been waiting for, the building chapter. Oh, it's finally time to get to use all the beacons we made the farm for. And we're gonna start by just getting these in, because again, speed 2 makes you 20% faster, and this will save us a ton of time. So that's the first beacon. Now, I have this mod called Mini HUD, which basically shows the beacon range, and we're gonna use this to place the beacons the exact right distance, just like this. And also, when we're placing the beacons in, I'm just making sure to check the dropper level schematics up above to make sure that they won't get in the way. Let me go ahead and quickly get the rest of the beacons in. Perfect. The entire pit should now have beacon effects no matter where you are. This just looks crazy from a distance already. The next thing I want to do is set up a big dirt platform right in the middle of the pit. We're going to move all the shulkers of items here because this is going to be our item platform. And with the shulkers moved, I spent a little bit adding 1 block on top of each of the shulkers to make it easier to tell which items were where. Once that was done, I took a second to admire just how many shulkers there were before finally removing the box around our first dropper level.
This moment felt really good. 4 months ago, I started this project, and now began the part that I was excited for the entire time.
All right, so here we go. We have 9 levels in total to make, plus a pretty cool optical illusion at the end. But I first want to go ahead and just finish up the rainbow level. So for that, I believe we will need 1 shulker of each of the wools here. And then once again, just gonna follow the blueprint. Now, the thing about this level is that it starts quick, but the higher I go, 2 things begin to happen. 1, it gets wider, which means I slow down, but 2, phantoms start to spawn. And let me me tell you, the phantoms while building all of these levels made the entire process so annoying. However, we actually need the phantom membrane that they're dropping for the final level, so I can't just sleep to get rid of them. And we have an issue. Snow is spawning. Yay! That was sarcasm. Guys, this is looking so cool, but before we do any more levels, we need to figure out what we're gonna do about that snow. So, how would you get rid of snow that's going to spawn over the entire area?
Yeah, it's not that easy. So I actually asked you guys in a community post how you would do it.
And there were a couple of interesting suggestions. Crescent suggested adding torches everywhere to melt the snow.
Mink Icy? Icy?
MN Icy said to add a glass layer at build height. That way you don't really notice it. USA Cyan suggested adding string at build height. Just Jojo said you can use bone meal on the whole thing of grass so that there are flowers and grass will block the snow.
And then finally Speedcat6993 said, your mom. Yeah, I don't think that last one is gonna work.
Looking over our options, I don't want to place torches everywhere because that's gonna look bad. String is a good one, but I suspect that placing it over the entire region would be very difficult, which leaves us with placing a glass layer. All right, we're gonna take a moment from building the levels and go get a bunch of glass for the roof. Based on my calculations, this land is 166 blocks wide by 784 blocks long, which multiplies to 130,144 blocks of glass we'll need, or 76 shulkers full. And looking at what we have at the storage right now, yeah, we definitely don't have enough. And also, we don't have enough sand anymore. Actually, can you cook red sand into glass? I don't know. I've never tested it. Okay, though. We're going to run the sand farms we made last time for just a little bit. To do that, we got to replace the sand here and then start the machine up. And right now, this farm makes 108,000 sand per hour. So if we start up a second one, that's gonna be twice as quick. And honestly, that is more than enough for me. So while I just sit here and wait, I am going to finally do my late taxes. I wish that was a joke. And once we had about 3 double chests of shulkers worth of sand, I moved them all to the super smelter. And this is where things went downhill. You see, at some point after I made this Giga super smelter, it broke. Items were getting stuck in the system, shulkers weren't loading properly, and minecarts would mysteriously just stop. So of course, I right away fixed it. No, I didn't fix it. I procrastinated for the last 10 months since I built it. Now, I don't want to bore you guys too much, but I finally did lock in, and I spent about 3 hours clearing the system, adding new minecarts, and then running everything. And instead, I'll just show you the highlights. All right, I think I got it all working. I just have these 4 remaining shulkers of sand to cook. Now, theoretically, I should just be able to put these into the chest. And yes, okay, so it's unloading right now, and it is actually working. That's perfect. Oh my gosh, look at all of those furnaces working. This system can cook an entire shulker of items in 10 seconds. There are literally 1,728 furnaces cooking. And as you can see, we got 4 shulkers of cooked glass. That is perfect. I am so glad that I finally just sat down and fixed this thing. And with all the glass for the roof collected, it was pretty late in the night. And so I went to bed, concluding day 1 of the build process. Day 2 of the build. Okay, so we have all of the glass here. This is definitely more than we'll need, but we now need to place this in. And even though it's just a glass platform, we're gonna use Lightmatica to place it because overall, it'll just be quicker. I don't know how long this will take, but I'm gonna just get going with it. Placing the glass was rather easy, except for phantoms. Lots and lots of phantoms. However, after just a couple hours of placing glass, I got to the final couple of blocks and then ended day 2 with the entire glass roof in, which now means there will be no more snow on any of the levels. Day 3 of the build. All right, we have 8 levels remaining, and my thought is we are gonna start on the easiest one and then work our way up. Yeah, some of these later ones are gonna take a while. Okay, but the first one is, drum roll,
the first level of the original dropper, the glowstone level. And for this, we're gonna need a bunch of black wool, and we're gonna just start by placing this in at the bottom. Now, I'll explain my plan for these levels. They are already going to be intense to play on stream in front of an audience, but I have a plan to make it even crazier. I wanted to connect all of the levels together, almost as if you were falling continuously through all of the levels if they were stacked up on top of each other. Now, how can that be done? Well, I made it so that when you land in the water on one, you hit a tripwire, which activates some redstone and instantly teleports you up top and falling into the next level. This means I will have to learn all 9 levels by heart, and then on the final stream, play them all at once. I'm gonna be honest, I am getting kind of worried about actually playing the levels on stream. If I die, then everything leading up to this would have been in vain. As I built up the walls for the first level, it was rather easy, and once I was at the top, I decided to check the total build percentage of the 2 levels combined and saw that it was at 10%. So I then followed the blueprint on the inside of the level by first adding the glowstone, water, and tripwires at the bottom. And then I followed the spiral pattern all the way to where... This feels so cursed seeing phantoms in here. It just does not feel like they should be able to spawn. And there we go. That is the first level completed. All right. Let's play it. Here we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was pretty cool, but oh my gosh, that was kind of scary as well. All right, cool. Well, on to the next level, the mine shaft. So for the mine shaft, we're gonna need to get a bunch of cobblestone to start, and we're going to begin with the floor. I am starting to realize that this entire process is just gonna be very, very repetitive. And that realization was exactly correct. Because the build was so simple, it meant that there was not much variety over the extended amount of time that I spent building. And keeping my mind entertained as I placed hundreds of thousands of blocks for hours on end was mentally exhausting. Towards day 4 and 5, waking up each morning and knowing that all I had in store was placing blocks, which was the same thing as the day before and the same thing it was going to be tomorrow, was starting to get tough. I do want to thank my friends who were on calls the whole time. JV Han, as well as the people on streams who were urging me on to keep me motivated. Finally, by also keeping my motto to take breaks whenever needed, all of these things helped me to not burn out. And so we were on day 6 of building, nearly 200 hours into the entire project. I had finished the artery level, the 4 quadrants level, and was on the sideways forest when I decided to check the overall percentage and saw that we had hit 50%. This was a feeling that I vividly remember because it was at this moment that I knew I was going to finish. It didn't matter how many blocks it took, nor how much time was invested. I was going to finally see the end of this project after over 4 months. And that's one thing that I like to spread on my channel: perseverance and determination. I like to tell people to set hard goals and to stick to them, because that is the type of thing that will build character long term. And I can't be preaching that if I don't do it myself. So on day 8 and on day 9, with that thought in the back of my mind, I sunk so many hours into the kitchen level until it was finally finished. And then, on the final day, day 10, I once again checked the percentage and saw that it was 90% completed. I built the floor on the final level, and then it was 95% completed. I then added water to land in because I had an interesting plan to place the grid. I added a teleporter at the top and then fell through the level with slow falling potions, which I made from the phantom membrane.
See, I told you that all of my pain and suffering with the phantoms had a purpose.
And finally, after several hours of falling down, placing, and teleporting up, I was eventually able to place every row of the grid. And as the final block drew closer, I knew that my time on this project was coming to an end. And that's when the memories of everything that had gone into it started to flood back. Hundreds of hours, months of my life, all of the planning, the skydiving, the calls, the late nights, the people on streams who believed in me, the help from others, so much had gone into this project, and I was right at the finish line. I finished the illusion, the redstone, checked everything, removed the beacons, the shulkers, and then finally, the dirt platform.
We are done. We're done. So without further ado, here are the 9 levels. The glowstone, the mineshaft, the artery, the 4 quadrants, the forest, the kitchen. This is quite possibly my favorite level because of how trippy everything looks. The skeleton, the grid, and finally, the classic level, the rainbow. If I successfully beat all of the levels in a row, then I will finally be teleported to this chamber where I can look at this really cool optical illusion as a reward. So with all of that, after 220 hours spent on June 19th, 2024, I could finally say that I had successfully recreated the dropper in my hardcore world.
It felt good to be able to check off the building chapter. Especially because now you're caught up. You see, everything you've watched has been building up to this moment. Oh my gosh. I wish I could just end the video right here, right now, but I can't.
Because there's one last thing we have to do. We are going to play the map for real in the hardcore world. No mistakes, one chance in my 14,000 day, 4-year hardcore world. And we're doing it on a live stream so that if I mess up, thousands of people will be there to see it happen.
If I mess up, this will be the end of my hardcore world.
Oh my gosh. Today is the day. We'll wait a second for people to join in. Oh my gosh, I'm actually so nervous. Okay, I gotta hold on to my chair for like emotional support or something. All right, this is the real attempt. No elytra. We are getting rid of our elytra for this. Sip of water. All right, let's go. We're doing this. Level 1. Easy. We're chilling on level 1. We have to go get the diamond. Oh, yes. We got the diamond. We're good. Level 2. Got it. Got to get the diamond. Okay, come over here, shift at the edge, go in, get the diamond. Good. Level 3. Here we go. Clean. We got it. We got it. Level 3 done. All right. The next level is the quadrant level. This is the one that I'm the most afraid of. I think we can do it, though. Here we go. We got the diamond. All right. All right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, my gosh. I thought I missed it on that one. We got it, though. We got it. Got it. Got the diamond. Level 5, the forest. Got it. That was so perfect. We hit the water just at the perfect time at the bottom to not take any damage. We don't even need to eat on this next level. Got the diamond. We're just going for it. We're just going for it, guys. We're not even eating. Come on. Glow squids. Got it. Oh, yes. We're cooking right now. We are actually cooking better than Gordon Ramsay can cook. 14,377 days, and we're doing this. Got the diamond. Skeleton level. Got it. Clean. Okay, this is the perfect run right now. We actually have not had any mess ups. It's so perfect. Oh my gosh. Okay. Getting the parkour. Got the diamond. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Setting up for the next one. Here we go. Level 8 completed. Well, not quite. We have to get this parkour. Oh my gosh. I'm shaking. Got the diamond. Let's go. Last level. Got it. You know why we're doing this on a live stream? because otherwise people would say that we're cheating doing it. They would probably say that I just died and I respawned until I got it. That's why we're doing it on a live stream, so that I cannot cheat. Accountability. Because we do everything legitimately here. This is how things are. This is how we do it. Come on. Yes, we got it. We got it. Oh my gosh, we're gonna get teleported. We just have to put the diamonds into the chest. Oh. Got it. We did it. Yes. We did it. Oh man. And there is our reward. And after surviving all the levels, we can check off Chapter 6. We actually did it. Well, this is awkward. Okay, listen. I was not just about to play the dropper without a totem in my 4-year hardcore world. Let's go! Let's go! W! Oh my gosh, I am so happy. Not even close. We did not die. What is my heart rate right now? I actually feel dizzy, so it's gotta be high. 137. So now that you're caught up and you've seen everything in my world, there is one last question. Are you ready to start your own journey?